Chapter 1. A Lonely Boy. Naruto was sat alone in the orphanage grounds on one of the swings. His eyes, sad and pained, stared dispassionately at the orphanage that he lived in. He didn't know why or what he did to deserve it, but there was one thing he was sure of. The village hated him. It was nothing obvious or dangerous like beatings or anything like that, but more subtle, like they wanted to hurt him but were constricted in what they could do. Their displeasure of his existence was, thankfully, contained to hateful glares, whispers of that or it, or on their more generous days, that boy, as well as actions which include dumping his food or laundry, assuming they deign to wash his clothes, at their earliest convenience, as if ridding themselves of something disgusting, or corralling the other children away from him, claiming he was dangerous or someone they shouldn't get involved with. Nothing overt, but maybe more scarring. He was not a full-grown man with years of experience and fortitude to support him. He was a kid, 4 years old this day, who had never known the love of a parent or even the constant support of a friend. All he felt was cold and empty as his second birthday within memory went by, ignored by all those around him. On the same day, the glares intensified. He wanted to cry, but knew there was no point. No one would come to comfort him. No one would care or even glance in his direction. He was alone and unwanted. "Happy birthday, Naruto-kun," said an aged voice. Naruto's head swiveled round at an almost dangerous speed towards the direction of the voice. What greeted his sore eyes was an old man wearing a white and red robe with a similarly colored hat with some sort of kanji on it. He has yet to learn how to read. In said old man's hands was a small package wrapped in colorful paper with a little ribbon wrapped around it and tied into a bow. But what caught his attention the most was the smile which lay upon the wrinkled face and the kind and caring eyes which look upon him with no strain of repressed emotion or shadow of a hidden agenda. It was, for the eyes of the love-deprived child, the most beautiful thing the young child had ever seen. The old man's smile widened as he saw that the young boy was looking at him before slowly, but deliberately, walked up to birthday boy before kneeling down to his level in front of the swing. Naruto could only stare at the elderly person with unconcealed shock as he came close to him and kneeled in front of him. The man's face continued to smile, but his eyes were now slightly sad at seeing the boy, so shocked to have someone interact with him. Not missing a beat, the old man presented the package to the child before him. "Sorry I couldn't come to your previous birthdays, Naruto-kun. I was busy with work and didn't have enough time to visit you," the old man said in an apologetic tone. "But I'm here now, so happy birthday," he said in a more jovial manner. Naruto was still dumbstruck by this old grandpa figure. He truly had no idea what to say or do in this situation. He had never experienced a birthday, his own or anyone else's. He had not even experienced such friendly interaction with another human being before. As such, he could do little but look from the old man's face to the present and back again. The old man, seeing his confusion and feeling a sharper pang of guilt, prompted the boy by jerking the present ever so slightly towards him. Snapping out of his daze slightly, he reached out towards the gift, gently grabbing hold of it, as if it would disappear if he were to hold it too tightly. Once he was assured the child had a firm enough grip on the gift not to drop it, the old man let go of the present and retracted his hand. This, however, did not mean that Naruto had accepted the present yet. He continued to hold the present in the exact same spot that he received it, with a look of confusion and even a slight fear which showed the terror. He felt that this was all a cruel prank to get him to lower his guard, that the old man might hurt him. It had happened before with several of the older kids in the orphanage. He looked steadily at the old man, watching for any cue, any indication of what to do or what his intentions were in doing this. The Gramps had realized that the boy might be like this and was already waiting for him to ask. Seeing the gaze, the old man's smile grew bigger and warmer before he gave a nod in affirmation. Seeing the nod, Naruto slowly brought the gift towards his chest, his eyes never leaving the colorful package to even blink, as if it would be gone when he opened his eyes again. When its path finally reached its end, Naruto stared at his first present ever with a mix of shock and trepidation. It was only then, at that moment, that he actually realized what was happening to him, what the old man had given to him and what it all meant for young Naruto. He also realized that this present, this colorfully wrapped object with a little ribbon wrapped around it and tied into a bow, was not in the least bit important. In a flash, Naruto jumped off of the swing in a burst of instinctual need for physical contact with the sole person who ever so much as looked upon him with kindness. Before the old man could comprehend what was happening, he felt the air forced out of him as the small child barreled into his stomach and wrapped his small, skinny arms as far and as tightly as he could and wept tears of pure, unadulterated joy. Now the one in shock, the man could not help but let out a small tear at the child's reaction to a birthday present he had yet to even open. His grandfatherly instinct kicking in, Konoha's grandfather figure wrapped his arms around the small child who was clinging to him and crying into his robes without shame or care. The Hokage knew he was needed back at the office fairly soon. However, he resolved to make up for lost time later. He owed Minato and Kushina, not to mention this poor child, at least that much. It was an hour or two before the child in his arms cried himself to sleep, during which he had on several occasions thanked him and increased the strength of his hugs to an almost unbearable and heartbreaking level. By the end of it, the Hiruzen felt like trash. Konoha had failed their yondaime. Tenzo Hiruzen called. "Hi," a man wearing an animal mask of some sort replied. His normally crisp reply, followed by a "Hokage-sama," was forgotten in the wake of that child's pain. The sandaime hardly blamed him. "You are hereby tasked with watching over Naruto for the foreseeable future as a long-running mission. I want to know everything that happens to him and everything that he does. You may still be assigned regular missions and be called away on other duties within the village. However, for any other time while on duty you are to be watching over him," the professor ordered, now standing while cradling the sleeping Naruto. With more enthusiasm, unusual for a now literal babysitting duty, the young ANBU member acknowledged the order with a once again crisp and formal "Hi, Hokage-sama," before once again disappearing. Hiruzen sighed in disgust at both himself and the villagers for making him so void of love and care, and for not noticing it and allowing it to happen, as well as what he, as Hokage, had to do now. Taking the child to his room in the orphanage, he placed Naruto into his bed under the sheets before placing the package and a note before hiding it under a small genjutsu which only Naruto would be able to see though. With a heavy heart and a newly lit fire, Hiruzen Sarutobi left Naruto under the watchful eye of Tenzo. The following morning, Naruto woke to the morning sun and the chirping of birds. He groaned and struggled to avoid weeping as he realized that all that he saw, the kind eyes, the warm smile, the genuine present on his birthday, was nothing but a dream. He felt more empty than ever, that the only way to feel joy was to dream it. After several minutes of lying in his bed forcing composure upon himself, he finally gained the force of will to get out of bed. Then he saw it. On his nightstand, next to his lamp, was a small package wrapped in colorful paper with a little ribbon around it and tied into a bow. In a moment of hope and skepticism, Naruto tentatively reached out to touch the object of possibly hallucinogenic origin. He touched it. He could feel it. It was real. He instantly grabbed it and brought it close, temporarily ignoring the note he grabbed with it, and hugged it tightly while making happy squeals. Feeling the rush of emotion abate, he debated whether to open it or preserve it forever in dedication of what happened yesterday. That was when the note fell on his lap. He looked at it for several seconds, not understanding a single word that was written. Most children his age were already able to read to some extent. However, none of the staff in the orphanage opted to teach him how to read and write, and when he had noticed others learning and had asked, they merely sneered at him before going back to whatever they were doing. Tenzo thankfully noticed his confused and eventually anguished expressions and realized the potential problem. Both he and the Hokage should have realized it much sooner. Maybe they thought they would at least teach him how to read, as was their duty, but apparently not. Reading between the lines of his orders, Tenzo opted to make himself known and appeared just outside his window before making his presence known by knocking on the frame. To say Naruto was startled was an understatement. In fact, it may also have been the wrong word. He was startled by the noise, terrified by the implication, and horrified to see someone was looking at him. This was evident from how he jumped at the sound before frantically hiding the present and note under his pillow, and then went to staring at the ANBU, who he did not see until it was too late. Tenzo felt extremely uncomfortable by the boy's reaction to him and his attempt to hide the present from him, or more accurately from those in the orphanage. His attempt to not startle the child had ended badly, but thankfully he fully believed he could fix this. Raising his hands in a peaceful gesture, which actually did little to ease the child's fear, Tenzo slowly and carefully entered the room, making sure to watch the child closely for his limit. Getting to within 2 meters of the young Jinchuriki, the ANBU decided to not push his luck and came to a standstill. Summoning every ounce of bedside manner and acting skill, he had the newly appointed pseudo guardian initiated the conversation. "My name is Tenzo. I am a member of the Hokage's ANBU," he began. Seeing the blonde had at least some understanding of how the village worked, he forged on. "The Hokage, the man you met yesterday," the boy's eyes widened, "left the note under the assumption you would have been taught how to read it." While he didn't know how much the note said or if the Hokage had informed the child of his status as Hokage or just assumed he knew, he felt the child would figure it out eventually, and it was better to tell him now. "If you wish, I would read the letter for you, so that you may hear what he has to say." The boy looked torn at that. His eyes revealed everything and stated quite clearly, he wanted more than anything to read the note. But he was also afraid that he might take it and destroy it. Eventually the urge to know what the stranger, who he now knew was the leader of this village, had written to him, and the fact he was willing to give the benefit of the doubt to this unknown ANBU won out, and he hesitantly reached under his pillow to pull the note out, though he was careful to keep the present hidden. Tenzo patiently waited for the child to present the note to him, and when he finally received it, he handled it with the same care the child showed, using the tips of his fingers to hold it. It says, he starts, "Dear Naruto, I am sorry I am unable to stay until you wake up. However, my position requires that I do a lot of paperwork and meetings. I hope you enjoy your present, however, and will be looking forward to seeing you again as soon as I have a moment free." Tenzo paused for a moment before finishing. "P.S. Don't keep the wrapped gift. Open it." Tenzo raised an eyebrow in confusion until he saw the sheepish look Naruto was giving, which told him all he needed to know. Handing back the note to the boy, who seemed more at ease now, he was about to leave when he noticed the boy had taken out his present and begun unwrapping it, being extra careful with the paper so as not to tear any of it. Deciding to stay and add a more detailed reaction to the report, he had the immense pleasure and joy to see something only a select few people would see for years to come. Upon opening the present, saw his first gift. It was a wallet which looked like a small deflated toad. It was actually quite cute in his opinion, and he could already imagine how cute it would be after he filled it up, if he filled it up. His face hadn't had one since before he could remember, but thankfully muscle instinct prevailed, and in an instant a beautiful, radiant smile blossomed on his face as he beamed in sheer happiness and excitement at what could, and always would, be described as the second best present of his life. Tenzo was almost in a daze at the stark change in his appearance. Gone was the black of night, and now the sun reigned across the sky, sending life and spreading joy to all who could see it, assuming you are a morning person. "Sorry for ruining the moment." Uneasy face. How the child could smile like that after everything he had suffered was a mystery, but there was one thing Tenzo knew, and that was that he would treasure this moment, and that smile till his dying days. He stayed in the room long enough for the child's smile to die down a bit from solar to merely bright before he coughed and announced his intention to leave. Before he could, however, a small weight suddenly clung to his leg. When he looked down, he saw the blonde hugging his leg with a still bright smile. "Thank you, Tenzo-san. You're awesome," the boy said in a cheery voice. It was also the first time he had heard the boy talk, he realized, and he must say it was a brilliant introduction to a voice. "You're welcome, Naruto," Tenzo replied with a smile. He managed to realize that he still had a mask on, so also nodded in acknowledgement of his words before patting the boy on the head and shunshining out of room and heading to the Hokage's office to report on the child's wake-up, something he knew the Hokage would want to know. Naruto stood in his room in a small daze as his hand drifted to his recently patted head. He didn't like the idea of someone patting you on the head, as it reminded him of a pet. However, he felt slightly happy at the intended affectionate act. Hokage office. Sarutobi had spent the last 3 minutes just staring at his rival. No matter what he did, the bastard would always show up, regardless of his feelings or previous actions. Every time his rival appeared, he always was left thinking, and in this case saying the same thing. Fucking paperwork. The old man growled. He had tried time and again to subjugate his long-time rival, but the bastard was slippery and cunning, which meant it was never truly gone and was merely waiting to strike whenever you were tired and emotionally weary. Note: weary means tired, not cautious, which is wary. Hiruzen was for the umpteenth time wondering if using a katan jutsu would be an effective method of removing this thorn in his side for at least a day. But again, for the umpteenth time, he realized that not only would more eventually come as soon as it finished burning, but the next batch after that would be a replacement of all the papers he had just burnt, as well as the swearing and glares from the people who had to file reports, etc. twice. Being Hokage sucked. Who would want to be Hokage? You would have to be a complete idiot with a terrible fashion sense, like a kid who wears a Kill Me orange jumpsuit or something, to actually want to be a Kage. As Sarutobi lamented his choices in life, his increasingly depressed features severely worrying and freaking out his hidden ANBU, he noticed someone shunsigning into his office. Jerking his head up and smiling a half-real smile, real because he now had an excuse for postponing paperwork, he was met with the kneeling form of one Tenzo. The Sandame's face became very real now, as he now looked forward to hearing about Naruto. "Reporting, Hokage-sama," declared Tenzo. "Ah, Tenzo, how was Naruto-kun's morning?" Sarutobi asked. He did not expect his ANBU agent to report so soon, seeing as it had only been a couple hours since the young Jinchuriki would have awoken, but he was grateful nonetheless, as it had been a point of worry for the old Hokage ever since he left. "After watching Naruto for several hours after sundown, I went to barracks to rest for 6 hours before returning to my post. Naruto woke up 2 hours later, approximately an hour ago. From his reaction to the present on his nightstand, I think he believed, until that point, the previous night was a dream." The effectively turned Hiruzen's smile upside down. However, he remained silent as the Tenzo continued his report. "After he grabbed the present, he noticed the note you left. When he tried to read it, his face became confused and forlorn. I quickly realized that he had yet to learn how to read." Hiruzen's eyes widened at that before he scowled. While he did not expect Naruto to be able to read medical scrolls, the note was not that complicated and Naruto should have been able to read it. I am assuming Shinobi developed faster. Assuming he had actually been properly taught. He again remained silent as the ANBU continued, though he was also trying to avoid glaring at the messenger of this bad news. "At this point, seeing as you did not tell me to be hidden from him, I opted to reveal myself so as to offer my assistance." Hiruzen smiled at his ANBU, happy that he had read between the lines and acted in a way that fulfilled the spirit of his task to the fullest. At which point he frantically tried to hide the gift and showed a terrified expression when he noticed I had already seen everything. Hiruzen was now looking shocked. His mouth was hung open and he seemed to be in a bit of a daze. Nonetheless, Tenzo chose to continue as if nothing happened. "When I entered the room, he became very defensive of the gift as he continued to keep himself between the package and I, despite the fact there was nothing he could have done to stop me." Sarutobi was both heartbroken and happy about this. Happy because Naruto was willing to protect his gift, heartbroken because the child felt he had to. After calming him down and informing him who I was and why I was there, he reluctantly handed the note over to me to read. "By the way, it seems you were correct that he was going to keep the wrapped present as a memento, Hokage-sama." The Sandame sighed sadly at that, feeling increasingly exasperated and angry with the village and orphanage as this whole fiasco went on. When he opened the present, his features lit up. He smiled what could only be called a true genuine smile, and his eyes widened and sparkled with joy. The Sandame noted the momentary trance his ANBU was in as he recounted the child's reaction to a mere Gamma wallet. If his smile could affect his ANBU, this one in particular, this much, then it must have been a sight to behold. Afterward, I believed it best to report to you what had transpired, and was about to leave when Naruto Uzumaki thanked me for reading the note for him. After I assured him it was nothing, I left and came straight here. The ANBU finished. Hiruzen didn't really know what to say after all that. He was happy that Naruto found his gift and hopefully by extension him precious and that he could still smile like that and be happy, regardless of why he was so, as it meant that he had not lost to hate. However, the fact remained was possibly near a breaking point when he found him. He should have known better. No, he did know better. But the turmoil and desperation after the Kyuubi attack, due to damages and a weakening of Konohagakure's military force, had made the Sandame's job difficult and stressful, in every sense of the word. If he were young, hell as he were even 10 years younger, it would have been bearable. However, for the first year, he literally slept in the office, and for the second, he usually went to bed at his house full dressed because he was too tired to do otherwise. His age really made even the task of sitting in his chair uncomfortable and tiring. It was a flimsy excuse to say the least. However, he was not actually tasked with caring for him. It was not really his responsibility. It was Jiraiya's, and shut up, you should have made Jiraiya stay around longer to look after him, or at least assigned an ANBU to keep tabs on the child. Sarutobi sighed again. If one were to look, and Tenzo did, the Sandame seemed to age a decade as he put his face in his hands to calm himself down and think. This was not how things should have gone. It was not really his fault, as the villagers were entrusted with treating the Yandame's son. Not that they knew that bit well as the fourth's dying request, and they had spat on it, and, in every way, him because of their own selfish hate and fear. Taking deep breaths now, Sarutobi managed to compose himself sufficiently to face his ANBU. Tenzo, upon returning you are to speak with the orphanage and are to inform them that they are to correct their mistakes with Naruto post-haste, and anything they have neglected to give or teach him is to be fixed. Aside from that, your mission still stands, Tenzo. I expect weekly updates at least. He commanded while presenting a scroll of paper with official order. Tell me at once if you become tired of the task and I will assign someone else. He did not want the ANBU neglecting his watch over the boy because he got bored. Loyal and dedicated or not, babysitting was the least favorite aspect of any ninja. Hi Hokage-sama, the ANBU stated before disappearing in the standard leaf shunshin. The Sandame gave a tired sigh before looking back towards his paperwork pile before giving an even more tired and considerable exasperated sigh as a tears welled up in his eyes. Then a fresh determination filled him as he straightened his back and prepared himself to once again face his worst enemy. I won't be beaten by you. I won't succumb to despair. I will win this battle between us, my old arch-nemesis. Even if it kills me, the professor declared in his mind as he once again faced the greatest enemy in human history. Tenzo. Tenzo moved rapidly through Konoha, ignoring the morning bustle as people went about their business. Despite being a babysitting mission, he was quite pleased about it. While most ANBU wouldn't be happy about being sent to watch over a kid inside Konoha, especially one that contained the Kyuubi, his glimpse into the life and state of the 4-year-old was disconcerting and painful. It also reminded mostly of what had been done to him by Orochimaru, without the experimentations and deaths. At least he had come out of the darkness and been given a chance to serve Konoha, which had welcomed him. The boy, however, was without respite or hope as the entire village looked at him with hateful eyes. Tenzo could only hope that the Sandame and/or himself could change things for him if possible. There was hope as he had acted positively towards both the Hokage and himself. He couldn't help but smile at the sudden turnaround from Naruto after he had opened that present and hoped the Sandame would be able to see it as well. He finally reached the orphanage only to see Jinchuriki surrounded by several boys in what was obviously a bullying session while the carers stood by and pretended not to notice. This lit a fury in the ANBU and was about to intervene and break a few of those so-called caretakers' bones when he saw an extraordinary sight. Naruto. After the ANBU, as he apparently was called, he knew what the Hokage was but didn't know about the ANBU. Left Naruto was on cloud 9. He was sad that he was left alone again, but that he had not one but two people that noticed him in less than 2 days sent the blonde into a happy, jumping, smiling mess for several minutes. After he had calmed down somewhat, he realized he would be late for breakfast. And he was, by 1 minute. This, however, was all it took for the faculty to deny him breakfast for the day. It was not an uncommon occurrence for him to miss a meal because of a minor infraction. But he didn't mind so much today, because it would take a lot more than a missed meal to dampen his mood. something a number of people in the orphanage noticed. He smiled most of the time regardless of how he was feeling, however now it was a bit brighter and more genuine than before. This was enough to get him in trouble with 5 of the other boys. After breakfast they went up to him and to question him about what he was all happy about. "What's up with you, Bug? You're acting awfully happy today," asked the bigger of them, the leader of their little band of bullies which terrorized the younger children. "Yeah, a disgusting bug like you doesn't deserve to feel happy, let alone act it," taunted one of the other kids. "What would fat, ugly slugs like you know?" Naruto retorted. It was a common song and dance. They would mock him, he would take offense, and then they would proceed to beat him to a pulp under the watchful eye of the carers. "Whoa, this bug is getting a bit uppity, ain't it? I think we need to teach this bug its place," the leader said dangerously. 2 of the other boys grabbed Naruto before he could do anything, preventing his arms from doing anything. This, however, did not stop his feet, which he used to kick the other kids. That was promptly stopped as the kids holding him continued to punch him in the sides, giving the other 3 a chance to move in and start punching his body and face with abandon. Normally Naruto would have been forced to just take it, but he refused to now. He was not alone anymore. There were people who cared about him, and he was not going to allow himself to be a mere victim anymore. He would prove himself to them and to everyone that he was worth something, and then they would respect him. With this oath in mind, he begins to kick, bite, and claw at the other boys, using every bit of strength and ounce of energy to scratch, bruise, and send them flying nanny. Naruto looked in shock as the boy he had just kicked was sent flying a dozen feet before he smashed into the orphanage wall with a loud and sickening crack. The boys around him were in greater shock and were now a little afraid. Naruto, being on the giving end and being in the compromising situation, reacted quickly and proceeded to kick the other 2 boys in a similar fashion, although the effect was less prominent for some reason, before turning his attention to the other 2 boys, head putting one and then using his now free hand to punch the other. All the while he had been getting less and less dramatic effects from his attacks until he was the last one standing. He could not help but look at the scene in awe as the other boys groaned, cried, or remained worryingly unconscious, depending upon when in the order of events they were hit. It was then that the adults finally intervened, by blaming and shouting at Naruto. "What the hell have you done, you brat?" one caretaker yelled. Naruto knew there was no point to complaining, so he settled for a glare, which the adults ignored in favor of shouting, caring for the defeated bullies and glaring at him. "Look what you have done to these boys, you monster. Get out of this orphanage right now or I will dash." "Do what?" The caretaker stopped in her screeching as a sudden cold fell upon her and the others. The feeling and images of dying over and over again filled her mind as she turned around to face a visibly shaking in. What everyone could tell was anger as a dark aura surrounded his visage. All the carers gulped audibly as they were now faced with a very angry NBU agent who they had little doubt had seen the whole thing. She began in a shaky voice which ended abruptly when she tried to accuse Naruto of attacking the bullies as the killing intent increased and she, more so than the others, began to struggle to breath. "I saw the whole thing. He defended himself from bullies, which you could, and should, have done for him. He was well within his right to do so, and even if what you said is true, you do not have the authority to throw a child out of the orphanage, even with the Hokage's approval." Tenzo countered. It was true. It was one of the central laws that unless he had a habitable, as dictated by the Konoha Housing Standards laws, secondary form of residence to go to, he had to remain, under any circumstances, in the orphanage until he was 16 or a ninja, and anyone under 16 and not a ninja went to the orphanage. Not even the Hokage was allowed to simply cast a child out. Now they were looking as if their hands had been caught in the cookie jar, except they looked a lot less sheepish and a lot more terrified. This was near on physical child abuse, which could land them in jail, and considering how the ANBU was acting, they would have to be extremely lucky to get away with being fired and blacklisted. They were saved, at least from the KI, by the exuberant voice of the demon container. "Tenzo Oni-chan," cried the oddly happy and unaffected boy who proceeded to run up to and glomp the ANBU. The carer sighed in relief as the Anbu Tenzo stopped releasing killing intent in favor of keeping the boy from slipping and then picking him up. Did you see that? Did you see? I made a decision to fight back with all I had, then pow, they were sent flying. Did I do good? Did it look cool? Does this make me a badass? What do you think? Oni Ai-chan, answer me. The Anbu didn't know what to think. One minute he was picking up the child that had glomped him, the next he was being barraged by endless and sometimes repetitive questions. Choosing to answer only 3 from the still increasing number of questions Tenzo made to interrupt. I did, and you looked very cool. I'm proud of you. And he was. To see him take a stand like that, and then be all cheerful despite being on the receiving end of a beating which had left his face swollen and bleeding, was something which made him very happy. But he was also feeling wary and confused. What the boy had just done was weird, as he seemed to use chakra to fight them. This was weird for a 4-year-old, as they usually are unable to use chakra at this point, and if they can, it is rarely enough to do anything with it. But Naruto's chakra was not only used to enhance his muscles, but it, for a mere second, manifested around into a visible form. For a second though the QB was getting loose, but when then he noticed the second weird and shocking thing. The chakra was green. Not blue or red, but green, as in medical jutsu green. Tenzo had absolutely no clue what was going on, what had happened, and how any of this was possible. One thing he did know was that he was not going to be having a normal life after this. Not that such a life could be considered normal anyway. Once again Tenzo looked at the unjustly relieved carers before releasing his Ki and aura again, which caused them to snap back their attention to him and the now smiling and bouncing blonde child. The Hokage shall hear of this, Tenzo stated ominously before disappearing in a shunshin, leaving the carers sweating and terrified. The ANBU stopped at the hospitable on the way to the Hokage's office in order to inform the medics that was injured at the orphanage, which required immediate medical attention. He would have normally transported the injured children himself, but after what they tried and what the carers tried, he didn't want to leave Naruto behind with his supposed caretakers to save trash. Naruto was in a state of excited awe when the ANBU shunshin from place to place, to the point his movements, i.e. bouncing upon Tenzo's arm, caused the ANBU to have a very sore arm by the time he reached the Hokage's office for the second time that morning. When the duo arrived in the Hokage's office, they were greeted by the sight of Hiruzen scribbling madly through the paper before moving on to the next. Anime flames were flaring wildly in his eyes. It was kinda comical, though what happened next made Naruto giggle. Hokage-sama, said Tenzo. The Hokage was in the process of placing the recently finished piece of paper on the finished pile when he heard his ANBU. Suddenly dividing his attention, he ended up putting more force into placing the paper on the pile, effectively toppling it. There was silence as the paper fell to the floor, spreading everywhere and falling completely out of order. The look of shock on the Hokage's face as it fell and the horror afterward was hilarious. And if they were not, Anbu more would have been joining Naruto in his giggle fit. After the Hokage recovered from the latest counter-attack by his nemesis, he ordered the hidden Anbu to pick up and order the paper, which they obeyed with smiled concealed under their masks. Naruto-kun, I must admit I was expecting to see you at a much later date, said the old man with a confused smile on his face. GG! Shouted the little blonde boy as he jumped out of Tenzo's arms and proceeded to run around the tidy side of the desk and hug his new grandfather figure. The ANBU gave a reproachful, as much as they could with a mask on, look, but immediately accepted it when the Hokage admitted he didn't mind. Placing the boy on his lap, Hiruzen then turned his attention to his ANBU, who had been standing expectantly as the Hokage attended to Naruto. What happened? The Hokage asked in a concerned tone. Tenzo recounted what he had seen when he arrived, namely the beating and lack of care by the carers, followed by the turnaround and the method by which he did it. Needless to say, Hiruzen was also surprised by his abilities. A mere shinobi being able to create an aura of chakra, and that it was not the traditional blue, was extraordinary. This could be a Kekai Genkai, though I know for a fact neither of his parents had this ability. Sarutobi had no clue what to think about it, let alone how Naruto had such chakra. That, however, didn't matter as much as what had to be done about it. Tenzo, I assume you have no problem babysitting Naruto. Naruto scowled a little at that while Tenzo looked a little confused at the statement, assuming you had the Byakugan. Hi, I have no issues with this assignment, stated the ANBU, who kept his feelings out of his voice. Very well. As someone who has had to teach himself how to use his Kekai Genkai, you are now assigned to train Naruto-kun to control his powers, and to become a shinobi, as well as rectify the mistakes his former carers have committed, commanded the Hokage in a stately voice. He will be assigned an apartment near the center of the village, and it will be your task to feed and clothe his from the stipend he will be given, as well as guide him to and from training field number 32, which you will be assigned until stated otherwise. If you are assigned a mission or are given personal time, you must ensure Naruto is taken care of until you next see him. Taking a breath, the Hokage finished. While you are caring for him, you may take off your mask and go under the codename Yamato. Do so now. Surprised but obedient, the newly codenamed Yamato removed his mask to reveal a man with short brown hair and black, almond-shaped eyes. Hi, Hokage-sama. Both men turned the oddly silent 4-year-old, who now had a dazed expression on his face, and he slowly and thoroughly computed what his Gigi just said. Do you mean it, Gigi? Tenzo Oniai-chan is going to teach and look after me? Naruto asked hopefully. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow at the Oniai-chan bit, but smiled and nodded in confirmation, and was rewarded with that genuine smile his ANBU had told him about. He had to say his words did not do it justice. Thank you, Gigi! Shouted the young child on his lap, who once again gave the Hokage a tight hug, which the old man returned with a chuckle. Tenzo Oniai-chan, when do we start? What will you teach me? Seeing where this was going, Yamato interrupted quickly before the barrage became too severe. We start next week once you are settled and set up, and I will tell you what we will learn when we start. Ah, and you will call me Yamato-sensei from now on, clarified Yamato. Hi, Yamato Oniai-chan, Naruto exclaimed cheerfully. This caused Hiruzen to chuckle as Yamato's sweat dropped before giving in to the eccentric and energetic child. Turning towards the amused visage of the Hokage, the now part-time ANBU began to clarify as to where exactly he would be living and how much authority he would have over the boy's life. After several minutes, he left with Naruto, feeling safe and daunted in the knowledge that Naruto was housed and his entire future was in his hands. 1 week later. The last week had been the best in Naruto's life so far. Meeting his surrogate grandfather, meeting his Oniai-chan, and finally being taken out of the orphanage and cared for by his new mentor and guardian, Yamato Oniai-chan. It was heartening to have someone show an interest in you. Few children realized how lucky they were to have a parental figure fuss over their diet and state of dress or cleanliness. He didn't even mind when Yamato told him off for doing something wrong, as he could feel that he was doing it because he cared and wanted to help him improve and stay healthy. Over the last week, Yamato had been ensuring his apartment was in order and ensuring meals were prepared and eaten. Naruto was still too young to cook and clean up after himself, so Yamato had to do it for him until he was big enough to do it himself. Clothes shopping was a trying event for both of them, as most of the shop owners would glare at Naruto and try to charge extra for his clothes. That was always stopped abruptly when Yamato used his Gulai's jutsu to corral the shop owners into giving them a discount. Yamato found the whole thing aggravating. However, the fact it was easily resolved made things easy to bear in comparison to what Naruto was going through. But it was still trying for him. How so? Because of Naruto's obsession with orange. Every shop they went to, he immediately would pick out the only orange items of clothing in the entire store, and considering they were all in the back of the store and kept out of sight was a true testament to how obsessed he was with the color. It was an uphill battle for Yamato, and it often reached the point where Naruto's obsession and stubbornness rivaled his fear of Yamato's gulais. In the end, Yamato had to compromise by allowing him to possess orange tops and jumpers, but only allowed blue and black trousers and sandals. It was delicate, but it tempered Naruto's love of the color enough for Yamato to put the fear of God into him and force acceptance. He was not going to spend the next 8 years or so looking at a boy who was always dressed from head to toe in Kill Me Orange. He'd rather die. Thankfully for Naruto, the children he fought were not critically injured, which was odd considering the force he hit them with should have left some of them on death's door, or in his house. The doctors didn't know how they were still fine, as the damage would normally have been significant. However, it seemed as if the children were already partially healed when they found them. Hiruzen and Yamato both agreed that it had something to do with the hue of his chakra. Naruto did not feel worried about the whole thing, as he did not comprehend he had hit them all that hard, which Yamato believed would be best kept under wraps for now. Anyway, now was the day Yamato would teach Naruto how to be a ninja and how to use cool jutsus. Yamato had taken him to the assigned training ground at 7 in the morning. He would have taken him there at 6. However, Yamato had quickly learnt that Naruto was not a morning person, which he had learnt the hard way when he tried to wake him up at 5 and had his hand bitten by an angry and drowsy Naruto. Also, despite his surprising levels of stamina, he was still a 4-year-old boy who needed plenty of rest in order to grow. Once they were there and Naruto was paying close attention, Yamato began. "Alright Naruto, this will be your lessons for the following month. Whether it will be the same for the following month will depend on how well you complete the tasks given." He waited for Naruto to give a nod of understanding, indicating that he understood and was still paying rapt attention. "We will begin in the morning with 2 hours of physical exercise to burn excess energy. Followed instructions in how to mold one's chakra by use of hand seals, and later in the month we will work on chakra control." He paused a moment to again gain confirmation that Naruto was paying attention, which he was, before he continued. "We will continue to do so for 3 hours until you can do them on instinct." Naruto's enthusiasm dropped slightly. However, you would have to know him rather well to tell. "We will have lunch, and then the afternoons will be dedicated to reading and writing." Yamato finished. Any enthusiasm lost at the lack of cool jutsus was regained tenfold when he heard about being taught to read and write. It had been a point of embarrassment for him that he had not been able to read, whether it was his fault or not, as the other kids would pick on him because of it and because it had caused trouble for Yamato Oniai-chan throughout the week, as well as almost depriving him of the chance to know what his Gigi's note said. Note: he is illiterate and he doesn't know how boring books can be at this point, but has already been taught the importance of being able to read. "Let's go Yamato Oniai-chan," with unnatural exuberance at the prospect of a hard day's work. Yamato considered trying to get Naruto to call him sensei before he remembered how stubborn he can be and decided not to waste the day trying. "Alright Naruto-kun, let's start with half an hour jog around the training ground." Chapter 2: Training. 2 years later. It had been 2 years since Naruto was placed under the care of codenamed Anbu Yamato, and things couldn't have been better, not including having parents, being liked by the village, having friends his age, or a normal childhood. Yamato, while being strict and demanding, was fair and dedicated to Naruto's well-being. Every demand he made, every request he gave, and every criticism he composed was tailored for the purpose to focus and advance Naruto's training. It was painful at times, but it felt more like a good pain, like you had pulled your muscles while training. It hurts a bit, but you know you will be stronger for it. The first month was both below and above Yamato's hope and expectation. In terms of physical activity, Naruto excelled. On top of having endless stamina to throw around carelessly, his shockingly advanced healing/regeneration meant that any soreness, regardless of how serious, was usually completely healed within half a day, which meant he could do it all over again without issue the next day. His academic learning was also going well. He had caught up in his reading skill to most kids of his age group in that month and had also almost caught up in his writing skills. It was quite pleasing for both Naruto and Yamato, as he knew Naruto had worked hard both in and out of schooling hours to catch up. The below expectation came to his chakra control. He had learnt the hand signs without difficulty. However, regardless of how little he had used, the leaf that was used in the leaf exercise would constantly be vaporized whenever he used his chakra. Not blown away, not destroyed. Vaporized. As in not a single speck of the leaf left. It had reached the point where Yamato went to pick another leaf from the tree they were using only to find it was barren. Naruto was devastated that he was having such trouble with, from what Yamato Oniai-chan said, was a basic exercise, sure that Yamato Oniai-chan and Gigi were disappointed in his lack of progress. That was far from the truth. Yamato and Gigi, while mildly frustrated by the fact he was struggling with this, were shocked and slightly excited to know that even at 4 Naruto had enough chakra to do that to the leaf. It was heartening to know that he would become such a powerhouse, but a bit daunting as chakra control by normal means may be impossible for him. This did not stop Yamato and Naruto from trying, however. Yamato set the bar high, him reaching Tsunade-level chakra control, and was determined to stick to it, while Naruto wanted to fulfill his expectations and was too stubborn to back down from a challenge. In the end, they spent nearly a year on the exercise, mostly showing no progress. However, well into the 11th month, where physical and academic time was neglected in favor of the leaf exercise, there was finally success. It had been a standard day for the duo. Naruto was working on the leaf exercise while standing next to a large basket full of leaves, after finally getting to the point where it was merely being blown away from his head, when he noticed that the leaf he had just placed on his head had fallen past his eyes. With a squeal of happiness, Naruto called out for his teacher, who had been lying on his side while reading a book. When he had his Oniai-chan's attention, Naruto again demonstrated him using too little chakra, which also made the ANBU excited. It would be strange for most to see someone being happy about using too little chakra. However, considering how Naruto had been using too much for almost a year, it was a huge step forward. In the end, it took another 6 days to get it right, however he did get it down. There was celebrating that night at a certain ramen stand, which resulted in piteous crying of a certain ANBU as he mourned over his now starved and deflated wallet, all the while cursing and whispering death threats towards his Hokage. That was another thing that had happened in around about the 3rd month. The Sandame had had a spare few hours at lunch to wander, time which he used to see Naruto. When he saw him looking so forlorn after once again disintegrating an entire basket full of leaves, the old man invited Naruto to lunch, which just so happened to the Ichiraka's ramen stall. Hiruzen, Ayam and Tucci were a combination of amusement, shock and happiness, respectively, as Naruto downed his 5th adult-sized bowl of ramen before giving a satisfied burp. Ayam actually weighed the amount of ramen Naruto ate and the amount he weighed and found he ate over 3/4 his body mass in ramen. It was both hilarious and terrifying that someone could do that and not be an Akimichi. Understandably, Yamato, as his legal guardian and secondary money source, had words with Sarutobi, demanding that he take full responsibility for what he had unleashed. Needless to say, Hiruzen used his authority as Hokage to get out of trouble and turned it back on Yamato, telling him that as Naruto's guardian it was his job to break this new obsession. It never happened, and the ANBU had never forgiven the Sandame for doing this to him. When he was 5, Yamato decided to gift Naruto with a cool new jutsu for him to use. After clearing it with the Hokage, which took over a week of assuring the Sandame that Naruto would be more than capable of handling it. The event was fairly quiet for the most part, as it was only Naruto, Hiruzen, and Yamato. However, it had a good feel to it, with Naruto smiling the entire day with wide sparkling eyes at his first birthday party. After receiving his Gigi's gift, a set of fake wooden practice kunai and shuriken, Yamato approached and told him about his gift. Kagebushin no Jutsu. He informed Naruto of all the benefits and dangers, not that he listened to that part, of using the technique, and ensured that he understood exactly how dangerous it was, as was the agreement with the Hokage. After Naruto gave his usual loud and cheerful response the next day, Yamato and the Sandame took him out to the training ground where Yamato taught him the hand seals. After he got it down properly, and to Yamato's complete satisfaction, he summoned his first Kagebushin. Or at least it would have been his first Kagebushin if he hadn't put way too much chakra into the jutsu in his excitement, resulting in him creating his first 300 Kagebushin. Yamato and Hiruzen's jaws dropped to the floor at the sight of a 5-year-old producing more clones than 2 Kages combined could manage and not even look strained. They knew he would be able to do a lot considering how large his reserves apparently are. However, this was ridiculous. Naruto was also in awe and was excited and happy that what he had done had gained such a shocked reaction from his family. After the shock wore off, Yamato decided to experiment with the limits of the jutsu in Naruto's hands, and the results were shocking. Aside from the fact he could create just over 1,000 clones with only small fatigue, the clones were also considerably more durable. It took 3 decent or 1 powerful hits to disperse them. Proved a theory about Naruto's chakra, one which had been considered for some time. Naruto's chakra was not only large but dense as well. It would explain why he was having so much trouble with his chakra control, even for someone who had reserves as large as his. To get the same result as a regular ninja to, say, walk up a tree, Naruto would need a third the amount of chakra as someone else. Now this would be great if his reserves weren't so colossal. It essentially made his problem with chakra control 3 times more difficult than normal, hence why he needed a year of constant repetition of the leaf exercise to get it to stick to his head without atomizing it. It also explained why his chakra formed an aura when released and how it remained in his muscles despite being flared for only a second, since it was more like runny jelly than water. Yamato also realized that any jutsu he learnt had to be at least B rank, otherwise it would be a wasted effort to learn a supposedly quick and cheap C and D rank jutsus when he could already spam B ranks like they were E rank. This also meant that Naruto's growth would be dedicated towards fixing his chakra problem. Thankfully, he could spread the work now. After Yamato instructed Naruto on the problems with his chakra, he set half of Naruto's clones off to walk trees, while telling them to use as little chakra as possible, while he sent 100 of them to read books from the library, 100 to go through the Kagebushin hand seals until they could do it without hand seals before telling the others to dispel, in order to keep the end-of-day migraine down when he dispelled them all. He also sent a Moku Bunshin with each group to ensure they met with no problems and acted accordingly. As all the mental activities were in the hand of the Bushins, Yamato opted to up the physical training. At the time, "All right, Otuto," Yamato began. This was yet another change the year had made. After giving up on being called sensei and instead being called Oni-chan with such a happy voice for so long had worn down the barriers of professionalism. 6 months ago, he had never been more happy about being broken under pressure. The mental work is now being distributed amongst the clones, so now all that is left is physical exercises. Yamato began. Naruto was still looking excited and happy about being pushed to his limits and beyond by his brutal and sadistic teacher. "However, I won't accelerate your training yet, as it would not be good to stunt your growth." Now Naruto looked kinda worried and was nodding enthusiastically. He had developed a phobia about being short, something Yamato monopolized on when he was younger and reluctant to eat his vegetables, which made him very conscious of any comment about his height. Yamato ignored his worried face before continuing. "However, you are at the prime of your life to develop your flexibility and stamina." Not that he needed the latter, but every little helped. "So we will be doing several hours of stretching and balancing as well as the usual morning exercises. However, after 2 in the afternoon we will practice meditating until all your clones have all dispelled." The ANBU finished, turning his full attention to Naruto, who was looking rather confused. "Why don't I just dispel them all at once when I'm done?" Naruto asked. Yamato felt exasperated at that comment and had to force himself not to face palm. He was only 5, so he had some leeway. However, he had been told of the dangers at least twice now, and implied it a third time. With a sigh he responded, "Do you remember how you feel after spending half a day reading and writing?" Yamato asked, deciding to explain in parts this time. After getting a confirmation and a pained look, the ANBU commander continued. "Well, as you know, the shadow clones transfer all the memories of the clone to you when they dispel." Pause for effect. "However, that is not all you get. You also get all the mental weariness from the clone as well. This means that all the exhaustion that the hundreds of clone you have created will be transferred to you when they dispel, which will hurt a lot." Yamato paused again, satisfied to see the look of dawning realization on the boy's face. "Therefore, unloading the memories and fatigue of all 5,600 hours from 700 clones would at best knock you unconscious. Possibly kill you at worst." Naruto paled. "Understand now?" Yamato said with a sweet and cheery tone. Naruto gulped and nodded, finally comprehending the dangers of his new jutsu. By spreading out the dispersal and meditating while it happens will help to let you absorb the information and fatigue without causing damage to your brain. Naruto continued to nod at the mortifying revelation as it came out. "Now I want you to create a clone, then dispel it to transfer this little chat to the other clones so they don't do something stupid." Naruto was already making the clone, and a moment later it dispelled itself. Needless to say, he slept well that night. He didn't even remember leaving the training ground. Everything was just so blurry and unimportant. However, the next morning he was all chirpy, as much as a non-morning person could be, and bouncy the next morning. His mind was refreshed and his previously aching muscles had been healed like the pain had never existed. Before the end of the next day, which resulted in the same results, as well as the next and the next and the next. In fact, this continued for over a month before things started to improve. Chakra control was still slow going, however he had managed to get near the halfway point of the tree. He had managed to read the entire library already, not including the Chunin and higher-only sections. However, regardless of how effective the clones were in reducing time spent, the human mind did not learn as quickly. The fact he was absorbing thousands of hours of information a day did not help things. Therefore, he ended up being instructed to read through the library several times in order to ensure complete memorization. A major plus was that Naruto had managed to remove the need for hand seals when performing the Kagebushin no Jutsu. The best developments, however, resided in the physical aspect of his training. The flexibility training began rather slowly. Simple stretches, sprinting, push-ups, sit-ups, bridges, etc. so and so forth. This went on for a couple of weeks before Yamato noticed something. Naruto was not becoming physically exhausted or particularly sore from the training. He had not noticed it before because the previous example was neither that long nor that intense, so it was not unexpected for a stamina freak like Naruto to be okay. Now that the program had gained momentum, the oddity was clear. Naruto's healing factor was high, very high. Yamato had called in a medic Nin with chakra detecting abilities to monitor and examine Naruto before, during, and after training. The diagnosis was shocking. In the medical world, there were two forms of healing and regeneration. Healing is the common form of healing method, consisting of the body slowly creating new cells through cell mitosis, with medical/Iryo jutsu being used to accelerate the process. However, there are a select few, such as the Jashin followers, who don't form new cells through mitosis, look it up, but through the creation of brand new copies of existing cells by the chakra collecting materials and using them in the cell creation. Even Senju Tsunade's Sozo Seze, mitotic regeneration, was only able to accelerate her cell's mitosis rate rather than form actual copies. In essence, Tsunade's technique shortened her lifespan, while Naruto's chakra just copied a healthy cell and pasted it where it was needed. This was solely possible due to Naruto's unique chakra. Green chakra was a sign of a Iryo jutsu. In order to create such a chakra, you would normally need to alter the chakra to have beneficial properties. This requires excellent control. However, Naruto naturally had beneficial chakra. This would explain why his attacks against those bullies wasn't as severe as they should have been, as the chakra both damaged them and healed their wounds, though to a 7-to-3 ratio considering Naruto's intent. It made one thing abundantly clear to Yamato. Naruto could be pushed as hard as Yamato wanted without fear of crippling him. And he did. The following day had a fairly slow start for Naruto. As soon as they arrived at the training grounds, Yamato immediately told him to take his clothes off and lie down. A little confused, Naruto complied and proceeded to spend the next 2 hours waiting on his back as Yamato carefully wrote on his arms, legs, and chest. As this went on, Yamato informed Naruto of what he was doing and why, which excited the boy because his training would be increased and his new goal, to become Hokage and have everyone recognize him, was becoming closer than before. That excitement died when he actually experienced it. After the seals were finished and activated, Yamato Oniai-chan instructed him to run around the field. Naruto then realized what the resistance seals actually did. When he tried to sit up, he felt like someone had placed a boulder on him, and when he moved his arms to support his suddenly hampered attempts to get up, he noticed his arms were moving in slow motion as he struggled to get them into position. As Naruto struggled, his Oniai-chan was mocking him for taking so long just to get up, calling him lazy among other things. Finally able to get up, thanks to the emotions which fueled him because of Yamato's words, he stood for a second, panting at the effort of moving in what felt like water. After more encouragement from Yamato Oniai-chan, Naruto began his task of running around the field. Or what would have been running if the effort of running was now only making him moving at a slow walking pace. Finding the struggle to merely walk aggravating, Naruto pushed himself harder, making all the muscles in his body groan and ache as they combated the anti-movement abilities of the seals. 6 hours later, and it seemed the medic Nin and Yamato had been right on the money, as Naruto was already showing vast improvements in his speed. Whereas before he was being overtaken by snails, he had finally reached the point he could run at a slow trot. On the other hand, Naruto looked dead. He was bathed in sweat, gasping for air, had glazed eyes, tomato-red skin, and was becoming slightly more gaunt as his body burned through the calories in order to supply his chakra with the means to recreate his cells. It was at this point Yamato realized he had gone too far and brought Naruto to a stop. After 1 hour, 15 nutrient bars, 20 liters of water, and a soldier pill later, Naruto was looking a bit better. His skin had mostly dried and he was no longer dark red, as well as the fact his breathing had returned to normal. While he could also once again focus his eyes, he was still gaunt due to the amount of energy his regeneration had demanded of his body. The nutrient bars had saved him from starvation, however there would be no more of this type of training until he got his energy reserves back up to strength. At the same time, it was probably the single most terrifying moment of Yamato's life. More so than any war, mission, or even Orochimaru ever was. He had nearly killed his surrogate brother. When he had heard of the regeneration ability, he had been excited and wanted to see how far this could increase Naruto's training. He had never stopped to think what this could mean for Naruto. He realized should have been more careful when exploring a new power. Instead, he had recklessly tested and used his Otudo as the test subject. It was at this point he vowed to be more careful when teaching Naruto. After that incident, Yamato deactivated the seal and gave Naruto a week to recover and replenish his energy. It only took him 2 days to fully recover, however Yamato opted to do a gentle training by having Naruto relax with the seal active. This didn't mean that he was lazing. The seal made sure of that. Every movement he made was countered by the seal. Everything from turning his head to lifting an arm to moving a damn finger. Thank the log that he could still blink and talk without issue. Despite it supposedly being a light training, he went to bed every night exhausted and his entire body aching. However, Naruto was progressing nicely. Thanks to the suicide training his Oni-chan put him through at the start, most of his muscles had already been ripped to shreds and healed already. So while it was exhausting, the worst of it had actually passed and he was able to move with only mild effort. The biggest issue was the food issue. Naruto had always been a big eater, so when his training first began, Naruto was eating over 4,000 calories a day. The last week he had been eating twice that. This of course meant the food bill went up by a large margin. Fortunately, the Hokage was willing and able to increase the stipend being paid to keep him. Despite the general improvements, he was still not comfortable with training with the seal yet. The last time he did it nearly killed him, though he didn't actually know that it nearly actually did, so he was a bit worried about it, despite Yamato's apologies and promise of lighter training. This, however, was effectively suppressed by his trust in his brother figure and Naruto's unwavering determination and stubbornness. For the next year, the physical training went much more slowly. It was still a struggle, especially when Yamato increased the power to the seals. However, the regiment was kept to a minimal as Yamato opted to let the resistance seal do its work for them rather than force it. Nice and slow was the best. Yeah. No more speed training from Yamato. Nope. Not till he was older at least. There was a major negative discovery this year which resided in the chakra control he had. It was getting worse. Yamato was banging his head for hours after he realized it. Partially because all the effort to fix his chakra control problem was being lost, but mostly because he did not realize that this would happen. The problem was that as he got older and his knowledge and body developed, add to the fact he was depleting his reserves, making shadow clones and healing his injuries, his yin and yang chakras increased, and since his chakra was naturally large already, the percentage increase these factors produced was, unfortunately, massive. In fact, after measuring his chakra again, after his progress up the tree got worse, it was discovered his chakra reserves were 70% bigger than before and 20% denser. Think of it like this: normal size and density for a high chunin is 100. When the story began, Naruto's was at 700 reserve and 300 density. They are now 1190 and 360 respectively. This left them with a problem. Yamato was planning to start teaching Naruto some jutsus when he finally was able to walk on water. However, with the sudden plummet in chakra control, it would be a race just to keep up with his chakra growth. It was after this revelation that Yamato, unwilling to let his lofty goal of perfect chakra control go, opted to increase the number of clones created and have Naruto focus solely on chakra control. The entire thing disheartened Naruto as it had been the biggest problem in his training and now his hard work was being undone. However, after a pep talk from Yamato, he rekindled his fire to even greater heights of "Yout, why did I never mind?" At that time, Naruto sat on a log in the training area. Over the months, it had begun to look quite worn out. There were a number of damaged trees which had definite signs of footprints on the trunks, while some had footprints through the trunks. The ground had been gouged from where Naruto had run, and a dead tree was present on the edge which had died after all its leaves had been plucked for the purpose of being destroyed. Used for chakra control. Overall, the training ground was kind of beat up from the pounding it had been given. However, if you looked closely, you could notice older scars which told of other trainees. The training ground would recover in time. A long time. Naruto, however, was not really looking at the training ground. He was looking over his memories and the memories of his clones. It was devastating. The amount of hours he had poured into it overall was simply ridiculous. Most people could complete all the chakra control exercises within a year, if they were lazy, and yet Naruto had spent 5 years worth of time just getting near to the top of the damn tree. Naruto let out a sigh of despair, feeling weighted by the knowledge that all that pain and suffering would soon be for naught. When Onii-chan had informed him of the problem, Naruto struggled not to cry. He waited until after Yamato Onii-chan had gone on a quick errand before he did that. The next 5 minutes were dedicated after he was out of sight had been dedicated to relieving his frustrations. Whether that was by punching a tree of simply weeping. Now he was just sitting on his little log wondering what the point of trying harder was. All that effort, wasted, were Naruto's thoughts. Without him knowing it, Yamato had already returned and was watching the slacking boy cry over spilt milk. He let out a sigh as he tried to look at things from Naruto's angle. All that work and he had just been told it was for nothing. Yeah, I have no right to talk. I would probably be bawling like a 2-year-old. Yamato thought. Well, time to buck up, Otudo. Naruto, Yamato called out as he revealed himself. Naruto jumped in surprise and embarrassment as his older brother figure appeared with a slightly disapproving look on his face. Are you going to give up? Yamato asked in a neutral voice. Naruto flinched at the emotionless tone his brother gave him before looking away from him in uncertainty and shame. He didn't know what to do. What is the point of fighting the river? Why combat the wind? In the end, the gesture is futile and heartbreaking. But he didn't want to give up. He had promised himself and Onii-chan that he would become a strong ninja and prove to everyone his worth. Seeing the conflict in Naruto's face, Yamato chose bring the hammer down. Well, that is too damn bad because I refuse to let you. Naruto's head shot up to look at his brother teacher with shock and curiosity. I have invested way too much time and effort on you for you to give up now. I will drag you to the top kicking and screaming if I have to. I will never give up, and do you know why? Because you are my Otudo and I believe that you can become the greatest ninja that has ever lived. Yamato said with an air of resolution. No doubt laced his words, nor did weakness cross his eyes. Naruto's eyes, on the other hand, were laced with tears and a growing determination as his eyes became alight with fresh flames. Now are you going to get onto your feet and walk this path with me? Yamato finished, flashing a loving and gentle smile. Naruto wiped the tears from his eyes before giving Yamato Onii-chan a wide grin. Walk? That takes too long. Let's run. With big smiles, the two began a newer and more intense training regimen. After doubling the number of clones used and dedicating them all towards chakra control, Naruto was able to recover the ground lost and begin to progress again. It was slow and agonizing, however, Naruto refused to give up and Yamato made sure to encourage him. By the time Naruto turned 6 years old, he had begun his water walking exercise. As all this was going on, Yamato continued the physical exercises. However, he put it on the back burner in favor of experimenting with Naruto's chakra. At that time, "Alright, Otudo, today we are taking a break from physical exercising," Yamato stated. Naruto cocked his head and his face scrunched up in confusion. Yamato was sure that if a woman was nearby she would squeal and shout kawaii before glomping the boy, Jinchuriki or not. What are we doing then, Oni-chan? Naruto questioned. We are going to be experimenting with your chakra, Yamato stated, causing Naruto to blink as he was still a bit confused. Due to the fact your chakra is so unique in its composition, and the fact it is large and dense makes it almost a Kekkei Genkai. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that, though not in confusion but in surprise. As such, we must experiment to find out its limits and abilities. We already know about your regeneration, so that's one thing out of the way. Naruto looked confused again, something which made Yamato confused. What's wrong, Naruto? I was just wondering why we didn't do this earlier? Naruto asked of his Oni-chan. It was a very good question. A very good question. One Yamato was struggling to find an answer for. Well, you see, I was going to at the beginning, however, I thought it best to get ahead in your studies, so I dedicated our time to that. Then once that was done, I thought that it might be best if your chakra control was higher before we started to mess around. Yamato took a breath. However, when that was completed, you got the Kagebushin no Jutsu, which accelerated your training, which I wanted to closely monitor. After that was when we discovered your regeneration. Yamato flinched as he said this, and resultant recovery. After which I got a bit, scared, which made me opt not to continue. Ahem. Naruto nodded at that. After the first time he used the resistance seals, Yamato Oni-chan had acted paranoid and had been doting on Naruto for over a month before he manned up again. Naruto had stumbled upon a medical book some time afterwards which had explained what exactly had happened that day and why it freaked his Oni-chan out. It definitely freaked him out. Anyway, we are doing it now, so let's try out some things which I noticed over the last couple of years, Yamato said. Now you remember how to move your chakra through your body, correct? Naruto nodded. Okay, then I want you to pour as much chakra through your body's chakra network as you can, Yamato said. Naruto looked confused again, however he quickly complied. Naruto directed his chakra through his chakra network, causing Naruto to feel a surge of energy as the chakra infused with his muscles, eyes, etc. That's when it happened. He was so focused upon moving his chakra that he didn't notice it at first. However, when he was done, he realized that he was glowing a soft green. Surrounding his body was a coating of inch-deep chakra, which seemed to act as a second skin. Naruto looked towards Yamato for instructions, only to find that he too was in awe. Breaking out of his reverie, Yamato noticed Naruto's bewildered eyes, which prompted him to continue with the exercise. Alright Naruto, I want you to try punching that tree over there, he said, pointing at a random tree, and see what happens. Make sure that you focus upon what you're doing, so we can review the results. Naruto nodded before going up to the tree left of the one Yamato actually pointed at. Yamato shrugged as it didn't matter which tree he actually hit. Getting into a stance, Naruto proceeded to punch the tree with all his strength. Boom. Crack. Both sets of eyes widened at the damage caused. Naruto's arm was shoulder deep inside the tree and there were large fractures going up, down and around the tree trunk. There was an awkward silence as Naruto slowly pulled his arm out of the hole that he created, his green aura still surrounding him. Incredible, Yamato said in a tone which voiced his awe. Only Tsunade would have been able to do anything like that to the tree, though she would have blown the thing apart. It was comparable to Inu Senpai's Chidori, but with more brute power. Naruto was also in awe, especially now that he had noticed Oni-chan's. Looking at the tree, he noticed that it now looked decidedly unsafe, so he moved away from it to stand next to Yamato Oni-chan. Yamato started, alright, how we know that this chakra aura has high offensive abilities, let's see how it does with defense. Now I want you to get to stand there and I'm going to lightly hit you. Naruto nodded again, though this time he looked a bit worried. Deciding not to address it, Yamato continued with the experiment. Faster than Naruto could see, Yamato smashed his fist into Naruto's stomach with a decent amount of force as Naruto was sent sailing backward several feet before crashing to the ground. Yamato was suddenly concerned he may have used a bit too much force in that attack. Rushing over, he sighed in relief as Naruto managed to reach a sitting position without any difficulty, his green aura still active. "Are you all right?" Yamato asked. Naruto looked at him in a bit of a daze, however he nodded his head. "Why, yeah, I'm fine. At least I don't feel any pain or anything," Naruto confirmed. "Good. That was only genin level, however it is very impressive that you didn't feel anything," Yamato complimented, making Naruto feel slightly happy. "Yash, now we know what you can do, let's find the limit. Since it's easier than finding a boulder to smash, let's start with me beating you around the training ground until you feel something." Naruto promptly paled before gulping in a mixture of anxiety and sheer terror. Feeling no pain is nice. However, being beaten up is scary regardless of whether or not you feel it. For the next hour, Yamato punched Naruto around the training ground as Yamato slowly increased his strength until Naruto finally felt a slight sting at around high chunin level. Over the 2 months leading up to his 6th birthday, Naruto and Yamato continued to experiment with the density aspect of Naruto's chakra, seeing if the chakra armor could be modified and shaped, such as create a shield or a sword or a dome barrier. Once Naruto got the hang of manipulating and shaping his chakra, it did not take much effort to create virtually anything you could think of. Though creating anything too big took up way too much chakra and ended up fatiguing him, the lead example was when Naruto tried to create a massive frog out of chakra. He managed it, however the drain and the amount of chakra it took to create a construct that size with the density to have physical properties was exhausting. After learning to condense the armor, the defense value went up to mid-jounin. However, the level of concentration required made this useless until it could be done effortlessly. The same was true with the chakra constructs. Yamato noted the armor could possibly be similar to the shaping step of the Raitun no Yoroi the Reikage uses. It would require testing later when Naruto managed to complete the walker walking exercise and the elemental manipulation training began. Life continued for some time as it had before. Wake up, breakfast, training all day, bed and relaxation in the evening. Fairly grueling for a 6-year-old, however, without anyone to play with or anything to do. Naruto was more than happy to go through grueling training day after day. This all changed, however, shortly after Naruto's birthday when he went to the academy. Shortly after first day at academy. It was the day of the academy and Naruto was feeling excited, scared and sad. Excited because of how he could go to the academy and begin his path to becoming a shinobi. Sad because it would cut into the time he could spend with his Onii-chan. Scared because he knew what he could expect from the academy. The hateful glares of parents and teachers and the whispers of children who had been told not to talk to him. It almost made him want not to go. Not that he would voice that to Gigi and Onii-chan. Gigi seemed excited by the prospect of him going to the academy, seeming to think he may be able to make some friends there or something, while Onii-chan was hopeful of the same thing, and it was clear he wanted to get back to missions, something that he hadn't really done in 2 years. Naruto couldn't begrudge them for thinking these things as he too was hopeful in making friends, though he didn't expect he would, and Yamato Onii-chan had already dedicated a lot of time into him, so it would be unfair to demand him to continue training him all day every day until he became a ninja. Aside from that, he had his own determination to support him. Yamato Onii-chan had opted not to teach him throwing techniques or the basic 3 jutsus, as he would learn that in the academy, and he was curious how the teachers would treat Naruto. He too believed in the will of fire after all, he just wished it was justified. Naruto approached the gates of the academy to find his fear justified. As soon as he came into sight, half the parents subtly told their children to stay away from him, the other half just straight out said it. Naruto just sighed as he realized that finding a friend was a forlorn hope. The parents wouldn't want him anywhere near their children and, as the psychology book said, would take the opportunity and bully him, safe with the knowledge that they wouldn't be told off. Ignoring all their glares, Naruto proceeded to enter the classroom he was supposed to go to. When he got there, he was the only one in the room, as he was early and the children were still saying goodbye to their parents. It was another 10 minutes before the other kids started walking in. The first to arrive was a pineapple-haired boy with an expression on his face which screamed troublesome, and a chubby boy eating a pack of crisps in his hand who had brown hair and spirals on his cheeks. They seemed to be friends as they sat together behind him, with the lazy-looking one was next to the window. After that, the other kids started to pour in, all of whom were a variety of shapes and colors. Pink-haired girl, blonde girl, idiot with dog on his head, weirdo wearing a high-collar jacket and goggles, girl with lavender eyes, girl with black eyes. The last one got his attention. He knew who the Uchiha and recognized that she too was one due to their black eyes. The Uchiha symbol on her back was also a dead giveaway, but give points for figuring it out from just her eyes. Why did she get his attention? Because he found her beautiful. 12-year-old Satsuki in profile. He was 6, so he had no clue what was going on or what he was feeling, but he just felt attracted to her. Unfortunately, the girl didn't so much as glance at him and sat at the other side of the classroom. After the last few students trickled in, 2 shinobi came in. One with a large scar over his nose appeared in the classroom while the other had silver hair. No scar was smiling for the most part except for when his eyes fell on Naruto, where his smile faltered for a second before it returned when he continued to look over the class. Greetings everyone. My name is Irika Umino and this is my co-teacher Mizuki. Today is the first day on your journey to becoming a ninja of the leaf. It will not be an easy task though. It will require great effort and a steady resolve to become ninja, as it is a long and dangerous road to follow. However, I am sure that together you will all succeed. Irika said with a happy smile while Mizuki simply looked bored. Now let's do a roll call. Let's see. Are Kimichi Choji? Irika asked. Here, said the chubby boy. Okay. Aburame Shino? Here, said Slash, mumbled the kid in shades. Irika continued down the list, calling names and waiting for the answer from the respective children. Uzumaki Naruto? Naruto almost jumped at that, as he had entered a near-dozing stage between the speech and the roll call. Here, nearing the happy tone, Irika paused before he continued. Uchiha Satsuki? Naruto perked slightly at that and turned to look at the suspected Uchiha to get a confirmation on her name. Here came the feminine reply from the Uchiha girl. Satsuki Mei? Lovely name, Naruto thought dreamily. Irika-sensei finished roll call before once again addressing the class. Okay, now that everyone is here, we'll begin with the first task, and that is unlocking your chakra. Can I have a show of hands for those who have already unlocked their chakra? Naruto and all the clan members raised their hands. Irika nodded and set out to instruct all the people whose chakra was still locked. While this was going on, the people who didn't need instruction talked amongst each other. Most of them, at least. I was left alone with no one sitting next to me or paying attention to me, just like their parents said. You're Naruto, right? Came a voice from behind. Looking around in surprise, he was met with the plump face of one Choji. Yeah. Choji smiled. Choji, he said, pointing to himself. And this is Shikamaru, pointing at the now sleeping Nara. Naruto nodded in acknowledgement, still rather surprised about the unexpected introduction. We were going to watch clouds during the break. Do you want to join? The Akimichi asked. Naruto blinked as he processed the invitation before his face split into a massive smile. Sure, Naruto exclaimed with a big grin still on his face. Choji smiled back, finding that grin to be infectious. Even the lazy Nara, who had cracked an eye to watch Choji's attempt at making friends, mustered the energy to make a small smile. When the initial introductory classes were finished and the first break began, Naruto, Shikamaru and Choji found a nice patch of grass and lay down next to each other and watched the clouds pass. Naruto didn't understand how Shikamaru liked it so much, however, he did understand why he did it. Looking into the blue sky and cotton clouds was oddly relaxing. All the worries, fears, and pain he experienced seemed to be soothed, for a lack of a better word, as if the clouds that passed were somehow delicately stroking the sores of his mind. The only thing that ruined it was the sound of Choji munching on his crisps and the annoying people playing in the playground. But Naruto didn't let it bother him, as this was the first thing he had ever done with people his age, if you don't count fighting. This went on for about 10 minutes before a bell rang for everyone to return to class. This pattern went on for the rest of the day until the academy ended at 3 o'clock, when the parents came to pick up all the children. Despite his own instinct and advice, Naruto stayed to watch loving parents pick up their sons and daughters and ask them how their day was, all with kind, loving smiles. Yamato and Gigi were close to him and he loved them. However, he always felt something was missing. Never sure what it was, but knew there was a hole in his heart. And now it was aching. He knew he shouldn't have stayed. Arriving back at his apartment, he was greeted by a smiling Yamato. "How did school go?" he asked warmly. Despite still feeling a bit pained, Naruto was able to conjure a decently genuine smile at the question, just enough to fool Yamato. "Great. I managed to make a couple of friends called Choji and Shikamaru," Naruto exclaimed happily. "We spent our breaks watching clouds. It was really relaxing," Naruto told him. His smile faltered, however, when he recalled Iruka-sensei. "Though I don't think the sensei likes me," he admitted, allowing a bit of his depression to slip through. Yamato could only nod as he knew that Iruka was Naruto's sensei. However, he also knew Iruka was a good man and hoped he would see past his hate. However, he noticed something of what Naruto had said. Cloud watching. It was a Nara hobby which almost every single Nara male participated in. He then realized something that he should have done long ago. And Yamato thought he had the perfect thing for Naruto to when he was on missions. "Hey Naruto, I'm going to be going on a missions again in a week time." Naruto slouched slightly at that comment. "However, I have an idea of what you can do in the meantime." Naruto looked at him in confusion before coming to the conclusion that he was talking about a training regiment or a new jutsu to learn, or maybe a fighting style to learn. Now extremely interested, Naruto shifted his body and eyes in order to optimize his focus. "You need a hobby," Yamato stated with a cruel smirk. Naruto blinked. Chapter 3. "Hey Naruto, I'm going to be going on a missions again in a week time." Naruto slouched slightly at that comment. "However, I have an idea of what you can do in the meantime." Naruto looked at him in confusion before coming to the conclusion that he was talking about a training regiment or a new jutsu to learn, or maybe a fighting style to learn. Now extremely interested, Naruto shifted his body and eyes in order to optimize his focus. "You need a hobby," Yamato stated with a cruel smirk. Naruto blinked. "Hobby?" Naruto asked. He of course knew what Yamato Oni-chan meant. He just didn't what the hell he meant. "Yes. Something fun you can do which you can do in your spare time." Naruto blinked again, his face still scrunched up in confusion. "Can't I just do more training?" Yamato sighed at that but forged onwards. "You can, however it is extremely stressful and doesn't help you to relax or forget your worries in the slightest." Naruto focused on the forget your worries part and thought back to how he felt when watching the clouds. "So I'll take up cloud watching? Naruto asked/stated. Yamato shook his head, however. "The Nara are genetically lazy, which makes an easy hobby like cloud watching perfect for them," he countered. "You, however, are hyperactive. I had to glue you to the chair more than once when I started teaching you history because you wouldn't sit still." Naruto had the grace to look embarrassed at that. After losing 5 pairs of trousers to that seat, he had learnt to sit still. However, even today he was restless despite that. "No. Cloud watching is fine if you want to relax for a moment, however, it is not suited for a hobby. However, there is something you may be good at." His smile again becoming sadistic. Naruto was slightly concerned by that smile but chose to bite the kunai. "What?" Naruto asked. "Pranking," Yamato declared excitedly. Naruto gave him an incredulous look. "What?" "Think about it. It takes a lot of energy, especially when running from the angry pranked. It is difficult, but the results are spectacular. You can target the meaner of the village and Hokage-sama will get more paperwork because of it." Naruto was a bit creeped out by his Oni-chan's need to make Naruto's Gigi suffer. However, he did like the idea. It was a weird hobby, but it sounded fun. Yamato, seeing how the idea was getting Naruto's attention, decided to place the icing on the cake. "Plus, it will be great training. Depending upon the prank, you will be having Chunin, Jonin, and even Anbu after you, so it will help with your speed, endurance, and quick thinking to shake them off." Naruto's head bobbed up and down slowly as he processed the icing as it came. It will also require planning, stealth, and flamboyance, which will be useful when infiltrating enemy territory. Icing done, all that was left was the cherry. It would also be something to talk about with your friends. And sold. Naruto froze before he put on a big grin, which he soon directed at Yamato. All right, then I'm going to prank the entire village. Yamato smiled at the boy's enthusiasm, oblivious to the monster he had just unwittingly unleashed upon Konoha. Hiruzen would not be the only one to find his way into its path of destruction. 2 months later, Naruto began pranking the next day. Small things at first, putting the chalk eraser over the door, tying someone's shoelaces together, taking someone's school book from them and then giving it back just when they got in trouble, etc. Nothing overly big, and he got caught a lot at the beginning. However, after Yamato left a week later, as promised, Naruto upped his game. He began creating traps and various paint compounds for the purpose of making someone's life as miserable as possible. He began to carefully plan his pranks after his first few failures and proceeded to make a multitude of plans. In the month that Yamato was on his mission, half of Konoha was thrown into chaos. Exploding paint traps in shops and alleys, smelly bombs planted in the houses of his more vocal haters, people waking up with fake snakes in their beds, and drunkards making out with random animals when they wake up, putting super spicy chili powder in some jonin sake and various others. He even made a random chunin, and everyone who saw it think he had killed the blonde by swiftly stealing one of his kunai, coating it in rabbit blood, and then subtly placing it into the unsuspecting chunin's hand when he walked into him by accident, revealing a bloody spot on his orange jumper, which was caused by a bag of rabbit blood, leaving the perpetrator being left literally red-handed hold the murder weapon, as Naruto fell to the ground dead. The look of horror on the chunin's face and the way everyone looked at him like a psychopath was hilarious, and he almost broke the act. Another ninja actually tried to arrest him until Naruto suddenly disappeared while leaving behind a "You've been pranked" note. Later, Naruto was forever grateful that he had stayed around long enough to hear the chunin scream profanities in the wake of the young blonde's prank, even if doing so caused him to get caught. Naruto had also noticed a man with silver hair walking down the street with a strange orange book in his hand. Naruto decided to try to steal it and then make the man think that it had been destroyed by burning a fake where he could see it. It would have been awesome if the jonin in question wasn't so protective of it. He didn't get anywhere near snatching it before the jonin caught him. He was kind enough to compliment and provide advice for Naruto to work with before he handed him over to Irika for a verbal beating. It was good advice, which he promptly used the next day to steal the book. It was a failure that time too, and this time he didn't get any more advice as the man no longer looked amused. Naruto opted not to push his luck any further with that one, at least until he increased his stealth skill. When Yamato returned 4 weeks later, he came face to face with a livid Hokage who, after getting reports about the aftermath of Naruto's new hobby, was surrounded by paperwork and looking very exhausted. "Tenzo, you better be able to explain to me why you have Naruto pranking half of Konoha, or so help me, I will demote you to genin." Tenzo's eyes widened in terror and horror. "Naruto, you traitor. I thought Naruto needed a hobby and pranking suited him." Killing intent poured in from all sides as the Hokage and hidden ANBU displayed their displeasure and voiced their warning that he was on thin ice. He et al. Also serves as training because of the requirements needed to successfully prank someone and get away with it. Yamato gulped as the killing intent didn't abate. It is an important outlet in order to relieve the stress from training and the animosity of the village. It was a bit of a cheat excuse, but it was also true. True to his expectation, the Sandaime caved, and with him the ANBU. With a sigh, the Hokage composed himself. "Couldn't you have gotten him to do gardening or story writing or something?" Tenzo's eyes widened slightly, thankful he had opted to wear his mask for the meeting. He is still an ANBU. Gardening. He would have liked gardening, he thought. Pranking was still a good training method though. How is he doing?" Yamato asked the Hokage. He flinched when the sandaime glared at him but relaxed when the old man sighed again and gave the blonde's guardian a report of his escapades. Extremely well. Despite his choice of clothing, he is rarely caught before he strikes and is often long gone from the scene before anyone even realizes what happened. Yamato was impressed. The Hokage continued on, grudging respect in his voice. Most of the pranks are fairly childish and easy to clean up, however his more elaborate ones are scary. He actually made a seasoned chunin think he had killed him using his own kunai. Yamato was very impressed. However, during the chases the chunin participate in always result in him being caught, though it has been taking longer and longer for him to be caught. His speed is barely genin, however his use of his smaller size and evasive maneuvering have been giving all the chunin quite the workout. Even a few bruises. Okay, now Yamato was impressed. He didn't expect Naruto to be this good. He was sure that it would take months for Naruto to get this good. He had real talent for infiltration on top of being a powerhouse. Tenzo was torn from his thoughts by the authority in his Hokage's voice as he continued in a more reprimanding tone. While I accept that Naruto needs a hobby, and he is obviously enjoying it, I want you to get him to slow down the pranks. I can't keep up with the complaints and paperwork at this rate. Tenzo nodded. Hi Hokage-sama. Tenzo acknowledged. Good, now where is your report for the mission? After the report had been handed in, Yamato had gone looking for Naruto in the hope of stopping him before the Hokage lost his temper. It was at his point that he felt the full effects of Naruto's talents. He first searched around Naruto's apartment before heading towards the training ground, making the mistake to go by the usual route. He noticed the ninja wire a mile away and promptly stepped over it, only to put his foot through a hole in the ground, thereby triggering a hidden wire trap that was in the ground. Caught off balance and with a foot trapped in the ground, Yamato was defenseless as a bucket filled with glue fell straight onto his head. In a panic, Yamato stumbled around blindly as he struggled to remove the bucket from his head before the glue set, which he managed, just before he fell into a pit trap which was filled with pink feathers. Yamato lay in the pile for a few seconds, fuming about how badly he had been pranked, and rather proud that his student couldn't bring himself to call him a brother at this moment, had managed to get him at all. Still fuming, Yamato climbed out of the pit, now covered in pink feathers, and began to stomp his way back to the training ground. He was so caught up in his anger and embarrassment from his humiliation that he failed to notice the trip wire that was on the ground, which caused him to promptly fall on his face. When Yamato gained a semblance of control over himself again, he finally got up before noticing something was on his face. It was a flamingo beak. Snap. Yamato began to release massive amounts of killing intent before he charged in a blind rage towards the training ground with the full intent of beating the respect into his delinquent surrogate brother. All the while apparently not noticing that his rage's target was sitting in a tree not 10 meters away, struggling with all his willpower not to laugh his ass off. When he thought he was safe, Naruto let out a full-blown howl of laughter at the misfortune that had befell his Onii-chan. He had actually been set up by Hokage Gigi to do it after Naruto had been coerced into revealing Yamato's part in his new pastime. Naruto, having developed a Suddy's cough love for pranking, had readily agreed to the idea and had spent the last week carefully planning this prank. It was filled with secondary and tertiary triggers, and, should his Onii-chan bypass all of them, he had a second pranks hidden in reserve just in case, all with its own backup triggers. It was truly a work of art, something which he took genuine pride in, even if it might have got him caught. Naruto-kun, came a icy voice behind him. He froze. Naruto was terrified to look behind him. He knew nothing good would come of it. But he couldn't stop. He had to look. So he did. Turning his head around slowly, he came face to face with Yamato's Ghoul Eyes jutsu, and somehow the feathers and beak actually made it scarier. Naruto gulped at the sight. Yamato rarely used this on him, especially not recently, but it had always cowed him into submission. This time was no different. Hi! Naruto stuttered as sweat poured in torrents down his face as those eyes bore into him. You were the one who created those traps, right? Naruto gulped as Yamato stared at him. There was no escape. There would be a punishment for this. Naruto's sole hope was to lessen the punishment if only slightly, and there was only one way to do that. "JGG made me," he said, employing every last shred of acting ability he had. Putting on an air of regret and submission, Naruto forged on. He made me do it. Sniff, I said I didn't want to prank Oniai-chan, but Sniff, he said he would pay the Ichiraku not to serve me ramen, and Sniff would prevent me from buying orange clothes. It was tricky, but Naruto managed to put an almost genuine display of sorrow and repentance with tears, runny nose and everything. Failed though. "Oh? So that childish laughter I heard was Hokage-sama's fault too, huh?" Yamato countered, his eyes still staring at him with that technique. He didn't even blink. How the hell does he do that? Shit, I forgot about that. Damn, think Naruto think. And as if all the mighty log took pity on him, a thought managed to make it though that thick skull of his. Why yes, GG was hiding with me until a moment ago in a henge. He was here a moment ago, but he seems to be gone. It was brilliant. A perfect lie, and one that couldn't be proven to be false. Or rather, Yamato wouldn't bother to confront him about it. Yamato canceled his jujitsu and allowed his eyes to be set into a doubtful glare, giving Naruto enough relief to breathe again. "Fine," he said. "I'll buy it for now, but Naruto-kun, we will be having words in a more favorable environment," Yamato said as he reactivated his Ghoul Eyes jutsu, once again frozen in place is sheer terror. It was going to be a long day for Naruto and, despite it all, he wouldn't change anything for anything. Yamato's favorable environment consisted of Naruto being hung upside down from a tree while avoiding being used as a piñata by Yamato Oniai-chan, as his surrogate brother ranted at him for the latter half of the day. It had been an interesting experience for Naruto as the act of dodging involved the use of muscles he had never used before and the application of someone he didn't think he would use. Overall, it was great training, even though he only dodged most of them at the beginning as his Oniai-chan grew increasingly aggravated. 2 hours before sunset, Yamato finally calmed down after he had sufficiently unleashed his anger and the solution to dissolve the glue had finished working, though Naruto withholding the information till only an hour ago didn't help much. After he had let Naruto down, Yamato questioned him on his week and how his pranking went. Despite his reaction, Yamato was extremely impressed with Naruto's prank on him. Very few could say they could prank an ANBU, and even fewer would have the gall and balls to try. Naruto, it seemed, was one of those very few. He was just as impressed as Naruto regaled him with his exploits, success and failures, and what he had learnt from it all, though he opted not to inform him of how much time and effort he had put into Yamato's prank. He didn't want to be hanging in the tree all night after all. The conversation eventually turned to the academy. "So how are the teachers and other kids treating you?" Yamato asked. He was hoping for a positive response but was more than prepared for a negative. So Naruto replied, that he had not expected. "Meaning?" Yamato inquired. "Well, my teacher, Irika-sensei, has stopped acting strange around me and is trying to teach me like everyone else. But his assistant Mizuki-sensei always glares at me and only help reluctantly." Yamato's face was set in a sort of smile frown as he tried to project his happiness and encouragement to Naruto, which warred against the anger towards this Mizuki leaked into his features. Naruto didn't notice this and continued on. "I haven't made any more friends and most of the kids stay away from me and look down on me. Though the major bullies have dried up after I began my pranking. That would do it. Imagine being the target of the pranking demon, a nickname the Hokage mentioned when Tenzo was dismissed. If even he, his loving brother, suffered this much from one prank, then he couldn't imagine the fate of one that pissed the blonde off. You were right that my pranks were of interest, and Shikamaru even gave me advice on how to plan them, though they don't have much interest in the pranks themselves," Naruto said a bit forlornly. He didn't expect them to be ecstatic about them, but he had hoped they would find them interesting or even funny. Yamato nodded. It seemed things still weren't great around the village, but he was happy that Naruto enjoyed himself and was able to keep himself occupied. "By the way, did you neglect your other training?" Yamato asked, his eyes once more becoming dangerous and his tone gaining an edge to them. "And no, I kept up with it every day like you told me to." Naruto said a bit nervously. He was a tad traumatized by the punishment he had just received. I see. And was there any progress? They both knew what exactly he was referring to. The shadow clones were only doing one thing. A bit, Oni-chan. I can now stand a bit in the water, however it's only after I have half submerged into the water and I'm concentrating really hard. Yamato nodded encouragingly. He did not expect for even a second that Naruto would make vast progress in that regard. Chakra control was extremely difficult for those with big reserves, and seeing as he had the biggest in history, a size that was still growing, it would be far more shocking if he had done well. That is good progress. Better that I thought, to be honest. This actually was true. I'm sure you will be able to stand on the water by your 7th birthday. He said confidently with a kind smile while giving the little blonde's hair a tussle. Naruto, despite himself, grinned widely at that and was extremely happy that his brother believed in him. Kamion, I'll buy you some ramen from Ichiraku's. Naruto proceeded to give a loud whooping sound before Yamato's voice overrode his own. But only 3 bowls. Oh. Naruto moaned softly, but he still skipped and ran around Yamato in excitement as he walked towards the ramen place. The following month had shown great, for Naruto, improvements in Naruto's chakra control. All his clones pushed themselves extra hard every day in order to stand on the water. In the end, he was only going 2 inches shallower into the water, however it required less concentration to do that much. As his clones were doing that, Naruto was once again undergoing physical training with an even higher resistance seal than before. He was still only mid-genin with the seals off, though he always had them on, so it seemed like he was weak at the academy. Naruto didn't care about that though. Let them think what they want, for now he would just prove them wrong when he took the seals off. When Yamato Oni-chan told him how, Yamato had wanted to remove all temptation from Naruto and opted not to teach him now. Naruto didn't mind too much. It was annoying being so weak because of the seals. However, he trusted his Oni-chan completely. Aside from that, there was no real change in Naruto's life until the 3rd month since his birthday. At this time, Yamato was once again going off on a mission, this time for 2 months. So Naruto was back to pranking, though it was more subdued and spread out than the month of terror, with Naruto focusing more on the planning in order to create surefire ways of pulling the prank off and escaping. It was not always successful, however he now had a higher success ratio. He was actually happy he did not always succeed, because if he did, then he would not have met her. Naruto was running with all his might after a late evening prank to escape the villagers he had just victimized. It appears they do not appreciate having their houses being painted neon pink. He would have gotten away with it too if it hadn't been for that meddling. Wait, that doesn't sound like Naruto. Anyway, he was running and he was slowly getting away. His seal meant he was still slower than most civilians, however, he was much smaller and knew all the secret passages to throw them off. He used one of them now to finally disappear from sight and reach the clear. Letting out a sigh of relief, he breathed deeply to reduce the beating of his heart to a calm and steady beat. It was not until he was done that he noticed a slight sob coming from the alley he had ducked into. Looking around, he finally found a teen with purple pineapple-styles hair sitting midway into the alley, hold a fairly large bottle of sake in her hands as she sobbed quietly to herself. Her face was in her knees while her elbows rested on said knees, effectively hiding her eyes from the world. Or maybe her from the world. Naruto was confused and he didn't know what was wrong with her. But there was one thing clear. She was sad. Nothing else mattered aside from this fact, and, in his need to ease her pain, he approached her before giving her head a gentle hug. The girl obviously had not heard him at all as she flinched when he hugged her. She looked up into his eyes as he looked in hers. He saw the pain she was too slow to hide, and he in turn allowed her to see his. Tears still flowing freely down her cheek, she grabbed hold of him and drew him into a tighter hug, which he reciprocated with as much force as he could muster. She was openly sobbing into his orange jumper now as he gently stroked her hair in a comforting manner. It continued on for 20 minutes before the teen calmed down enough to let go. Naruto still held onto her for another minute before sitting down next to her. "Thank you." she eventually said in barely a whisper. Naruto would not have heard it if not for the fact he was focusing on her as strongly as he had. "You're welcome," he said, giving her arm a pat and a comforting stroke. She smiled a bit as he tried, and succeeded in comforting her. "I can't believe I was comforted by a gaki." Naruto chuckled a bit by that. He knew that he was not the typical type of person to be proving emotional help. That was an adult's job after all. "Mitarashi Anko," she stated. Naruto looked at her for a second before he realized she was introducing herself. "Naruto Uzumaki Naruto," he replied as he put out a hand. She looked at it for only a second before she reached out her own hand and shook it. "Nice to meet you," they both said at the same time, causing their smiles to broaden. Sitting back into a comfortable silence, they both looked at the stars above Konoha. Naruto would have stayed there all night if need be, however he had a cutoff time which he was quickly approaching. Opting to break the silence, Naruto asked her the question that had nagged him since he saw her crying. "Why were you crying?" he asked without looking at her. He made sure not to put anything that could be perceived as pressurizing in his voice to ensure her comfort. She was silent for a minute, which he respected, before she began to speak. "The villagers, I was the student of Orochimaru who, She looked very uncomfortable and was visibly struggling to get her sentences. She was also obviously afraid. She probably thought Naruto didn't realize who she was, which he didn't at the time, and would hate her as well for being related to the traitor, which he also didn't. "The villagers project the traitor Orochimaru onto you and look at you with hate because you are associated to him," he said calmly. He knew who Orochimaru was and what he had done. He didn't read through the library 5 times and have an ANBU for a teacher for nothing. It was at this that she tensed and seemed to withdraw into her shell. "Complete assholes, aren't they?" Naruto asked in a conversational manner. Anko's head shot up, partially because of the fact he, a 6-year-old, had sworn, but mostly of the fact he didn't care about Orochimaru being her sensei. "I mean, what did Mitarashi Anko ever do to them?" he asked her with a kind smile of his face. Anko just stared at him for a moment before smiling and crying again. "Thank you," she said as she struggled to control her happy tears. "Baka," Naruto said with a loving smile and tone. "I have done nothing which needs thanking for," he reassured her as he stood up and hugged her again. 4 weeks later. "Naruto," Anko shouted as she ran into the training ground before glomping the poor/lucky young blonde into a crushing hug. "Anko-chan," Naruto responded through her budding breasts, not reacting to the sudden action as he had gotten used to the purplet's eccentric behavior, though she was distracting him from the little garden he had made to the side. Following Yamato's advice, Naruto had taken up gardening and was currently growing a few flowers. It was actually rather nice, though they only required a few hours of attention a week. It made relieving his boredom difficult when the only thing he could really do with his plants was watch them grow. On the other hand, he had decided to take up another art, cooking. He had actually asked Ayamwani-san for tutoring, which she happily provided. Because she had work during the day, she would teach Naruto after the store closed and during his lunch breaks when he was allowed to eat ramen by Yamato. Outside of those times, he mostly taught himself. It actually turned out he had a bit of talent as a cook. He had only made cakes, a few bowls of ramen, and some other simple dishes, but he was actually making decent progress. His imagination helped in developing the foods he could make, though he still wasn't anywhere near as good as the Ikarakus. He was currently working on dango, something he knew Anko-chan liked. However, his few attempts were less than satisfactory. He currently had a couple of clones working on his ramen and dango skills, which he normally wouldn't do most of the time as he wanted it to be done by his own hands, in order to satisfy 2 of the things he loves. Anko didn't know he was doing this though. Back to present though. "How are you, Anko-chan?" Naruto asked as he was finally released after his spine was cracked. "Fine," she said cheerily. "Though that guy I was talking about the other day tried to make a move on me, but I managed to get him to back off by kicked the perv in the balls," she said as if discussing the weather. Naruto didn't sympathize with the guy in the slightest, and it showed in his smirk. However, he still flinched internally at the prospect of her going for a man's family jewels. Prick the guy maybe, but ball shots are always low blows. Pun intended. He just hoped he never elicited that kind of response from a girl, or at least became fast enough to dodge first. Maybe that was why the yondaime was so fast? Nice, Naruto said. He didn't think it was that nice, however, it was still good that the guy would be inoperable for the new few days. Anko just gave a cheeky grin in response. Anko still remembered the first couple of weeks of their budding friendship. She had naturally tried to place herself in the dominating role. As she was older and more mature, bullshit. This, however, was quickly destroyed. On the second week since their relationship began, Anko had found herself at a gathering of chunin and jonin where they assigned certain duties to perform, such as patrols, guarding, courier duty, etc. There she had to sit for over 2 hours, all while suffering the glares and insults tossed at and around her. She bore it like a soldier, until she managed to get out when she had promptly run to Naruto for comfort. He had thankfully been in his apartment experimenting with a cake mix when she had come in looking as if someone had killed her puppy. It's very painful, believe me. The next hour of him comforting her as she cried had essentially destroyed any hope she had of being the stronger of the two in the relationship. Not that she minded really. While it was weird, the experience made her more than happy to consider Naruto as an equal. Still working on that garden? She asked. She didn't really much care for gardening, however, she liked the results, and she had to admit his flowers looked very vibrant. Yeah, it looks great, doesn't it? He asked expectantly. She mumbled positively, making Naruto happy that his flowers were appreciated. How did you do that anyway? None of the other flowers look this bright, she asked curiously. Naruto smiled knowingly. I put some of my chakra into them, he said with a smirk. Anko blinked. Chakra can do that? How does that work? She asked. Naruto nodded understandingly, as normal chakra could not do that. Well, you know how I told you my chakra was like the medical chakra, right? Naruto inquired. Getting a nod, he began his explanation. Normal chakra can't really do this, however my chakra is unique and has beneficial properties and heals my injuries, so I thought maybe it has effects on other things. So I tried it on my plants. He finished, rather pleased with his deduction, which had proved to be dead on. Anko was actually a bit awed by this ability, as it would mean he was essentially a walking healing station. She then became curious. She was not a medic nin herself, however, she had learnt about Iryujitsu during her time with Orochimaru. Aside from the properties of medical chakra, you also had to guide the chakra to the correct places or it would do nothing. Feeling a bit adventurous, she decided to experiment. Pulling out her kunai, she made a reasonably sized cut on her hand, causing the unsuspecting blonde to freak out. Anko, what are you doing? Naruto yelled in shock. Ignoring him until she was done, she then presented the cut hand to him. Put your chakra into it, she said. Naruto hesitantly reached out his hand and took it. Small amounts, she advised quickly. It was not a good idea to let Naruto run rampant with his colossal chakra, especially considering he was in a bit of a panic right now. Naruto nodded as acknowledgement before pouring the smallest amount of chakra he could manage into her hand. He then jumped when Anko suddenly jerked and gasped. He looked into her face in surprise, only to find her eyes closed and her face into a blissful expression before she did a full body blush and clamped her legs together, severely confusing Naruto. Are you all right? Naruto asked in concern. This caused the blush in her face to deepen before she gave a stuttering reply. Yes, I'm fine, she said hastily. She was still very red and she was rubbing her legs together for some reason. Yamato made sure Naruto did not go into the adult section. I would recommend you talk to your Oni-chan about this before you try to experiment any further, she said, which only further confused Naruto. Okay. How's your hand? He asked as his concern grew a bit as he remembered what they were originally doing. Looking down at her hand, he was happy to find that the bleeding had stopped and it was slowly healing. He let out a sigh of relief and was about to further question Anko when she suddenly stood up. I just realized I have something to do. Talk to you later, Kay. She asked before swiftly leaving the clearing and a clueless Naruto. What the hell just happened? Naruto was confused for some time after, namely 5 years. But enough of breaking the time barrier. 2 weeks later. It had been a dark day in Konoha these last 2 weeks, and for once it wasn't Naruto's fault. If anything, it was despite of Naruto that it had been dark. The reason for this? Because Uchiha Itachi had just annihilated the entire Uchiha clan, leaving only one single person alive. His sister, Uchiha Satsuki. Naruto, despite the fact most Uchiha were assholes, had done a number of memorial pieces dedicated to the all-but-extinct clan. He didn't do this out of any love for the clan or simply because he wanted to do the right thing, though that was one of the 2 reasons. No, the reason he did it was because it was his crush's clan. Naruto had tried talking to Satsuki in the past and she had been mostly cordial. However, she had shown no interest in him at all. This had saddened Naruto considerably. However, he continued to search for her attention, trying to get her to play with him even though it met with no success. But now she had gone from mildly arrogant and distant to being a complete recluse. She rarely talked with anyone and the usual response she gave to anything was a non-committal grunt. It was the best I could come up with. Now, instead of cordial, she had become vicious towards anything he said, despite his best efforts to sympathize with her. He was not the only one. Her budding friendship with Hinata, Sakura and Ino were effectively shattered by her sudden withdrawal into herself. She no longer smiled and wore a constant scowl and eyes which dared anyone to approach her. Naruto couldn't become her friend anymore. Any attempt at comfort and sympathy was met with disdain as she looked down at him with angry eyes. It was all that he could do to become her punching bag by constantly demanding spars out of her. He often wondered if he liked pain, but each time after the spar, he became completely dissuaded by that notion. It did help. Even though it was painful and he often had bleary eyes afterwards, he could tell that she always felt better after letting out her anger and frustrations. It was not just because she was in pain that he opted to be her punching bag. Oh no. It was because of the way they began to treat her, like a damaged piece of priceless jewelry. Most would not have noticed, however. Naruto had watched her and observed her secretly. He didn't stalk her, of course, but he paid close attention. Before the Uchiha massacre, she was the little sister of the prodigy, the unneeded second child to be the heir to the Uchiha clan. Now she was the poster girl for Konoha. She was now the Uchiha prodigy, and it rankled her. He couldn't blame her. Fame and prestige you didn't earn are as bad as fake compliments. You know they are not true. At some level you just know. So when you receive them, it makes your blood boil as you can tell they are sucking up to you. And what's worse, they pitied her. Naruto felt annoyed when his Jiji and Oniai-chan looked at him with pity. Add a few thousand random strangers and the Uchiha pride and you have one angry girl. Naruto would protect her, whether she knew it or not, appreciated it or not. He would give his life for her, because, though he did not understand why, she was precious to him. 2 weeks later. It was over 2 weeks later when Yamato returned. Naruto considered playing a special prank for him again, however there would be no scapegoat this time. It was at this time that he met Anko. It was surprisingly cordial, considering Anko-chan. It was clear, however, that Yamato was delighted that Naruto had another friend in Anko. So much so that he decided, against his better judgment, to take Naruto and Anko to get their favorite food. He regretted that later when he found out that not only had Naruto's appetite increased again, but that Anko loved dango almost as much as Naruto loved ramen. But she was bigger than him. He left Ichiraku's that day crying tears over his empty wallet and Tuchi and Ayam giving him a look of pity. After Anko had left, Yamato sat Naruto down in his apartment to discuss his week and, aside from his interaction with Satsuki, Naruto was more than happy to tell him. Yamato was again impressed with Naruto's talent for infiltration. The percentage of success was nearly 75%, which, for a 6-year-old going up against adults and ninja, was incredible. He also voiced his approval of the new hobbies he had picked up, as not only did both of them take him away from pranking a bit, and save Yamato from the Sandame's wrath, but one of them, cooking, was actually a skill which he would find useful in love, and long missions. Though he did not think Naruto was interested in the opposite gender yet. Oh, how wrong he is. I'm going to make Naruto a huge appreciator of the female form. Cough. Talking about perviness, Naruto also mentioned his experiment with Anko. While Yamato was upset that Naruto experimented on Anko, he didn't mention it as Anko was the one who forced it. When Naruto described what had happened to Anko, Yamato blushed and had a slight nosebleed as, unlike Naruto, Yamato had been introduced to the Aiha books by Kakashi-senpai. He blushed even harder when, picking up that his Oni-chan recognized what he saw, Naruto asked him what happened to her. Yamato blew it off before forbidding Naruto from using his healing chakra on anyone unless it were life and death. The seriousness in his voice, which was almost ruined by the blood which he had smeared into a mustache under his nose, caused Naruto to readily agree, as he knew that when his Oni-chan got serious, he got serious. 8 months later, Naruto's birthday. Naruto struggled with his chakra control all this time, becoming a recurring theme, no? But he managed to stand on the water without effort 3 weeks ago. Naruto had been ecstatic and Yamato and Hiruzen had been proud. So much so that they pooled together over 1,000 ryo and gave it to the Ichirakus to pay for close to 200 bowls of ramen for Naruto to gorge on whenever he went to Ichiraku's. It was a good present for Naruto, and thanks to the limitations Yamato set upon it, i.e. only for a week, it would last for some time rather than less than 10 weeks. Calculate. Anko, on the other hand, bought him a set of kunai and shurikens. Real ones this time. The Sandame had freaked when he had found out and was about to reprimand her had Yamato not intervened and ensured him that Naruto was mature enough and skilled enough to safely use them. This was not because of academy education. Irika had thankfully treated Naruto fairly and helped him when Naruto asked and when he was available. Mizuki, on the other hand, did not treat him fairly and was usually the one to teach them the physical skills, such as throwing skills, which meant that he had shown Naruto how to throw wrong. It took Yamato to catch him practicing to notice that he was taught wrong. He knew for a fact Naruto had better hand-eye coordination than that, and in the end he had to teach him just like he had feared. He was also sure that if Naruto had not already owned a set of practice kunai, Mizuki would have definitely given him an unbalanced set. However, the ramen was not the only gift that Naruto received because of his success at water walking. Yamato, having decided not to teach Naruto until he had competed that exercise, was now able to teach Naruto elemental manipulation. Something he presented as a present on his birthday. He is not a cheapskate. Naruto likes this sort of stuff, and feeding him is expensive. Taking Naruto to the training ground the next day, Yamato explained elemental manipulation to him. Day after his birthday, Yamato and Naruto once again stood in the training ground they had used for 3 years now. Now was the next stage of training. This was supposedly a Chunin exercise, however Yamato and Hiruzen saw no problem with having Naruto do it as he had worked hard these last few years, and it was not like there had never been someone as young as him to attempt it. "All right, Naruto," Yamato began. "I want to congratulate you again for getting this far in your training so quickly," Yamato said proudly, making the young blonde beam with happiness. "Now, like I promised, we are going to begin elemental manipulation." "Do you know what that is?" Yamato asked. It was entirely possible after all. "Isn't it the molding and defining of chakra into an inherent type of chakra nature, altering its properties and characteristics?" Yamato nodded. A textbook answer. Not surprising. "Correct. Well done. That is exactly what we are doing to now." Taking out 2 small pieces of paper, Yamato gave one to Naruto before he continued on. "That piece of paper is special. It was created from a special tree, and the paper allows us to determine what your chakra affinity is," Yamato informed him before he gave a confident smile. "But it will only be determining which element we start teaching you, as I will be getting you to master all of them." This caused Naruto to go wide-eyed. He had read that most jonin only had 2 affinities and only a select few got all 5, these including the Sandame and the Rakuto Sannin. It would take years to learn even your affinity, let alone any other, so he would be in his late 20s at best before he could master all 5. Then it hit him. Kagebushin no jutsu, he exclaimed. It was obvious, even for him, that with the clones he could master all the elements within a year. Probably. Yes, Yamato confirmed. However, we will master your affinity first. Speaking of which, Yamato held up his card for a second and focused on it before it suddenly became wet and the other half crumbled. I have both earth and water as I have the Mokutan Kekai Genkai. Naruto just nodded as he already knew this. The paper shows this, as when I channeled my chakra into the paper it turned damp and also turned to dust. Naruto nodded again. When the paper becomes damp it means you have a water affinity, turns to dust you have an earth affinity, crinkles you have a lightning affinity, burns and you have a fire affinity, and finally splits in two if you have a wind affinity. Now channel your chakra into the paper. Naruto nodded and proceeded to concentrate his chakra, in small amounts so as not to vaporize it or something, into the piece of paper. Split in two. Yamato nodded in satisfaction before continuing. Alright, wind it is. Now let's begin with harnessing it. Chapter 4. 1 year later. There had been a lot of change in the year which followed. Yamato had been taking more and more missions and had been spending less in time training Naruto. Not that he really needed it. It was at this point that constant repetition was required, something Naruto happily passed off to his clones for the most part. While it is convenient, the clones are still, essentially, you, so they have feelings and a personality, even if it is just a copy. What is important, however, is that after leaving a clone to do a tedious task while you go and play, a large amount of animosity ensues, which gets absorbed back into you at the end of the day. Imagine every day you absorb the feelings of nearly 3,000 clones who hate your guts right to the moment they dispel. Well, let's just say Naruto had never been so close to suicide than the first day he had abandoned his clones to go off pranking. He only survived because of the very reason that he had ended up in this situation. Again, his shadow clones were still him, and because of that they understood that getting angry at him didn't help at all. This means that when they dispelled the second day, he only absorbed a mild amount of annoyance. Since then, Naruto had made damn sure to appease his clones by spending some days training with them and to make his pranking as much training as fun. It made things easier, and each time they were dispelled they were less and less annoyed, which he was thankful for because he really was verging on genuine self-hating. Anyway, his training had not gone as well as he had thought. In the end, the process of learning elemental manipulation was as difficult as chakra control. His large reserves meant that when he recklessly poured chakra in to cut the leaf as he was instructed, he would again vaporize the leaf. So not only was he changing the properties of his chakra, but he also had to do it in small amounts or risk losing the leaf, and by default leaving Konoha's trees barren. It was like eating ramen with only your tongue, now chewing or anything. Yamato had been grumbling by the second week that at this rate Konoha would have to import leaves in order to supply Naruto with the means to learn elemental manipulation. Praise the logs for shadow clones and accelerated learning. 1. Despite the fact his expectations had been completely and utterly dashed, he was slightly happy that he was developing his elemental chakras as well as going a chakra control exercise. It was a sort of a win-win situation for him despite the difficulty of it all. It would end up taking nearly 7 months in order to perfectly cut the leaf, but it was worth it. In the meantime, Naruto had put his time into other things. One of them, and most importantly it turned out, was his development in cooking. On Anko's birthday, which was 14 days after his own, he prepared a batch of dango for her birthday. She seemed to love the present as she immediately demanded that he provide dango for her from then on. It was a lot of pressure. Not because he didn't have the time, of course he had shadow clones after all. It was the fact she had been on his back constantly giving advice and demands about how he should make her dango. It was quite irritating as this was pretty much a gift to her out of his own kindness, and she was demanding he do everything her way instead of trusting him. He had heard about men who were ruled by their wives or sisters, too, etc., but he was not suffering it. He put his foot down, threatening to stop making dango for her ever again. She had backed down quickly. Naruto relented slightly as he was doing this for her anyways, and told Anko she could be a food taster and comment on the food, but only when he was asking for her input. She had readily agreed. Despite her complaints, Anko would not risk losing her Narukuin's dango, which was now on par with the place she used to eat at. Plus, she felt a slight thrill at how Naruto had put his foot down. She didn't understand why. She is usually the sadistic one after all, so she ignored it for now. Anko also stopped being one of the only two women in his life, though he wondered if he could really call next one a woman at this point. Anyway, it happened like this. In the forest, sometime after his birthday, Naruto was taking a walk around the forest after school. His school experience wasn't going very well. It never did, however, he was just allowing himself to feel particularly down about it today. His written tests had not been inspiring. While he did well in some aspects like history and chakra theory, he was barely average in maths and other thinking subjects. Knowing an answer is not the same as understanding it after all. He still didn't understand all the questions despite his best efforts and renewed excursions into the library. He was sure he screwed up some of the questions he should have gotten. Maybe it was nerves? Who was he kidding? He didn't get nerves. Well, aside from that, he had really been struggling with the academy basics. The regular Bushin was a waste of time. Yamato had said so from the start, however. He was instructed not to show off his abilities in the academy, so he couldn't just make a shadow clone instead. The henge was difficult. He couldn't find the right amount of chakra to use it. It was like he wasn't doing it right or that it was impossible. However, it was way too useful to be ignored and discarded, plus it was one of the things you were required to do in order to pass. Kawamiri was less so. It seemed it didn't really matter how much chakra you put into it as it worked regardless, though the distance you could travel changed drastically. Naruto had managed to get to the other side of Konoha by substituting with a flower. He also found he could substitute with people. While this wasn't a big deal as everyone with enough chakra could. However, what was amazing was that he could use anyone as a substitute. For someone to use the Kawamiri, you had to reach out with your chakra, usually to a nearby object, and code it in chakra, which allows you to pinpoint your substitution. However, this works because the object has little to no chakra or will. If you were to use it on a shinobi, they would notice the chakra instantly, and it would require an effortless chakra surge to dispel the average chakra. Naruto's chakra was far larger and denser than normal chakra, though. This meant you would have to do a major flare to break the technique, which would take time, which they would not have. This was awesome because when facing multiple opponents, he could get them to attack their fellows with their own techniques. The downside was also the reason it was possible. Large amounts of chakra like his were difficult to move, and the density made it sluggish outside his chakra network. Therefore, in order to do what he wanted with it needed to begin before the attack began for strong substitutes. That was probably one of the only good things that happened during his time in the academy. The other was his friends, Shikamaru and Choji. If Naruto was honest, he would say he had really lucked out when they had introduced themselves. They were good people, though Shikamaru was so lazy he was barely friend material. Even talking was too troublesome. Choji was a bit more active and they got along well. They often had eating contests, which Choji usually won by a decent margin, though he was the unassailable champion of ramen eating. In their contest, Choji managed a respectable 8 bowls before submitting, while Naruto thrashed him with a crushing 16. Choji had paled as he watched Naruto eat his 11th bowl and looked downright emasculated by the time he finished the last one. Shikamaru actually did do more with him than cloud watching. Aside from assisting him with his prank planning, when asked, he also played shogi with him. Naruto, while being able to plan excellent pranks, was not a grand strategist. He, however, had read a number of books on shogi and had developed a bit of tactical mind after reading a number of strategies employed by famous shinobi tacticians. This, of course, meant that, while he never won, he pushed Shikamaru fairly hard and made it difficult for the lazy Nara not to pay attention for any surprise maneuvers, which Naruto was becoming infamous for. The closest to winning Naruto had ever gotten was when Shikamaru had decided to test a theory and offered Naruto all the ramen he could eat if he won. True to his expectations, Naruto seriously upped his game, and what was a simple friendly game became a desperate struggle for dominance. Naruto had actually managed to corner Shikamaru's king in a stroke of luck, before he was checkmated when Naruto slipped up in his rush for victory. Both Shikamaru and Choji vowed never to bet with Naruto, and definitely not when it involved ramen. It was just not worth it. Aside from that, however, things were not going well. As the last Uchiha, and a supposed prodigy, Satsuki had gained a fan base consisting of both boys and girls. Being part of a clan and having clan teaching to draw upon, Satsuki naturally excelled and was #1 in the academy. However, all this attention on her made things more difficult for him to help her. Even though all he could do was be her punching bag, even then Naruto's attempts were made even harder by the screeching and insults thrown his way by her growing fan base, including a certain pink-haired girl. His attempts to challenge her were often intercepted by some of the boys, whom he subtly knocked out, and the girls screeching for him to, quote, "Leave her alone, loser baka," also made his challenges hard for Satsuki to hear. How she was not deaf with fangirls was a miracle in his eyes. Naruto never let that stop him, and, as she was actually secretly grateful, the loser was unwittingly becoming her personal punching bag. Satsuki was always more than keen to beat him up. 3. There was a silver lining though. Satsuki was looking a bit better. She still scowled and looked at her fans with disdain, however her eyes had gained a bit more life and her demeanor was less withdrawn. He smiled slightly at that. He was unsure if it was because of his actions or not, but was satisfied that she was recovering, if only slowly. Naruto's thoughts were broken upon noticing some people talking and a rather scared voice mixed in. Curious and slightly concerned, Naruto went towards the noise to see what was going on, to find one of his classmates. Hyuga Hinata, he believed, on the ground as 2 older kids from the academy called her names, saying she was weak and had weird eyes. Both of these things pissed him off. He didn't like people calling others weak, regardless of whether it was true or not, and he was enraged by them calling her eyes weird. He had always thought her lavender eyes were very pretty. Determined to teach them a lesson, Naruto stepped out. "That's not true, you stupid bastards. Get lost or I'll kick your ass," Naruto shouted angrily. Everyone turned their attention to him when he shouted, displaying a mix of reactions. The bullies had a combination of fear, arrogance, and anger at his declaration. Hinata showed shock, surprise, and hope. It didn't really matter to Naruto what they were thinking. "Big talk, you little bastard. Who the fuck are you anyway?" the biggest and angry-looking one asked. "Uzumaki Naruto, the future Hokage," Naruto declared proudly for the 7,000th time. The bullies blinked at him before bursting out laughing. "I know you. You're that wimp that constantly gets his ass kicked by a girl. There is no way a stupid weakling like you will ever become Hokage. Why, you are barely worthy to be my punching bag," said the arrogant one. "I will become Hokage," Naruto declared again, this time exuding great confidence and self-assurance, as if it were truly not a question of if but when. Unknown to Naruto, his words struck a chord in the Hyuga heiress. The confidence, the absolute belief that he would succeed, that he would never fail. She had never had that, and she felt envious of him. But more than anything else, she felt inspired. "Stop de lud dash," began the arrogant one again, right before Naruto's fist connected with his face, knocking him unconscious. Before the others could react, Naruto was already attacking the weak, fearful one with a kick to the stomach. By the time it had taken to retract his leg, the largest of the bullies had managed to rush him and was in the process of trying to grapple him, which he easily dodged. With a spin, he slammed his foot into the last bully's head in a reverse roundhouse kick, resulting in him to fall to the ground out cold. This left a satisfied Naruto and a shocked and awed Hinata. Naruto turned his attention to Hinata before giving her a warm smile. "Are you all right?" he asked gently as he leaned in. Hinata suddenly blushed as she realized that her savior was talking to her, and was so close too. I'm fine. Thank you," she said as Naruto helped lift her to her feet, making her blush deepen. "No problem. I could never have abandoned you, so don't worry about it," he reassured, giving her one of his genuine happy smiles. 4. Hinata was now suffering from a full-blown blush at the smile she was seeing as her cheek muscles forced her to make a shy smile of her own. The moment was interrupted by the arrival of the neglectful and useless bodyguard. "Hinata-sama!" exclaimed the bodyguard. Surging forward, he grabbed the girl's hand and began to lead her away. "Hinata-sama, don't interact with that boy from now on, understand? He is dangerous," the bodyguard demanded. Hinata, however, was not paying much attention to her bodyguard. She was watching her savior as he watched her be dragged away, waving with a smile on his face. But this was nothing like his other smiles. It was not warm, let alone genuine. It was forced. He was hiding his pain from her. Hinata wanted to cry. Not only had Naruto-kun saved her, but he was being treated like a criminal for some reason that was never explained. Now he was trying to make her feel better by trying to make it seem as if all was well and he didn't mind. Hinata was building up her courage to confront her bodyguard, however, before she was already out of sight. With the loss of the source of her courage gone, her will weakened again, leaving her to curse her own weakness. Naruto had stayed in the same spot as he waved her off. When she was out of sight, he dropped the mask and allowed himself to show his depression at the bodyguard's words and actions. "What did I do to be treated like a monster?" Naruto thought to himself. He had waited long enough. He had been postponing asking for years in the belief and trust that his Jiji or Oniai-chan would tell him. But he couldn't wait anymore. He needed to know. Hokage's office. Hiruzen was once more working on the paperwork that was on his desk. He was eternally grateful that the workload had been decreasing over the years, minus Naruto's month of terror, and he was able to move around without coming back to a desk piled high with paper. This was only comforting when put into context, as there was still a significant amount of paperwork to do every day and, if left alone, it would slowly build up to a near unmanageable levels. "My enemy is weakened, but I have yet to defeat it yet," Hiruzen plotted in his mind. "I must chase it to the ends of the earth if need be, but I must not turn my back, for even a second of relief will be more than enough for it to crush me," the possibly insane Hokage growled in thought. It had been a long 7 years for the Hokage. The grief of losing his wife and Orochimaru, the devastation of the village and the resulting paperwork, the revelation about Naruto's neglect, and then finally the paperwork that Naruto's pranking had generated. Hiruzen was tired. His time was supposed to have ended when the Yondaime took over so that he could rest and die in peace. It was not to be, however, and now he was resigned to die under a pile of paperwork. There was simply no one else to take the position. The only ninja of the village who would have been able to take his place were Orochimaru, Tsunade, Danzo, and Jiraiya. Orochimaru was obviously out as he was a nuke-nin, and his ideals are far from being beneficial to the village. Danzo was the same. His ideas were dangerous and a violation of the Sho and Nidaime's ideas. His roots, which Hiruzen suspected to still be active despite being ordered to disband. Training methods were brutal and inhumane, as they went as far as to shred the subject of their emotions and pit friends and brothers against each other. Tsunade was a long shot. She would be good for the village if she were to curb her gambling and drinking. The changes she made to the village in establishing and developing the medic corp were noteworthy. Add the fact she was a senju and you had someone the village would instantly and completely accept. The problem resided in the trauma she had developed towards the position. Having lost the people she loved to the position, whether they were in office of striving for it, she had grown to hate the position and the village they served, which she believed was to blame for her loss. He couldn't honestly say she was completely wrong either. Jiraiya was the best candidate in the list. He was powerful enough and he had strongly inherited the will of fire and love for the village. However, Jiraiya had developed a spy network which only he knew the full extent of. He also was too free and a complete pervert to boot. Hiruzen had had nightmares, after first considering him, of the chaos that would unfold as his student tried to dictate the kunoichi dress code and make peeping legal. Even if Hiruzen asked, Jiraiya would quickly refuse, which left him without a successor. He had looked upon the newer generations as he had done with the Yondaime, and had only found Kakashi to have any of the qualities needed to be Hokage. There were unfortunately problems with him too. Unlike other candidates, he was not S-class. This meant he had to become much stronger before he could be considered. However, that was just the tip of the iceberg. While he had also inherited the will of fire, he was lazy and always late to meetings. Worst of all, he was in a state of constant mourning over the loss of his teammates and sensei. Until he got out of his little hole, Hiruzen couldn't nominate him as his replacement. So it seemed that poor Sarutobi had to stay in his position until Naruto became old enough for the responsibility to be dropped onto him. The Sandaime just hoped he lasted that long. Speaking of the prankster, Hiruzen looked up to hear a knock on the door. Glad for a distraction, Hiruzen called the person in to reveal a little blonde boy wearing an orange t-shirt and blue shorts. "Naruto-kun, how are you?" Hiruzen asked cheerily. His merriness stopped when he saw the sad but determined look on Naruto's face. Becoming serious himself, Sarutobi signaled his umbu to leave before telling Naruto to sit with him. "What is wrong, Naruto-kun?" Hiruzen asked his surrogate grandson, concern lacing his voice as he spoke softly. "Why does the village hate me?" Naruto asked pleadingly. The Sandaime blinked at the question before he became very serious. Naruto had never asked this question before. Hiruzen had believed he was content with the fact that he had people who loved and cared for him, and he was able to look past and ignore it. It seemed he had merely been bottling it up and was merely trusting them to give him the answer of their own volition. Hiruzen sighed at this revelation. He felt slightly happy that Naruto had trusted them enough to withhold his questions as long as he had, but it also meant that their relationship hanged upon what was said next. The frustration he had experienced, after being so patient, could easily cause him to lash out and destroy the bond of trust that they had painstakingly forged. He couldn't leave him empty-handed. "I can't tell you yet. It is too dangerous," Hiruzen said, which Naruto to clench his fists and look away from him. "But I promise you that I will tell you everything you want to know when you become a Chunin," Hiruzen promised quickly. This caused Naruto to look at him again with a look of hope and curiosity. "Why so long?" Naruto inquired quietly. "This secret is dangerous and could get you in trouble should it be carelessly leaked. I am not saying you would blab it about," Hiruzen swiftly assured, silencing the protest which was on the lips of the small blonde. "You are still young, and you have yet to be trained in keeping secrets and controlling your emotions," Hiruzen explained, causing Naruto to nod reluctantly. "You promised. You won't break it, right?" Naruto asked cautiously. Hiruzen gave a reassuring smile. "Of course, Naruto-kun. I will keep my promise, I assure you. One way or another," he said as he patted the boy on the head. Looking at the clock, he noticed it was lunchtime. "So, Naruto-kun, how do you feel about going to get some lunch at Ichiraku's?" Hiruzen asked, making Naruto's face light up with a smile before he began shouting happily like normal. "Yes," Naruto shouted before shooting out the room, causing the old Sarutobi to chuckle as he stood up and followed him out, paperwork blissfully forgotten. Naruto didn't ask again, nor did he mention anything to Yamato, though Hiruzen did, instead focused upon his training and learning the academy basics. He had, unfortunately, had to pull a few hundred clones off of his nature transformation/chakra control training in order to make some headway in his henge training 6 months into the training. It was not a massive deal, as it seemed he was getting close to succeeding, but it would slow down his training again. Needless to say, the progress was very slow. As he predicted, he finally attained a success the next day when his leaf had a small cut in it. Naruto was understandably ecstatic about it, and he and his clones pushed forward hard to completely cut the leaf, which they managed, all of them, within a week after the first sign. After Yamato returned from his mission the following week, his Oni-chan constructed several large waterfalls for Naruto to practice the next phase of nature manipulation. The changing of the properties of large quantities of chakra, which was tested by Naruto's ability to cut the waterfall. In the end, it took 2 additional months, however, despite the fact the number of clones he could use was limited by the size of the waterfall. Naruto no longer had to hold back all his chakra just to use the leaf, therefore able to complete the large-scale chakra control exercises without much difficulty. He did not start his other elemental training, however, as his Oni-chan had yet to inform him how they worked and he would not return from his mission until a week before his birthday at best. So he decided to set his clones on doing other chakra control exercises to combat his ever-growing chakra reserves. /N. I am sick and tired of forcing myself to do every year. So what I am going to do is just do an overview of the next 4 to 5 years. I will be going under the assumption that the graduation has been set to 13 due to the long period of peace. Don't like it? You try to make an interesting story without making the main a god in human flesh while he can learn and develop skills 5,000 times faster than normal. 5 years later, the progress in his abilities had been both slow and massive over the last 5 years. After nearly a year of practice, Naruto had given up on doing a normal henge. He had been having this feeling for a while now, and it had only grown as he went on. He couldn't do a henge like the way they teach it. Henge is a combination of genjutsu and ninjutsu to turn you into an object of your choice. However, it was impossible for him to use genjutsu with his chakra control the way it was. However, Naruto refused to believe it was impossible. It was too cool to not know, and it would be so useful for his prank missions. He meant missions. Cough. Anyway, this led Naruto to experiment. The answer was actually quite simple. Instead of using hand signs to mold his chakra, Naruto sent chakra throughout his body before focusing on an image, like an eagle, and forcing that image into his chakra. The results were painful. As soon as he started, his entire body was racked with mind-crushing pain. It was all Naruto could do not to scream as his body collapsed to the ground in agony. He didn't know how long he writhed on the ground. A second, an eternity? He couldn't tell. But it did end, and when it did, he was in for a shock. Once the pain passed, Naruto opened his eyes to find that he was on the ground. When he tried to get up, he found that his arms felt weird and couldn't push off the ground. Feeling strong enough, Naruto proceeded to roll while bringing his feet under his, so he arrived on his feet. That's when things got weird. Everything was bigger. The trees, the rocks, even the grass. Fearing the worst, Naruto looked down at himself to see that he was wearing golden feathers. Lifting his arms and looking at them, he saw he had equally golden wings, and when he looked at his feet, he saw that they were talons. Opening his mouth, he tried to shout his surprise, only for his exclamation of awe to come out as a squawk. A little freaked about suddenly being an eagle, Naruto flared his chakra to break the henge. Nothing happened. Now Naruto was panicking. He had no idea how to change back anymore, and what was worse, he couldn't even ask anyone because he could only talk like a bird. Naruto started to take deep breaths as he struggled for calm. If he could get into this situation, he sure as hell could get out of it. Thinking for a moment, Naruto had a rudimentary idea of what he had done. What he had done was probably the closest thing to a true transformation. 5. Regardless of what he had done, he got the feeling it could have gone very badly. As to what way? Well, with an actual true transformation, there probably been a reduction in his brain capacity to equal that of a bird. Then he would be screwed. As it occurred to him that if he reversed the process and thought about being himself instead of a bird, it might change him back. Hopefully. There was also the distinct possibility that he would change everything back to almost the way it was but get his eyes wrong or something. Thankfully, when he willed himself to go back to normal, after suffering through the pain again, he did in fact return to normal. He actually rushed home to check his photos before double-checking with One-chan to ensure everything was in order. Thankfully, everything was. Something had obviously back upped his original form, which he could return to at will and without effort. 6. Whatever it was, he was grateful for it, as he would hate to have to fix his body by searching out every single mole and scratch on his entire body. After he had been reassured he could change back, he turned back into the eagle. This time he was prepared but not ready for the pain that came from the transformation, so he was able to avoid collapsing, but he was panting and tired at the end of it. Once again, a bird, Naruto decided to try to fly, only to crash onto his face when he messed up the wing movement. Realizing that flying actually takes some skill, Naruto created a dozen clones, thankful that he didn't need hand seals to do it. Unfortunately, they appeared as regular Narutos, which meant they all had to henge, or as he was thinking of calling it, Fuhin Henge no Jutsu. 7. This displayed more problems as only half of them survived the process while the rest dispelled mid-transformation. It was clear that Naruto would have to either build pain tolerance or find a way around the pain. He expected it would be the former, though he still dreamed. Despite the problems which occurred, Naruto was still able to use the few clones he had to be able to fly. And what an experience! Naruto had only been able to overlook the village when he had climbed the Hokage monument, and now he could look down on the village from every angle imaginable. He got so caught up in it Naruto didn't notice the time pass as soared above Konoha, causing him to miss a meal when the sun began to fall below the horizon. It was worth it though to watch the sun set from 1,000 meters in the air. He actually got so absorbed he only stopped when started receiving memories from his clones, causing him to rush to his apartment and henge back so he could meditate as the memories of nearly 3,000 clones dumped 9 hours of memories each on him. That was another thing which had changed over the years. Thankfully, it seemed his brain had become more powerful, or his chakra or something had adapted it to take in large quantities of information and memorize things more quickly, as his headaches were not as massive as they used to be and he was able to stay conscious after the full memory dump. This did not mean to say that he was learning quicker or that he intended to use more clones, no way. It merely meant that Naruto was not dreading the evening meditation session every day anymore. The elemental manipulation training was also going well, as he learnt the general rules of learning how to gain an element, and as he became more adept at controlling his chakra effortlessly, Naruto had made good progress. After he had completed his futon training, Yamato assisted him in his suiton and doton training respectively, seeing as he was a user of both those elements. They had been even harder than futon to learn and master, as he still have to multitask when using his chakra, which was a total pain, as well as the fact these were not his natural affinities like futon was. However, he did manage to master both of them. For both the initial elementals training he had to use a leaf to, for suiton, make it wet, or, for doton, turn it to dust. However, the training to develop it further differed from there. To develop his suiton he was tasked with using water chakra to make a water sprout by manipulating the water, while to develop doton he needed to be able to effortlessly shape the earth into various objects using just his chakra. Katon followed and Naruto suffered the same problems. However, Naruto noticed a pattern in the last three, and decided to research the elements to find out their properties of each before he began with Katon. When he started his Katon training, he applied the knowledge he had about fire to his manipulation of his chakra, and was pleased to find that he progressed slightly faster. Add the fact that Naruto was becoming more adept at multitasking and his chakra control was becoming more advanced, it became much quicker to master Katon than the previous elements. The advanced stage, like the others, was different for Katon. However, it was very similar to the previous stage where Naruto had to superheat a boulder fast enough and high enough to cause it to crack. The speed aspect was a bit difficult, however the act of superheating was no issue and he was able to effortlessly bring the rock up to near melting temperatures, after 10 minutes. Speed turned out to be the most difficult bit and he struggled to understand why he had to achieve it at first. It was so you weren't choking on flames when you used the jutsu. Fire techniques were usually done orally, more so than most natures, so you didn't want the fire to stick around in your throat any longer than absolutely necessary. Finally, only Raitun remained. The advanced stage of lightning manipulation required Naruto to channel a large burst of lightning chakra into the ground until the ground around him cracked and wrinkled. This was in some ways similar to how the wind advanced stage worked, as it took a lot to do a significant enough amount of lightning chakra to crack the earth like was demanded. 8. Once he was done, Naruto immediately demanded to learn some new jutsu. Yamato had promptly shot him down. He claimed that Naruto still had to have a teacher when he became a genin and it would be best to let him have a chance of teaching him something. Naruto was a bit upset about it. However, he perked up when Yamato added that they would still try to apply his elements to the various abilities his chakra afforded him for the last remaining year before he could graduate from the academy. However, he would do most of this with minimal assistance of Kagebushins due to the following reasons. Naruto's chakra control had advanced with his nature manipulation and he was able to control his chakra more naturally than before. This, however, only served to get him ahead of the game. Despite the fact that he was using thousands of clones to combat his beyond human level chakra reserves, his progress in getting it under control was becoming slower and slower. Yamato had been worried about this for some time, however, he had hoped he was wrong. Naruto's chakra reserves were now in their true growth period upon reaching puberty. As it was the point of major growth of the body, Naruto's young chakra, at least more so than his own chakra, was increasing at a terrifying rate and was gaining on Naruto's rate of chakra control learning speed 9. This essentially permanently tied down nearly all of Naruto's clones' capacity to solely chakra control, as any reduction in clones made the available gap shorter. So Naruto fell upon old, tried and true methods. If at first you don't succeed, try again. Old methods suck. He didn't quite realize how dependent upon he was upon shadow clones until that moment when he tried to create more clones after emptying the tank on the control brigade. It annoyed him that he was so reliant upon shadow clones to do everything. So he endeavored to try to be a bit more independent. So he spent the last year experimenting with his chakra. That is not to say that was the only thing he learnt. While it was interesting, Yamato insisted that Naruto only experiment while he was there, which thankfully was more often that year, as Yamato didn't want to neglect Naruto's training now that he was actually at a stage where he needed a teacher. Naruto, having always been intrigued by it since one was placed upon him, asked Yamato to teach him Fuinjutsu. It had, for the first 11 years, been a resounding no. However, 2 years ago, after Naruto asked for it as a birthday present, something he had also never done before, Yamato broke and began teaching Naruto Fuinjutsu. Or at least gave Naruto the means to learn. While he and a number of other Jonin and ANBU were adept at Fuinjutsu, he was by no means someone capable to teaching another. Therefore, he acquired a teaching scroll that was retrieved from Yuzushiogakure, which had been used to teach the Uzumaki children during war. It was extremely precious to the village as both a relic of their former ally and as a vital preserver and teacher of Fuinjutsu, a dying art. However, Yamato and Hiruzen believed that, despite its value, it belonged to Naruto anyway, as he was one of the very last Uzumaki. When Naruto began learning from it, was clear he had finally found his talent. It had often confounded Hiruzen how someone who was the son of the Yondaime, a genius, could be that thick. It seemed that despite inheriting his father's body, Naruto had undoubtedly inherited the Uzumaki mind and heart. He had already assumed so, as his personality was an almost exact replica of his mother's, but this just sealed the deal. In actuality, he had inherited both his parents' talent for Fuinjutsu. As he could spare them the first year, he placed a number of clones to learn and perfect his calligraphy, and after learned to perfection the various seals sealed within the scrolls in the teaching scroll, Dizzy. Thanks to this, by the time he had to dedicate all clones he had to chakra control, he was already well into intermediate levels. As you would predict, even with his immense talent, his progress dropped significantly with the loss of his clones and the limited amount of time he could bring to bear to progress through the scroll. Yamato still kept Naruto's physical training on the back burner for the 5 years that they were doing nature manipulation, not increasing his seals or imposing a training regimen for his muscles. This, however, didn't mean that Naruto was inactive. Every day he would spend 3 hours in the morning and evening running around and punching trees at the training ground to increase his power and speed. Also, after he got to a decent level in Fuinjutsu, he learned how to manipulate the resistance seal in order to up him training, though the first time he did it he put far too much chakra into it, which essentially made him a statue who couldn't move of his own volition. He actually had to wait 2 days for his Gigi to get worried and go and find him before he was released. Naruto didn't mind going slow though, as he was enjoying developing his hobbies, which was what Yamato had intended and hoped for. Speaking of, Naruto had developed into a wonderful cook in the years since he first gave Anko that dango. So much so that he had prepared 3 different levels of dango. Regular dango, which was merely delicious, treats which were so good they were only given when he felt Anko had earned it or he wanted to bribe her, and finally special occasion dango. This he created by conditioning the dough with a minute amount of his chakra to bring out the flavor and cause feelings of pleasure while eating and digesting the food. The special occasion dango really was only for special occasions, as it was almost illegal in how powerful it was when someone, especially a dango addict like Anko, ate it. 10. It was also very nutritious, and the chakra, as it was medical chakra, in it acted like a blood or soldier pill, healing and re-energizing the one to eat it. He had come up with the idea when he had finally managed to get his hands on a certain orange book a year ago, after finally being able to steal it from a certain silver head, which will be mentioned next chapter. After reading through the book, Naruto managed to, slowly, connect the dots and realized what he had managed to do to Anko when he had put his chakra into her, and why his Oni-chan had ordered him never to do it again. Needless to say, he was very embarrassed. Everyone could tell from the huge blush that was on his face and the fact that he couldn't look Anko in the eye for an entire day. Thankfully, one of her busy days, otherwise she would have asked why. Aside from that, his repertoire of recipes and methods of cooking had increased dramatically, and, on Yamato's behest, Naruto had made recipes which could be made in the field that were both tasty and, more importantly, highly nutritious, which could be made in almost all circumstances. This had required some outdoor camping in order to fully understand a field cooking's limitations. However, he had managed that too over time. He had also made huge leaps and strides with his ramen, even reaching the point where he rivaled the Ichiraka's ramen. However, regardless of what he did, it never actually reached the same level. When he asked what he was doing wrong, Tucci simply replies that the Ichiraka ramen recipe was a secret which could and would never be revealed. Naruto had accepted this as it was their shop and he didn't want to stop eating there anyway. Despite the fact the cost of making ramen was cheaper than buying it, Naruto really liked the Ikarakus. Both of them were like family to him, and he was more than happy to pay for their ramen regardless of how much more expensive it was. Naruto had also increased the size of his garden several-fold and was earning a bit of money as being a small-time supplier of flowers for the Yamanaka flower shop. It had happened when Yamanaka Inoichi had been on a walk through the training grounds that he stumbled upon Naruto expanding upon his flower bed. Inoichi had been impressed with the beauty and vibrancy that Naruto's flowers possessed and had asked for his secret. Naruto had told him and explained about his chakra to do so. Sad that he would be unable to achieve the same result, the Naruto's fellow blonde offered to buy some of Naruto's flowers from him. Naruto had been both surprised and reluctant to give up his flowers after he had cared for them for so long. However, after talking it over with Inoichi and the reason why the Yamanaka sold flowers specifically, to bring cheer and happiness into someone's life and to help mend emotional wounds, Naruto had bent and agreed to sell him his more developed flowers for a small price, on the condition they were sold to special cases. Naruto had really been saddened to sell them off, like a parent sending their children off for the first time or a pet owner selling their recently born and raised puppies to people. It was hard and even heartbreaking. However, he was pleased that they might somehow help someone in some small way. The money was not a lot, as Naruto had not asked for a large price for his plants, having only sold a select few to the Yamanaka over the 3 years since they met. However, the money had allowed him to buy more ramen on the permitted days and buy the necessary equipment to practice his Fuinjutsu. Chapter 5. During Naruto's time in the academy, Naruto had managed to make yet another friend. This was actually occurred between the ages of 7 and 8, however, it was only cemented the following year. About 6 months after his 7th birthday, Naruto had the pleasure to meet one Inazuka Kiba. Naruto had slowly noticed the presence of said Inazuka just a couple months after his birthday. Until this point, Kiba had been hanging with a different crowd of people, the type which messed around and actively disobeyed the teacher to make his life miserable. However, over time they began to target the other kids and bully them. At first it was small things, childish things kids did. However, over time they had become unmanageable. They would attack other students and bullied them into submission, taking their money and beating them for their own amusement. Amongst them were the ones Naruto would crush 4 months later. They had even tried it against Naruto once. However, there was a major problem with this. For the most part, Kiba had not participated, or even been present, for his friends' misdoings. However, he was there when they came for Naruto. It actually surprised him that they had not come before. Though he had been absent most times and busy with his hobbies and training to be on the same paths as them, which would explain why he had managed to stay safe this long. Kiba, as mentioned, had never really been present those times that they were bullying, and it was a testament of how little they actually liked him that they had not actively got him to participate with them. Therefore, when he watched a 5-on-1 beatdown on Naruto, who still had his seal on, Kiba immediately intervened and tried to get them to stop. Naturally, the idiots opted to turn on him as well. Now that it was 2 or 3-on-1, the odds were a lot more favorable, which resulted in a crushing victory for Kiba and Naruto. Kiba at this point didn't really care much for Naruto and had mostly only acted the way he had because of the pack mentality, seeing that they were all supposed to be allies in the future. However, that was enough for Naruto to call him a friend. After the incident, Kiba was left with no friends as he was the former associate of bullies, meaning no one would approach him and he was too stubborn to try and befriend them. Naruto obviously did, however. Kiba, having been told to stay away from him by every adult he knew, ignored him. This did not stop Naruto, and he eventually began to wear down the barriers until Kiba, over a year later, accepted an invitation to join the loser trio, as they were called, to watch clouds and skip class. Eventually, and by eventually I mean over another month, Kiba became comfortable enough that he integrated into the group, and in doing so giving them the nickname Troublesome Foursome, actually coined by Shikamaru. It was kind of fun teasing and antagonizing the Inazuka. Good exercise too, as it took very little to push Kiba over the edge and get him to chase you. It was actually this method which allowed Naruto to break Kiba's resistance, constantly taunting him and getting him to, unwittingly, play with him. So Kiba became his official friend several months after Naruto's 9th birthday. It seemed to complete the group for Naruto really. Although Shikamaru and Choji were good and fun friends, they lacked the active element which Naruto had in spades. Kiba, being an Inazuka, was physically strong and energetic, which allowed for them to get rough with each other in mock brawls and spars, as well be an excellent test dummy for Naruto's new, but more mild, traps. They were often at each other's throats, however it remained playful and relaxed, which allowed Shikamaru and Choji to safely find amusement from the conflicts. Talking about traps, Naruto had seriously upped his game in pranking. After all the skills he had gained in Fuinjutsu, cooking, and from his chakra abilities, Naruto had met all the requirements to be a master prankster. His cooking skills were good for bait and distractions. Create a steaming pile of delicious dango or cookies or even an entire meal, then lace it with laxatives or put super hot spices into it to create a truly amusing dash for the nearest toilet or water source, some of which will be mysteriously out of order. The same principle applied. Research the target to find out their favorite food and then place it somewhere visible, usually over a trap. Then when they get close, trap goes off. Paint, glue, and itchy power all over them. It was here that Fuinjutsu came into play. Before, Naruto was stuck with buckets and manually setting off the trap himself. However, now he could create a storage seal near the target to go off how he wanted while being tied to a secondary seal which would trigger the primary seal under certain conditions. Thanks to this, he had been able to prank Jonin and even Anbu with his traps and get away with it. It was absolutely hilarious to watch the great and mighty Anbu walk around wearing pink feathers in their hair, as they would immediately get changed, looking for traces of the target of their wrath. Naruto was always long gone, and even if they did find him, they had no proof that it was him aside from the fact he was a prankster. After all, someone could have been masquerading as Naruto in order to get him in trouble with the Anbu. Glue and feathers were not the only thing that was utilized either. With the storage abilities of seals, Naruto was able to seal water into them and then release them as jutsus, usually just a simple burst of water in the victim's direction, to not only get them wet but also to knock them on their ass. Naruto also used the seals in his getaway by placing them along various escape routes and then activating them when he passed them to release water, marbles, paintballs, and, in some cases, kunai. There was also one other use of seals which went into conjuncture with the special properties of his chakra. Namely, what happens when you inject Naruto's chakra into a person. Naruto got way too creeped out to use it on a guy, but he was more than happy to use it on civilian women and kunoichi in compromising conditions, such as when they were on the toilet or in restaurants or at meetings. Despite the situation they experienced, his Satsuji Iku no Jutsu, too, and he was sure they did not mind in the slightest, especially since he often put 3 times the chakra he had used on Anko in it. There was also his Fuhinhenge no Jutsu, which he used liberally to infiltrate the Anbu base to paint their swords and masks pink and orange. All of them. It was absolutely hilarious watching the Anbu patrolling the village run around wearing orange and pink equipment. They had obviously tried to remove it only to find the paint was made from a new solution, which they didn't have the material to absolve. It had lasted a week before new masks could be made for all the Anbu, during which time everyone was enjoying the sight of the less than intimidating Anbu. It was probably one of his most prized pranks due to the sheer difficulty and the long-last effects. Unfortunately for Naruto, one of the masks had been his Oni-san's, which dumped him into another piñata session with Yamato ranting at him, though this one was more lighthearted. Naruto had also perfected his latest jutsu, Oryoke no Jutsu. This was a personal favorite of Naruto's as it turned him into a beautiful 20-year-old woman. He had even given the transformation a name and personality, which he had promptly used to embarrass various men and expose perverts from around Konoha, which had triggering the women to beat their husbands and boyfriends for their infidelity. 3. He had yet to show anyone him actually using it, however he had appeared before Hokage Gigi in that form and flashed him. The old man was spurting so much blood Naruto was concerned he may have killed him. After quick checkup, Naruto left as she laughed at his perverted grandfather, not knowing that the ANBU guards were struggling not to laugh in the shadows. He had also wandered around as someone else and did a number of perverted things in their name before watching as said person gets pummeled. This was how Naruto originally got his hands on Kakashi's, as he eventually knew him as Book. Naruto had been trying on a monthly basis to steal the silver-haired man's book from him. Henge, traps, seals all failed. The man, for the most part, found it highly amusing that this blonde gaki was trying to prank him and paid him little mind. But in the end he fell, and he fell to what many a man has fallen for: feminine fury. Naruto had spent an hour running around Konoha looking like Kakashi, using what he knew of the man to make his actions seem realistic. Even going so far as to make them think Kakashi was doing what he was doing to make a smut book of his own, which people believed considering how much the man loved his Aiha. This meant that when Naruto turned the corner onto the street which Kakashi was on, Naruto changed back into himself. As soon as the mob of women, who he had taunted and tormented into a blind fury, had turned the corner as well, they immediately locked onto Kakashi and proceeded to charge him, shocking the Jonin into inaction. What followed was a beatdown even Tsunade would be proud of, as Kakashi was wrongly beaten down for his perverted deeds that he had inflicted on them, in the hopes that he didn't actually follow his idea to start his own smut series. During the distraction, this caused Naruto transformed into Naruto and proceeded to assist in the unjust beating of an innocent man, while stealthily slipping his hand into the incapacitated Jonin and stealing the book. 10 minutes later, the recovered, but shocked and pained, Jonin would reach for his comfort item, his Aiha book, only to find it gone and replaced with a note which said, "I win." Kakashi immediately went into a terrified frenzy and proceeded run around the entirety of Konoha looking for the blonde delinquent, coincidentally meeting up with his spandex-wearing rival, who had believed Kakashi had finally come into his youthful spirit. Kakashi was horrified by this, however, he could not risk losing his Aiha from so little. He did eventually find Naruto when he saw a flash of blonde and orange turning a corner. Immediately following, he encountered a sight of sacrilege, greater than even Guy's bowl-cut hair and spandex. There, in the center of an empty path, was a burning orange book. Kakashi immediately dived to save it, only to activate a trap which caused a pillar of fire to be released from underneath the book, instantly incinerating it. Kakashi just stopped. He was like a statue hanging almost in mid-air with his left leg sticking out and his hands reaching out in a comical manner. He stood there for over 10 minutes as his brain painfully computed what had just happened before he slumped to the ground with his head hung over the small pile of ashes. Naruto had laughed throughout this entire time, a laugh that was renewed when the full-grown man slumped to the ground in such a pathetic manner. This continued for another couple of minutes until Naruto became concerned by the broken posture the man assumed. The man had literally not moved an inch, and he had a blank look on his face as he just stared at the ash pile. Finally feeling sorry for the man, Naruto revealed himself and proceeded to swing the supposedly destroyed book in front of the man's face. Kakashi was still in shutdown mode, so it took a minute. However, he eventually noticed that something that looked conspicuously like the book he had just lost was in front of his face. Realizing it was Kakashi, immediately reached and grabbed it before lovingly cuddling it to his chest while he, creepily, cried genuine tears of happiness. Disturbed and aware that the silver-haired Jonin may still lash out, Naruto quickly left and made sure to avoid the man for the duration of the year. Moving away from his hobbies, Naruto had also noticed the actions and reactions of one Hyuga Hinata. He was embarrassed to admit it, but he probably would not have noticed at all if he hadn't been hiding that one time. It happened shortly after he had pranked Kakashi and was still in hiding from the potentially angry Jonin. Naruto had seen the silver hair and had immediately jumped and hidden in a nearby tree to avoid being seen, which he thankfully wasn't. However, someone Naruto had not expected to evade was young Hinata, who had turned the corner just as he was thinking about jumping back down to find him gone. Naruto had noticed her confused look, which shot from left to right and up and down as if searching for something. Deciding to test a theory, Naruto made a shadow clone and had it jump down while looking away from the Hyuga heiress. Hinata jumped in fear and shock before again hiding herself behind the corner with only a single eye visible. The clone walked away and proceeded to head to where he usually went to avoid suspicion before eventually turning a corner. Over this period, the Hyuga had been following at a distance the entire time, and when the clone turned the corner, she immediately rushed forward to hide behind the corner in question. It was all so cute and flattering in the way she did it. He could tell there was no harmful intent from the way she acted. If anything, she acted shy and reverent in her stares as his clone walked onwards. It was then a thought strayed into his mind. Could it be that she likes me? Naruto wondered. Then he remembered how they met. Him defending her honor and defeating the evil bad guys. That when he realized what exactly she was. Fangirl. Naruto promptly freaked out. He did not want to have a fangirl like Satsuki had. They were so annoying and useless and constantly screamed and postured to impress their idol. Naruto did not want to have that kind of person into him. However, he continued to watch her, feeling slightly curious and confused. The latter was because she actually wasn't acting like most fangirls he knew, and it wasn't like it was not an earned reverence, though Naruto didn't see what was so great about it really. But what really confused him was the way she looked when some of the adults glared at his clone. Sadness, pain, regret. These emotions he definitely had not expected. Fangirls always reacted with rage whenever their idol, justly or not, was attacked. She just looked as if she had somehow failed him. This part made Naruto very curious. He had no idea what this girl was doing or why, but he sure as hell wanted to know. Naruto made another Kagebushin and substituted with the other clone, which dispelled itself before he began to train like normal. He didn't get any results until the end of the day when all his clones had dispelled. Though when he got the information, he didn't think about it until the next day when his mental exhaustion was cured. When he did review his clone's memories, he was surprised to see what she did. After they had arrived at his training ground, she had watched from the very edge of the clearing as he exercised with growing emotions on her face. Hope, awe, and determination. She had obviously been impressed by his training, or that he was training so hard or something. After an hour of watching him train, the look of determination she had seemingly reached its peak. She immediately ran off home where Naruto watched as she too began training with earnest. Thankfully, this was not the first time he had infiltrated the Hyuga compound, and it wouldn't be the last, and he was easily able to infiltrate and prank the entire compound before, with some effort and timing though. He was very happy that he knew how to evade and bypass the Hyuga security because it meant that he could see her for what she truly was. It was then, as he watched her train, that it became clear he wasn't a simple idol to her and she wasn't a simple fangirl. He was a genuine hero in her eyes. He was everything she wanted to be. Confident, kind, strong. He trained hard and struggled to earn everything he had. Naruto doubted she knew even a part of the extent of how that was true. However, what she saw had obviously been enough. He also understood why she felt she needed him as a figure to aspire to. Hinata was looked down upon by a number of the Hyuga with clear disdain in their eyes. Her, what he assumed to be, sister was cold and indifferent to her, like all Hyuga seemed to be, and her father openly criticized her for every small mistake she made. He obviously had been rough with Hinata in the past, if her fear of him was any indication, and his look of frustration and disdain when he looked at and spoke to her spoke that he did not consider her to be a worthy successor to him, and, if the constant comparison to her little sister were any indication, he favored the younger of the siblings over the older one. It disgusted him that her father treated her like a failure, as if she was useless. His arrogance blinded him and was destroying his daughter. However, there was nothing Naruto could do about that. Hinata was part of a clan and clan business was only the clan's business. However, that didn't mean he intended to abandon her. After fully reviewing the clone's memories and realizing they had felt the same feelings, not unexpected, after what they had saw, Naruto was determined to befriend and help Hinata. He could not and would not abandon her to her fate. Canon. Naruto had to be careful. This was a once-in-a-lifetime event that he must complete to perfection or be forever out of his reach. He knew it was dangerous, that he would be punished for what he had done. But he had to try. This will be his greatest prank yet. There, standing on the side of the Hokage monument, were 4 Narutos, each holding a half-dozen small pots with a strange, translucent, gooey substance. In each pot was a separate paintbrush, and on each pot was the name of a different colors. And each of them were hanging over one of the various faces of the previous Hokages. What he was doing up there no one would have been able to tell, even if they could see him. However, half an hour later of him running and painting it, everything became very clear. For in the places he had painted was a sight of many colors which had been patterned in a very interesting way. On the face of the Sandaime was an oddly familiar orange book drawn over the lower half of the current Hokage's face, revealing just enough to allow for a perverted blush and eyes to be visible. On the Shodaime's face, the paint had made him look to have a conspicuously similar blush, but with curious eyes, as he looked in the direction of the Sandaime. The face between them, the Nidaime's, had a surprisingly realistic back of a hand on his face, giving him the appearance that he was face-palming. And finally on the far right, the Yandaime was also looking at the Sandaime while wearing a sweat drop on his head while looking incredulous. 4. Sealing away all his equipment, Naruto proceeded to dispel the 3 clones that he had created before hearing a terrifying shout of rage. It was now more than ever that Naruto was extremely glad that he had spent hundreds of thousands of hours learning tree climbing. There, standing on the administrative building, was one angry Irika Yumino-sensei, while next to him was a not-so-amused Sandaime. "Crap," Naruto said before running down the monument at high speeds. Truthfully, it was only Hygenin, however, he could probably go faster if he didn't have any seals on. He had honestly never removed the seal, ever. He had increased the strength of the seal, however, he had never tried to discover his real speed by taking it off. This, however, didn't matter to him, as he just believed that he would be a lot faster by the time he took it off. What did matter was escaping from Irika-sensei and hiding somewhere safe for the next few hours. That was until he heard this. "Naruto, if you don't get back here right now, I will deny you the chance to take the exam for the next 3 years, shouted a very irritated Hokage. Naruto was suddenly standing next to the Hokage, oddly enough where Irika-sensei just was, and where did Irika go? Thought the Sandaime until he heard a rather loud shout from where Naruto had been, about 10 meters from the ground. Hiruzen gave a sigh as he heard a loud thump of a body hitting the ground. "For that I will be telling the Ichirakus not to feed you ramen for the next 2 days," Hiruzen said to the blonde, making said blonde's eyes go wide as he activated a power that only women and small children should ever control. Pappy-Inyagen no Jutsu, puppy dog eyes technique. "Please no," Naruto begged in a small whisper. Hiruzen was suddenly admonishing himself. Maybe I was too cruel. Ramen is his favorite food after all. He was thankfully saved by the more powerful Irika-sensei. "Hokage-sama, don't give in to him." Turning towards the monument, they noticed the huffing Irika, who had managed to recover from the fall and had managed to run back up the building. "He's just trying to get out of punishment," Irika said as he reached the duo while grabbing Naruto by the collar to make sure he doesn't try to run away. Hiruzen shook his head to battle the effects of the powerful jutsus. That was too close. The Sandaime thought. In a galaxy far, far away, a certain mustached freedom fighter sneezed. "Naruto, not only are you not attending classes, but you are also vandalizing a monument, a tombstone to Hokage past and present," Irika demanded in an angry tone. "What do you have to say for yourself?" I know I did wrong, what I want to say is, Oryoke no jutsu. In a flash of green light, Naruto disappeared, leaving the two men standing next to a very beautiful, very naked, blonde woman. And Irika's hand was still at the general area Naruto's collar used to be, on the naked girl's breasts. Letting out a moan, Naruto, at the contact, looked at the shocked Irika with a sexy, lustful gaze. "Irika hentai," she said in cute, but very lustful tone. Suddenly both men achieved liftoff as blood fountained out of their noses at high pressure. Within moments, Hokage and Chunin were lying on the ground, defeated in the wake of this single kenjutsu. "Hehe. Irika-sensei and GG are such big perverts," Naruto said with a more normal tone as Naruto used his Fuin Henge no Jutsu to provide Naruto with some clothes, same as the ones in the picture. "And Naruto," Irika growled weakly. "Hi, Irika-sensei?" Naruto asked in her most angelic voice while crouching to put them on the same eye level. "There will be retribution for this," he said as he got into a kneeling position as he struggled to stand. "Aiha, but I thought I had repaid my debt by showing you the twins?" Naruto said, making the Jonin blush and stain his recently wiped nose with increasingly scarce blood. Then Naruto smiled seductively. "Or is it you want to see them again?" she said as she lifted her top up to once again reveal her perfect globes. Irika desperately tried to turn his eyes, but he was too slow and his male instincts were too strong. As soon as she was done revealing her twins, Irika was once again flying through the air, resulting in his landing next to the still unconscious Hokage, out cold. Naruto gave a tomboyish laugh at their reactions before checking to make sure they were both still alive after all that blood loss. Vitals confirmed, he decided to complete his prank with a bit of artwork. Once done, Naruto left in his Naruto form while heading towards the academy, leaving the two unconscious shinobi on the ground with squiggly marks all over their faces. A good day for pranking. Back in the academy, Naruto walked in his true form and sat down in his seat, grinning like an idiot. "Huh? Where is Irika-sensei? Is he slacking off?" Naruto asked innocently, ignoring the glare from Mizuki and the stares and head shakes from his various classmates. "He went after you? Did you really not see him?" Mizuki asked. "Nope. Must have gotten lost. Or maybe he went skirt chasing." Naruto's smile grew bigger at that point. As if on cue, the door opened to reveal a slightly disheveled and very pissed Irika. Sadly, he had managed to remove the drawings on his face before he had arrived here. "Naruto, we will be talking after school," he said ominously, his anger clearly visible. Naruto straightened. He was way too angry, and when he got this angry, Naruto had long learnt to obey, or be ramen deprived for a month. Hi! Naruto exclaimed nervously, which caused some of the members of the class to snicker at him. Naruto ignored them, however. "Also, you will be cleaning the Hokage monument after the day is done." Hokage's orders. This caused everyone in the class to blink before looking towards the monument, seeing the still present drawings on the former Hokage's faces. The room was filled with a number of snickers and shocked laughter at the comical drawings, something which made Naruto smile and Irika scowl. Irika quickly lost his temper and decided a bit of punishment was necessary for everyone. "Alright, spontaneous henge test. One by one you are to come to the top and henge into me," Irika said impatiently, causing everyone in the class to jump and look at their teacher in shock. "What? No fair. Why do we have to be punished for the baka?" "Shut up," Irika shouted as he employed his Jindai Kashira no Jutsu 5, effectively silencing the entire class. "Since you like to complain, Sakura, you can go first," he ordered the pinkette. She grudgingly went to the front and performed a perfect henge of Irika. Irika gave an encouraging smile. "Well done, Sakura. A perfect copy of me. Next, Naruto." Naruto smirked before wandering down, a smirk which did not go unnoticed by Irika. "If you even try to use that jutsu on me again." He paused and leaned in to whisper, And one word from me to the Hokage and you won't be able to buy ramen ever again." Naruto paled before giving a quick nod as Irika leaned back. Naruto quickly Fuhin hinged into a perfect replication of Irika, right down to the scowl he currently has on his face. Despite himself, Irika smiled at Naruto's henge. "Good, a perfect henge. Well done. All right, Shikamaru." Naruto sighed in relief at the lighter tone Irika was using now. It was made too soon, though. As soon as school ended, Irika took him to the side and promptly berated him and lectured him on proper conduct around and towards the village. He also forbade the use of the Oryoku no Jutsu, an ultimatum Naruto completely ignored. Once he was satisfied that he had lectured Naruto enough, he dragged him towards the Hokage monument to clean it until it shined, only to find that the Hokage monument was spotless and devoid of any paint or color. Naruto grinned as Irika looked at him in surprise. "A new solution of paint. It is unfortunately transparent when it is created, however 6 hours after it is unsealed, the paint will evaporate from the heat of day, leaving nothing to clean," Naruto said proudly while Irika looked at him incredulously. To think his student could create such a thing. Completely useless though it may be. Impressive. "So instead of cleaning the Hokage monument, you will clean the Hokage's office as an apology." Naruto looked at him in shock before giving a cry of rejection. Unfortunately, his howls were ignored as he was dragged to the Hokage's office to begin his penance. Half an hour later, he was scrubbing the ceiling with a wet towel as he continued in his pursuit to clean the office. "You better hurry up as you aren't leaving until you are finished," Irika reminded him. "Not that I have anything to rush back to," Naruto scoffed quietly. His Oni-san was currently on a mission which had taken longer than expected and would not be back for some time, and Anko was also on a mission. Aside from them, there was no one else who would be waiting on him. Irika had heard him, however, which caused him to frown as he remembered Naruto's situation. He of course knew about Yamato, however. He also knew that Naruto spent a lot of time without him and did not have anyone really taking care of him in those times. "Hey," he said, gaining Naruto's attention. "When you finish, I'll take you out to ramen," Irika offered before Naruto gave a happy and energetic smile. "All right," Naruto shouted as he began to scrub faster, causing Irika to smile at his behavior. Later that evening, Naruto and Irika were sitting at the Ichiraku store eating ramen, while Irika was eating while Naruto was breathing it in. It astonished Irika that the boy could eat that much ramen, that fast and in that manner without choking or suffocating. "Any, Irika-sensei?" Naruto prodded. Irika looked towards Naruto to see that he had taken off his goggles and was placing his hands together in a pleading motion. "What?" Yumino asked cautiously, fearing for his already diminished wallet. "Can I wear your forehead protector?" Naruto asked in a pleading voice, his hands still clasped together. Sorry, but no. This is a sign you have graduated, that you have become an adult. Neither of which you have done," Irika said in a teasing tone. "Bummer," Naruto cried in depression. "Haha. That's why you removed your goggles, isn't it?" "Shut up. If you aren't going to do that, then give me seconds." "Huh. That was your 5th bowl." "That was my first set of ramen. I'm asking for another set." "Then no. Come on." Everyone was waiting in their seats as Irika announced the final graduation test. "All right, of the ninjutsu section, you must perform the Bushin no Jutsu." Naruto just nodded with a grin. He knew for a fact that he would have failed miserably had he not been taught the Kagebushin no Jutsu. However, with it he could. When he was called, he stood before Irika and created a sealless Kagebushin, which got a nod of approval from Irika, who smiled warmly. "Excellent work, Naruto. Now before you go get a headband, I want you to close your eyes for a second." Naruto looked confused before complying. He then felt something wrap around his head but remained still until Irika told him to open his eyes. There before him was Irika-sensei, but with one difference. He didn't have a headband on anymore. Reaching up to touch it, Naruto noticed that he had one on now, and it wasn't shiny new either. "You said you wanted to wear mine." Irika said with a smile, which was returned full force as Naruto's face lit up with one of his legendary smiles. In a shocking display of formality, he bowed before saying, "Dumo arigato, 6?" Naruto said before looking into the shocked eyes of his sensei before their recovery and his dismissal. Naruto walked out of the front door, filled with pride at having passed the exam and overjoyed at the graduation present that his sensei had given him. It did not last, however. "Isn't he that?" asked one of the parents that came to congratulate or console their kids. "Yes, and look, he has a headband," said another parent. Her voice told of her shock and even horror. "What? They made him a shinobi? Are they insane?" said the first parent. "He shouldn't be a shinobi. He doesn't have the right." After that, he had thankfully moved outside of range of hearing them, though the fact he had used his henge to muffle his ears helped tremendously. The damage, however, was already done and Naruto was in a bit of a depression. He just didn't get it, didn't understand why they hated him. He had received a promise from Gigi that his questions would be answered, but it was still frustrating. He deserved to know why. But he had already received a promise, and he would only be hurting himself if he pressed for information which he would not receive. Naruto just sighed as he walked back to apartment to make a celebratory cake. At least that was until he noticed Mizuki-sensei trying to get his attention. "Can I help you, Mizuki-sensei?" Naruto asked in a subdued voice. He mentally cursed himself for allowing his depression to show. But he couldn't do anything about it now, so he pretended like it never occurred. "I know it's hard to be alone," Mizuki said as he moved close to him before putting a reassuring hand on him. "Irika understands just as well. You know, he is an orphan, like you," he confided. Naruto's eyes widened at the information that he had been given. "Really?" Mizuki nodded with a small, sad smile. "Yeah, he too was a class clown, pranking and making trouble, making himself look like the idiot in order to get attention," he said nostalgically. "I think he sees himself in you, sees the lonely child that he was before." Naruto looked down in thought as the bond he felt for Irika grew with their apparent similarities. "Anyway, I have an idea for you. One which I am sure the village will be in awe at," Mizuki said with a happy smile, as if he was revealing some cool new game or something. "What?" Naruto asked in genuine interest. "If you manage to steal the scroll of seals and learn all of the techniques, you would gain the respect of the villagers," Mizuki said enthusiastically. Naruto looked just as excited, however this was just a front. Wait. Wasn't that a really important scroll which contains the village's kenjutsus? Naruto asked himself as he reviewed his now foggy memory of when Yamato Oniai-san explained it when he gave him the Kagebushin no Jutsu. Why would Mizuki tell me to steal that scroll? If even I know its value, then he surely does. Could be because he knows, but that might not be the case. Actually, why does he care at all? He never showed that he liked me before, so why is he trying to help me now? Naruto was confused, however he used his not inconsiderable acting skills to play it cool, and he readily agreed to do it, while in actuality intending to ask his Gigi about it. Entering the Hokage's house, he quickly came into contact with his Gigi. After explaining the situation, the Hokage was concerned. It would be impossible for a young Jinchuriki genin alone to be evidence against an upstanding shinobi's word. If they were to catch him, it would have to be in the act. "All right, Naruto, this is what we are going to do," he said as he walked to where the scroll of sealing was. "We are going to go along with his plan for the time being. You are going to take the scroll as planned and are to wait for him to arrive and try to take the scroll from you. I and several others will be watching for him to strike. When he does so, we will rush in and arrest him," Hiruzen explained carefully, earning an understanding nod from Naruto. "There will be a chance that we won't get there in time, as we will have to keep our distance to avoid suspicion, so you may have to hold him off until then." "Understood." Naruto nodded a confirmation again before he took the scroll and headed off. During the time you have the scroll, I'll permit you to learn the Bunshin Daibakuha," the Hokage added, which caused Naruto to smile before he disappeared. Back in the house, the Hokage was sighing in exasperation. Barely a genin, and he is already causing trouble and taking on missions too high for his rank. He said to himself before going to set everything up. Naruto did exactly as he was instructed, but with a small twist. Instead of just learning the Bunshin Daibakuha like we was allowed, Naruto made 2 copies of the scroll. One was a fake which he would use as a decoy should Mizuki somehow manage to get his hands on the scroll and escape. Highly unlikely. The second one was a copy for Naruto to peruse in his spare time. This Naruto had to make on the move in order to avoid Gigi's crystal ball from watching him when he got back. Naruto knew he definitely was doing something illegal now, however he vowed to himself to only peruse it and not to use any of the techniques aside from the ones that he was safe to learn. Once at his chosen spot, Naruto settles down to learn the Bunshin Daibakuha as was expected of him. It wasn't that hard to learn as it was a side technique to a much more difficult one, which left his with a lot of time to get it right. A lot of time as, despite leaving a believable trail, no one was even close to finding him. Bummer. Naruto continued to pretend to be reading from the scroll when finally, 3 hours after the alarm sounded. And it was Irika-sensei? Damn it. Naruto. Naruto struggled not to jump at the voice as Irika looked down at him in a mixture of anger and disappointment. Playing oblivious, Naruto began his act. Found you, Irika-sensei. Idiot, I found you. Yumino countered while activating his Jindai Kashira no Jutsu. Hehe. I thought I would have had more time to learn some techniques like Mizuki said. Naruto popped in, trying to pique Irika's suspicion towards the real villain. Irika raised an eyebrow before giving Naruto a glancing over, noticing the scuff marks, scratches, and clothed tears which adorned his orange and black jumpsuit, like older Naruto's. Thank goodness the injuries have already healed to little more than scratches, otherwise he would be freaking out. Despite the ease at which he had learnt the technique, it had not been the safest as he found out. The technique was an explosive technique which changed with the amount of chakra in the clone. Considering his reserves, that resulted in a truly explosive first attempt and had resulted in a number of serious injuries. Mizuki set you up to this? Irika asked in confusion. Yeah, Naruto pressed. He said that if I was able to learn all the jutsus in the scroll, the village would respect me and no longer hate me, Naruto said with a large grin. A mostly fake one. That was one thing about Naruto that simply could not be faked. His smile was his alone and no one, regardless of henge, could truly mimic it, not even Naruto himself. Irika, as such, narrowed his eyes at the very fake smile. He knew there was more to this from that smile, but he couldn't determine what exactly. In the end, it didn't matter, as just as he noticed it, he felt an intent to kill behind him. Pushing the young blonde out of the crossfire, Irika ended up taking the brunt of the attack as kunai rained from the traitor Mizuki. Nice job finding the moron. So it was true, Irika said in a pained voice as kunai were stuck in his arms, shoulders, legs, and stomach. Naruto, give me the scroll, Mizuki demanded. Naruto was about to tell him to shove it up his ass but was interrupted by a desperate Irika. Do not give the scroll no matter what. Naruto looked at him and was about to say he wouldn't when Irika once again interrupted. That is a dangerous scroll which Mizuki used you to steal and make you take the blame. Naruto, having given up trying to talk, decided to take a stance only for Mizuki to say something which hit him hard. Hey Naruto, do you want to know why everyone hates you? Naruto froze. No, don't dash. 12 years ago, a certain 9-tailed fox attacked Konoha. It was sealed away by the Yondaime. Ever since then, there has been a law dash. I shouldn't listen. I have Gigi's promise. But. What law? Naruto asked. No, Naruto, don't listen to him. A law which none of the younger generation should ever know about, especially not you. What law? Naruto demanded. Mizuki smirked. A law that no one was to discuss the fact that you are the Kyuubi fox. Naruto's world stopped. I am? Naruto asked himself. Hiruzen looked into his crystal ball wide-eyed as the truth was revealed. Shit, he muttered. His intention to tell him himself was gone, and now he was in a hostile and delicate situation while learning a life-altering truth. Shit was an understatement. This will be bad. And he was right. Naruto was effectively frozen, completely unable to act or react. So much so that, despite his training, he was a statue in the face of the large shuriken that was heading his way. Hiruzen held his breath in fear and pain. His hands clutched the crystal ball as he willed for a miracle. He got one in a way. Within the blink of an eye, Naruto was being covered by Irika Umino as he took the shuriken in the back for him. Irika whispered some words to him which the ball, sadly, could not quite transmit before a terrified and pained Naruto scrabbled away. Reinforcements were already on their way, and it was just a matter of time before they got there, which meant there was no point in him rushing there himself. It was torture to watch his surrogate grandson suffer and not be there to help him. Shit. Naruto ran. He just ran. He didn't know what to think anymore. Everyone knew? Oni-san? Gigi? Irika-sensei? Did they lie to me? Did Gigi really mean his promise? Naruto didn't know. He just ran. Ran from Mizuki, Irika, his Gigi. But it seems that when you run you are often chased. Looking behind him, he saw a surprisingly fit Irika chasing. Me! Irika called out to his copy, telling him to give him the scroll. Said copy proceeded to ram his body into the supposedly fake Irika, who made a show of being hurt before releasing the hinge. How did you know I wasn't Irika? Said the pissed-looking Mizuki. The copy smiled before a puff of smoke showed the cancellation of the jutsu, to reveal an injured Irika. Because I'm Irika, said the real one. Hee, you even transformed into your parents' killer to protect him. Mizuki chuckled. I won't allow the scroll to fall into the hands of someone like you, Irika countered. Idiot. Naruto is no better than I am. What? Mizuki's smirked condescendingly. The scroll has great power in it. There is no way that the demon fox wouldn't give up that kind of power. Irika looked at him for a moment. You're right, Irika said in a serious tone. Naruto's eyes narrowed as a deep pain settled into his heart. If even Irika-sensei thinks that, then, Oni-san, Gigi, do you hate me too? The demon fox would do that. Naruto's eyes widened in hope and shock. But Naruto is different. He is after all my excellent student. Naruto's was shocked, but more importantly he was happy. Did you think I gave him my headband because I thought it was interesting? He may be a scoundrel with no respect for his elders, and he may not be the sharpest tool in the shed. Irika continued. No one accepts him, and he is in pain every day because of the village. But he isn't the fox. He is a member of Konoha. He is Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto cried. He had never cried like this before. Even when his effort were reduced to nothing, Naruto had never cried like this. He was just so happy. Happy that he was wrong, happy that he was loved, happy that he was truly acknowledged. Faye, whatever. I was gonna kill you later, but I think I'll do it now. Mizuki scoffed as he drew his Dai Shuriken to finish Irika off. Hurry up and die, he said as he charged at the downed and defenseless Irika. Irika merely relaxed his body as he waited for the inevitable. Suddenly a crunching sound resounded throughout the clearing as the foot of the blonde Uzumaki smashed into the traitorous Chunin. Irika's eyes widened in surprise as the young genin revealed himself to defend his former sensei. Naruto? Were you here the whole time? You shouldn't have done that, Mizuki growled. Naruto ignored him as he put down the scroll in preparation to fight. Don't touch Irika-sensei. I'll kill you, he threatened. That won't be necessary, Uzumaki-san, came a disembodied voice. Suddenly there were a dozen ANBU standing around Mizuki, suppressing him for interrogation later. Huh, Irika said in surprise. What were ANBU doing here? About time you got here. What did you stop at a cafe or something? You should have been here 5 minutes ago, Naruto demanded in an angry voice. What? Irika asked in his confusion. Irika Yumino-san. This was a sting operation to capture the traitor Mizuki, who was trying to induct Uzumaki-san into stealing the scroll of sealing. And Ambu informed. Despite the problems of finding you, it was a resounding success, and now we have evidence of him attacking two-leaf shinobi, as well as masterminding the attempted theft of a village treasure. Irika just blinked. So everything was planned? Irika asked incredulously. Why wasn't I informed? To ensure that we did not spook the target. It was also why we were so far away, to ensure that he did not change plans partway. Naruto just nodded along with the explanation as Irika looked between them in shock. After finally getting over it, the ANBU left to finish his job. Naruto, can you come here for a second? Irika said as he ushered Naruto closer. Good job, he said proudly as he placed his hand on the blonde's hair. Naruto smiled happily as feelings of joy grew and his loneliness abated. Ah, that's right, I didn't get the chance to because we were in class, but let's go and celebrate your graduation and first successful mission at Ichiraku's place, he said cheerily before he noticed the blonde lower his head. Before he could ask what was wrong, Naruto glomped him while once again crying his joy and happiness into Irika. Irika sighed as he returned the hug despite being injured. He couldn't help but notice that this was a B-rank mission though. A fresh genin completing a B-rank mission without anyone knowing or suspecting anything. Maybe he really could be a great Hokage. Chapter 6. Naruto exited the forest and was greeted by his Gigi, who was standing there smiling at them with several ninja, who were probably part of the search for him. Excellent work all of you, he said to everyone, though his eyes never shifted from Naruto. ANBU, take Mizuki for interrogation to see if he was in league with anyone. Everyone else may leave, commanded the Hokage. The ANBU left immediately, however the other ninja lingered for a bit to continue the glares that were shot his way, but they too left, leaving only Irika and Naruto. Irika, you need medical attention, so please hurry to the hospital, the Sandaime encouraged as he continued to eye Naruto. Irika looked at the scene a moment more before following his Hokage's suggestion and left. There was silence as the two looked at each other. What could they really say? What could Hiruzen say? Hey, I know I have kept the fact you are the container of a demon a secret from you, but that's no biggie. Yeah, that would go over real well. Sorry, Hiruzen said solemnly. He meant it. Truly. He wanted to tell him. He wanted to be the one to tell him. He wanted him to find out where he was safe and in a loving environment. Instead, they got the exact opposite. Naruto just looked at his Gigi in silence for a moment after the apology. He could tell his Gigi meant it. It was kind of hard to lie like that, and he had yet to ever see a successful attempt. Naruto was still confused and a little hurt by this new information, however. He did not feel hate or anything towards his surrogate grandfather. It's fine, Gigi. Hiruzen's smile returned upon hearing his continued familial status. You wanted to protect me from the truth until I was strong enough and old enough to hear it, Naruto reasoned. Thank you for thinking so, Hiruzen said, happy and proud that Naruto thought this way. Well, it seems that promise ended up being redundant after all, Naruto murmured. Hiruzen sighed at the inaccuracy of that statement. No. There is still a great deal more to tell, Hiruzen stated seriously. Naruto looked at him in shock. More? He exclaimed. How much more could there be? Yes, there is much to talk about still, and, as I have promised, you will learn all when you become a Chunin, Hiruzen said firmly. Naruto looked set to demand the answers, however his words died in his throat. He had already got the main question answered, and it would sustain him. It would not take too long before he could take the Chunin exams. All right, Gigi. I trust you. Just write a memo or something so you don't forget in your old age, Naruto said with a cheeky smile. Sarutobi scowled at the comment. I am not that old, the Sandaime cried futilely. Not only was Naruto not paying attention, but he was also already gone from the clearing. Hiruzen sighed in exasperation at the blonde's antics and cheek. That child is becoming cheekier by the day. Also, I am not that old. Am I? You know, for someone who wears orange, you sure have taste. A short, balding man said as he leaned against his camera, looking approvingly at the young blonde choice of clothes and stance. What was that about the orange, Databeo? The blonde demanded. It's hideous. The old man deadpanned. Are you sure you don't want to wear something more normal? What are you talking about? There is nothing cooler than orange. Half the village was wearing orange at one point, Naruto argued back. Only because you put orange dye into everyone's washing. And it only lasted 2 days before everyone had bought a new set of clothes or removed the dye. Doesn't negate the point though, Naruto countered pointlessly. It does. Shut up and take the damn photo, he demanded as he posed. The old man sighed in surrender. At least he isn't wearing makeup and pulling weird faces, he thought, trying to keep positive. All right, in 3, 2, 1. Flash. Hiruzen looked at the ninja registration photo in relief at the fact it wasn't embarrassing to look at. If anything, it looked cool. The photo showed Naruto wearing his usual blue trousers and orange jumper. However, unlike usual, he had the jumper unzipped to show off his muscles through his tight t-shirt. His legs were mostly facing the wrong way. However, he had twisted his body left so that he was actually still able to look directly at the camera to expose his face. His farthest hand was visibly in his pocket in a mature manner while his closest hung on his kunai belt. On his face was one of his beautiful smiles which he had shown few. To add the frankly awe-inspiring pose, which made him reminiscent of the yondaime, the sun was positioned perfectly to bring a glimmering effect to the forehead protector he wore, drawing attention to the proudly displayed symbol of the village. So what do you think? Naruto asked excitedly. To be honest, I'm actually surprised that you made such a good job of it. I fully expected that you would paint your face or something. He noticed the grimace that Naruto made and raised an eyebrow. Well, you see, I actually told Oniai-san about what I had originally planned. However, he immediately rejected it and threatened me with his ghoul eyes when I resisted, Naruto said as he shivered. Hiruzen nodded in understanding. It had long been a powerful weapon against Naruto's antics, keeping some of his more eccentric pranks from seeing the light of day. However, Yamato had been reluctant about using the technique on Naruto, who he had formed a brotherly relationship with, rather than a subordinate one. It also seemed like Naruto was building a resistance too. By the way, how did you get the leaves to act like that? Hiruzen asked, referring to the 3 leaves which appeared to be dancing around him. Leaves? Naruto asked in confusion before he walked around the table to get a look at his photo. Wow, that make me look so cool, Naruto exclaimed before he took his seat again. Hiruzen gave an amused smile before it turned into a frown as the door slammed open and a little child gave his battle cry. Fight me, old geezer! A short brown-haired boy demanded as he shot into the room. Again? What is this, the 20th time today? Hiruzen asked himself in exasperation. He loved his grandson, but the boy's actions were, to put it bluntly, annoying. Hiruzen gained some relief, along with a bit of worry, as his sole grandson tripped on his scarf and proceeded to fall flat on his face. OW! The boy cried out in pain as his face became acquainted with the floor. Oh no, not again! A disembodied voice shouted from outside the room before a tall man wearing tinted glasses and his headband as a bandana. Damn it, who set that trap? The young boy demanded of the people present. Are you all right? And there wasn't a trap, the ninja said as he readjusted his glasses the smallest millimeter. Hey you! The boy exclaimed as he noticed Naruto staring at him, wondering who the hell this kid was. The older ninja also finally noticed the blonde, which prompted him to glare at the boy. Something said blonde had thankfully not noticed as he was occupied by the brat in front of him. I know you are the one who set that trap. Naruto suddenly looked indignant before he rushed forward and grabbed the little brat by the collar. Like I would make such a lame trap. You tripped over your own feet, ya idiot. Naruto countered with righteous fury at the insinuation he would lay such a small-time trap. Hey Naruto, let him go, he is the Hokage's grandson. glasses shouted while pointing at both of the people he mentioned. Naruto looked incredulously at the man as he continued to hold his pseudo-cousin. The boy looked like he was about to say something but was quickly silenced when a fist slammed into the top of his head. "Why the hell should that matter?" Naruto said as he slammed his fist into the boy, knocking him to the ground. "Are we done, Gigi?" Naruto asked grumpily before leaving as he was dismissed by the sighing Hokage, much to the boy's guardian's protest. 10 minutes later, Naruto noticed the arrival of the kid who had interrupted his registration. The boy was making a pathetic attempt to hide his presence from him. He made lots of noise. At no point was he completely hiding his body, and by the log is he actually holding up that camouflage curtain sideways. Having had enough of watching the boy make a complete fool of himself, Naruto finally called him out. "Stop following me with such lame hiding techniques. Do it properly." Naruto paused for a moment. "Actually, don't follow me at all," Naruto corrected. "Hee, impressive. You saw through my cover. It seems the rumors are true." "No, even civilians could see through that cover." Naruto deadpanned but was completely ignored. "Hey, I'll make you my Oyabun dash." Wadash Naruto started. "And in exchange, please teach me that Oryoke no jutsu which defeated Gramps." The boy begged. "Please, boss." "Boss?" Naruto asked himself. The Sandaime shivered in terror, as if something terrible was going to happen soon, and most likely due to a certain blonde that both his grandson and just now Ebisu went after. In a clearing somewhere. "Alright, the basics are bon. Kyuu, bon, wide, thin, wide," said the culprit blonde. "Yes, boss. Henge," the Hokage's grandson declared. The boy couldn't use the Fuhin Henge, as the amount of chakra used alone would kill him, so he was using a watered-down version with the original Henge. When the Henge's smoke dispersed, Naruto found himself looking at an ugly, fat woman with a punk's hairstyle. Needless to say, Naruto was revolted by the poor excuse of a sexy woman. "Even I did better on my first try," Naruto said as he mentally cringed. "No, wrong. More slender, less sagging," Naruto demanded of his new pupil. An hour and a number of lumps later. "Finally," Naruto said as he and his student landed on the convenient log in exhaustion. The brat had finally managed to get a decently sexy woman. Not so much cute or quite as sexy as his own version, or as real, but he couldn't deny that she was very pretty. Then again, it was a good try on his part considering he had yet to get his hands on an actual smut yet. Even Naruto's version was merely good-looking before he stole Kakashi's Aiha. "By the way," Naruto began, "why are you constantly going after the Gramps? Like all the time?" His subordinate leaned forward as he collected his thoughts. "Gigi gave me the name Konohamaru," he began. "Everyone know that's my name, but no one has ever called me that," Konohamaru stated solemnly. "When they look at me, talk to me, or even call for me, all they ever see is my Gigi. That's why I want the Hokage title, so that they will see me," Konohamaru finished with determination. "Idiot," gaining Konohamaru's attention. "Like anyone would acknowledge a brat like you," Naruto continued, not giving Konohamaru a chance to protest. "The position of Hokage is difficult and painful and require great strength and fortitude. If you truly want to be Hokage," Naruto said. "What?" Konohamaru asked with reckless determination. "You have to defeat me," Naruto said in a feral manner, as he looked at the young boy with a challenging and confident grin, causing the determination Konohamaru had shown to fall away in place of shock. There was a moment when nothing happened as Konohamaru processed what it was that Naruto was saying, what he was implying. However, the moment was cut short at the sound of a third voice. "I've found you," said a more adult voice. Both children looked around to see Ebisu standing on top of a tree, looking down on them. Well, looking was too kind a word, and he was not really looking at Konohamaru. He was glaring at Naruto. Naruto did notice his look this time, even through the glasses. He was still hurt by the look, but he was thankful he knew it was no longer his fault. "Young master, let's go home," Ebisu told Konohamaru as he jumped down. "No. I'm going to JIJI and getting the Hokage title, so don't get in my way." Ebisu's voice became patronizing after this. "A Hokage must be well taught in every aspect of being a shinobi," Ebisu began. "Henge!" Konohamaru cried as he ignored his sensei's lecture. "You must master 1,000 skills and then… Huh? Take this, Oryoke no Jutsus," Konohamaru cried, transforming into a beautiful woman with only clouds to protect her modesty. Ebisu's cheeks reddened slightly and his jaw dropped in shock, but he was otherwise unaffected. "It didn't work?" Konohamaru said in shock. Naruto knew better. The only way it wouldn't have worked somewhat was if he was a playboy or gay. Ebisu was obviously neither if his blush and next words stated. What a perverted skill. I am a gentleman. Such dirty tricks will not work on me." "Oh really?" Naruto thought evilly. "If you hang out with idiots like him, you will become stupid. Just do as I say and I will be your shortcut to Hokage," Ebisu yelled at the struggling Konohamaru. "Oh really?" Naruto thought angrily, now pissed off with the closet pervert. Without hand seals, Naruto created over a dozen clones. "Wow, that's amazing!" Konohamaru shouted in awe. Ebisu only smirked at the supposed attempt to fight him before getting into a battle stance. "How foolish. Just because you are a genin now doesn't mean you can hope to face me, an elite tutor." Naruto ignored him in favor of his next move. "Fuhen Henge." Ebisu blinked in surprise at the name of the jutsu and the fact he was intending to use a henge. Suddenly, he found himself surrounded by a harem of beautiful naked women. Dark skin, light skin, blonde hair, red hair, brown hair, leggy and petite, buxom and slender, glasses. Ebisu fell immediately as a massive amount of blood propelled him through the air before landing unconscious on the ground several feet away. "Dirty tricks won't work on you, eh? Then what was my harem no jutsu?" Naruto said as he smirked victoriously. "That was awesome, boss. You defeated my tutor. If I knew that technique could easily defeat Gramps and become Dash." He tried to say, however, he was silenced when Naruto smacked him over the head. "Idiot, it is not that simple. The title Hokage is given to the greatest shinobi of the village. Because of all the bad things in my life, I almost lost myself to despair," Naruto said solemnly. "But I somehow managed to find people who acknowledge me for me. But to find them was incredibly difficult. So you better prepare yourself," Naruto said as he made to leave. "Prepare," Konohamaru said, calling after him, making him stop. "If you want an incredible title like Hokage, which everyone will acknowledge." Naruto looked around at the young hopeful who was waiting expectantly. "There aren't going to be any shortcuts," Naruto said with a smile. Konohamaru looked at him in awe before he remembered what Naruto had said earlier. He turned around before speaking. "Blah blah blah. Stop lecturing me as if you know everything," Konohamaru said dismissively. "I'm not letting you be my boss anymore," he said loudly. Naruto just listened and waited for him to finish. Then Konohamaru turned around with a smile on his face and a fire in his eyes. "From now on, we're rivals," he declared, causing Naruto to smile along with him. "Sorry, Konohamaru, but starting tomorrow I will be beginning my shinobi career. But one day I'll fight you for the title of Hokage," Naruto said with a serious smile. "I'll be looking forward to it, Konohamaru." Naruto then turned and moved to leave as Konohamaru's eyes widened and his face gained a serene appearance before he smiled again and saluted the retreating Naruto. Neither of them realizing the existence of the happy and hopeful eyes which watched them through a crystal ball. Next day, Naruto turned up for the team placement, which was located at the academy at about 8 o'clock like everyone else. Despite this fact, his usually sitting partner was already present. One Hyuga Hinata. "Morning, Hinata-chan." Naruto said cheerfully, which caused Hinata to blush considerably before she could make her reply. Good morning, Naruto Keikuin, Hinata stuttered. Naruto wanted to frown at the fact she still had trouble speaking confidently, despite the years that they have known each other. However, he pushed those emotions down before smiling brightly in encouragement. She received enough disciplining at home that she didn't need it here. Naruto therefore opted for the positive approach of trying to get her out of her shell bit by bit. It had worked for the most part. He remembered when he had first spoken to her when he was 11. It had been a disaster. As soon as he was within 5 feet of her, she became extremely nervous and possessed a deep blush on her face. He initially kept that distance to keep her from becoming too nervous, however it turned out to be in vain because as soon as he greeted her she blushed even more and fainted. Naruto was happy for her that he was the only one there to see it, though he also guessed she would not have wanted to fall unconscious in front of her crush. He would have been embarrassed himself if he had just spontaneously fainted in front of Satsuki. Took her 10 minutes before she came around and was able to open her eyes. Unfortunately, Naruto was changing the damp towel he had put on her head for a cooler one when her eyes opened. His face was, at the time, only a foot from hers. She immediately passed out again, and it took her another 5 minutes to recover. This time he was a safer distance away. Her first reaction was a full-body blush, if her hands and neck were any indication, as the humiliation that she had fainted not once but twice from his mere presence sunk in. Naruto was now a good 7 foot from her, and he remained quiet until she was able to calm down, all the while giving an encouraging smile. How long was I out? The lavender-eyed girl asked hesitantly. Said eyes were looking literally everywhere but at him. Naruto could have opted to give a blunt and loud response, but if the last two reaction were any indication, subtly, ugh was required for this. Not long, Naruto murmured vaguely, trying to keep her embarrassment and self-loathing to a minimum. It seemed that she was able to keep from fainting at the sound of his voice this time, thankfully. There was an uncomfortable silence between the two. Naruto wanted to break it, however there would be no progression if Hinata relied upon him to start a simple conversation. Hinata, as Naruto predicted, didn't have the confidence to face her crush, let alone talk to him. But she knew she had to, as she could see that he was expecting it of her. It was nearly half an hour later when Hinata finally mustered the courage to speak to him. What did you want to talk about? The Hyuga stuttered. Naruto's smile widened and his eyes became exceptionally gentle as she finally spoke to him. Hinata's blush deepened, but she stayed strong. I just wanted to talk to you. Be your friend, Naruto said in a low, calm voice. Despite the tone, this was a dangerous thing to say, as Hinata was suddenly on the verge of fainting at the prospect that her crush wanted to be her friend. He wants to be my friend? She exclaimed mentally. She was both ecstatic and terrified by the prospect. She wanted to talk to him for years now, and finally she would have the chance after he initiated the conversation. But she was still very shy, and the impression he must have received was embarrassing. I want to be your friend too, Naruto Keikuin, she said as quickly as she could before her dwindling resolve gave out. She was rewarded by the kind and genuinely happy smile which she had only seen when they had first met. She fainted again. It had been a rough year or so for the new friendship. Not only were her parents and clan disapproving of her choice in friends, but she was struggling to look him in the eye and interact with him. It had taken him half a year of constantly sitting next to her during class and lunch in order for her to look him in the eye once. It had been a joyous day which was almost ruined when she grew dizzy and fainted when he tried to support her. It was still a win. Naruto had also taken to introducing her to his other friends who welcomed her warmly. Too warmly in Kiba's case, however. Once he realized she was dead set on Naruto, for some reason, he backed off and became more brotherly towards her. At least the dog breath knew when to quit, otherwise Naruto felt he would be beating him away with a stick on a daily basis. So far they had reached the point where Naruto would help her with her training and would be able to sit within 2 feet of her without causing much more than a blush. The training part had been the greater hurdle for them, however. The training actually mostly involved sparring, as neither had any knowledge of the other's abilities or how to improve them. This, however, was a major problem for Hinata. She was too kind. She would always pull her punches, always miss despite the fact she could easily have hit her mark. She held back in favor of being hit. This was a big no-no in Naruto's book. He told her so too. He really didn't know how to tell her that she needed to be more confident. Naruto was always confident, and any depression was fixed with some hard love. This would not work on Hinata, as her problem resided in her kindness rather than any actual weakness. In the end, he had to make her come to the right answers by giving her questions which her kindness would demand she do in a certain way. Questions such as, "What will you do when an enemy is going to kill one of your teammates?" Or, "What if your unwillingness to give your all in a spar gives your teammates a false sense of security?" And other such things. And he made progress through this method. Kindness can be both a weakness and a strength. It is how you view it and how you use it. Once Hinata realized that her kindness was hurting others more than any blow, she stopped holding back in their spars. And boy, what a change. While she was rarely able to hit him, even with his seals on, it became extremely difficult to fight her in close combat. This was especially the case after he upped his seals. Putting her on his training requiem also achieved results, though not as large considering her significantly smaller stamina. However, their training often ended quickly, as the bodyguards and minders, which she had dumped, eventually found her and took her home. Back to the present, Naruto sat down next to Hinata, who was sitting in front of Satsuki, and waited for Irika to arrive. Half an hour later, and some bullying of a poor boy who was sat next to Satsuki when Sakura walked in, Irika arrived, on the dot. The fact that Irika walked through the door with bandages on caused more than a few to raise an eyebrow, but no one mentioned it. Clearing his throat, Irika began his speech. "From now on you will be receiving missions to help the village, which means you will have to be put into teams of 3, as well as be assigned a jounin sensei." Irika started. "You will follow your sensei's instructions in order to successfully complete your missions." Everyone was geared up for it, hoping to be put into teams with their friends. Naruto was slightly torn in who he wanted to be with. He wanted to be on a team with Satsuki, his crush. However, he was also concerned with Hinata and wanted to there to help her too. He may end up with neither, which would suck. After going through some of the list, Irika finally called out his name. Team 7. Haruno Sakura, Uzumaki Naruto dash. Both people slumped their shoulders. There was no real animosity between them, but Sakura disliked him for constantly getting in her way, and he disliked her because she got in his and screamed throughout the entire time. Uchiha Satsuki. Haruno Sakura was suddenly jumping for joy, an action which Naruto refrained from doing. Barely. He was happy he had one of his 3 important girls in his team. However, he was still concerned for one of the other ones, who was looking very depressed right now. He moved his hand to rest upon her shoulder in a comforting manner, which, as expected, made her blush, while giving her a warm, reassuring smile, which made her blush deepen. They were both lucky she didn't faint, a testament to her growing confidence. Team 8. Aburame Shino, Hyuga Hinata and Inazuka Kiba. Hinata perked slightly at that, as she was afraid she would be paired with people she didn't know. However, thanks to being introduced to Kiba, Hinata had someone she was partially comfortable with. Naruto was also pleased because he knew Kiba would support her, and Shino was a good guy, though quiet. Team 9 is active, therefore Team 10 is Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji. He said, finishing declaring the teams. He was quite thankful that no one had made a fuss this year, as it would have been so troublesome to deal with. Caught in his relief, he didn't notice Shikamaru sneeze suddenly. "Alright, this afternoon you'll be introduced to your jounin senseis, so until then you are dismissed," Irika said before he took a standing posture and waited for everyone to leave and end his duties as teacher. Naruto was amongst the first to leave, shortly behind Satsuki, who he decided to ask out for lunch for some team bonding. "No," she said instantly in a cold tone. This had hurt Naruto, as he had genuinely expected her to accept. But he was not going to take no for an answer. Not this time. "Well, if that's your stance, then all I can say is, if you won't eat with me, then you don't get to eat." he said while showing her lunch to her. Satsuki's eyes widened in surprise before they narrowed in anger. "Give it back, idiot," Satsuki demanded as held out her hand. "No," said just as instantly as she had, though in a much lighter tone. Losing her temper, she immediately lunged for it, only to grab air as Naruto moved far out of reach. "Now you have two options. Have lunch with your team or earn it back." Naruto got his answer a moment later as the Uchiha immediately lunged for him, though this time with the intent of bodily harm. Naruto immediately moved out of range again before running away cackling as he went as Satsuki chased him. Sakura, wanting to get on her idol's good side, immediately went after him as well. Needless to say, after Naruto turned his third bend, he had gotten too far ahead of her, so from her view, when Satsuki turned the same bend, he had disappeared. After playing hide and seek with Naruto, though she wouldn't look at it that way, Satsuki encountered the considerably winded Sakura. "Have you seen Naruto?" she asked angrily, though, despite herself, she was actually enjoying this little game of his, though she wished he hadn't stolen her lunch from him. "No, I lost him the same time you did," Sakura said. That was actually a lie. She had lost Satsuki after the second bend. "Bastard, stealing my lunch. I'm going to kill him when I find him," Satsuki cursed. She was really looking forward to that sandwich. "I know, right? That useless baka is only good for times like these," Sakura scoffed. "All he does is pull stupid pranks and fight against you," she continued. "Well, what can you expect from someone with such an abnormal childhood? Not having parents and all." Satsuki flinched in shock at that. "He doesn't have parents?" she asked herself. Now that she thought about it, she did remember him being an orphan and that he was living on his own. While Satsuki was dealing with this recovered information, Sakura had completely ignored her subtle change in facial feature. "Lucky baka. He can do whatever he wants. If I acted like that, my parents would ground me for a month," she continued, completely oblivious to the increasingly darkened and narrowed eyes. "He's so lucky. All alone. Parents not around to tell him what to do and what not to do. That's why he always makes trouble," she concluded, proud of herself and sure that she had gained Satsuki-sama's attention. She had, just not in a good way. "All alone," Satsuki muttered. Sakura tilted her head in confusion before giving a huh in response. "The feeling of having your parents be angry at you is nothing compared to what Naruto is feeling." What do you mean?" Sakura asked tentatively, finally realizing she had said something wrong. "Shut up. You are annoying," Satsuki growled as she glared at the pinkette, causing said girl to flinch as the words slammed into her. Satsuki proceeded to walk off, never noticing her other teammates sitting in the nearby tree holding her lunchbox, having overlooked the whole thing. 10 minutes later, Satsuki found her lunch on a seat outside, its contents exactly as she left it. After lunch, everyone went back into the classroom, though this time they were sitting with their respective teams. Naruto was, therefore, sitting next to Sakura and Satsuki as they awaited for their sensei to arrive. Naruto was looking bored and zoned out while Sakura looked depressed from being called annoying earlier. Satsuki, on the other hand, was glaring at Naruto in anger. By the time he had given back her meal, there had only been 10 minutes before they were due back, so, instead of enjoying her meal, she had to swallow it almost whole in order to avoid going hungry. 10 minutes later, the senseis had arrived and were calling their teams out. Naruto noted that it was Anko's friend, the feminist female Genjutsu mistress Kurenai, who was Hinata's sensei, and felt relieved that Hinata would have a sympathetic sensei who would support. A few minutes later, the classroom was empty save for 3 people. Satsuki, who was brooding quietly, Sakura, who was looking rather exasperated, and Naruto, who was nearing on livid. He had spent a bit of time with his would-be teacher, in the form of constant pranking. He also knew Kakashi was always late. It was because of these things that Naruto was sure that his new sensei would not dare to be late, as he knew his reputation very well. It seemed that some reinforcement was necessary. Getting up, Naruto placed a board eraser over the door. Something Sakura protested but did nothing to stop. especially when his grin became feral. In the end, it was another 3 hours before Kakashi finally arrived. And what an arrival it was. Kakashi had immediately noticed the eraser and was justly nervous. He knew it was way too obvious to be Naruto's work, however neither of the other two fit the profile for a prankster. Which left one possible solution. It was a distraction. This could end really badly for him. If he was small-time like most, then it would be fine, however Naruto was hardcore and he knew that Kakashi knew it. Which meant that this was punishment and Naruto was always serious when it came to punishment. Manning up, Kakashi caught the eraser in his hand before it fell and proceeded to examine the room carefully. Finding there to be no further traps, Kakashi took a hesitant step forward before a glimmer of light caught the corner of his eye. Looking down, Kakashi saw a seal exactly where his foot was. But what was worrying was that it was connected to something behind him. Before he could do anything, a sudden pressure slammed into his back, sending him flying into the classroom and into the opposite wall. For a moment, Kakashi seemed to hang on the wall before gravity finally caused his body to slip to the ground, where he lay in a heap for a moment. Recovering quickly, Kakashi slowly stood up to see the laughing coming from the blonde boy as the pinkette displayed false concern, and the broody Uchiha looked at him like he was stupid. Before Kakashi would say anything, however, something landed on, and completely covered, his head. From the outside, Sakura gasped and Satsuki's eyes widened at the sudden appearance of the bucket, which now encased their sensei's head. But it wasn't actually the bucket which caught their attention. It was the 3 low-level explosive seals which were stuck on it. Kakashi had no time to react as the notes went off, almost instantly causing the bucket to vibrate loudly around Kakashi's head before he fell over, dizzy from the sensation. Sakura and Naruto were now laughing together, and even Satsuki couldn't keep the small smile off her face. After another 10 minutes, Kakashi was able to recover and remove the bucket from his head, looking very annoyed and fairly cowed. That was completely unnecessary, Naruto. Kakashi complained angrily. Naruto smirked at him in a sadistic manner. Maybe you shouldn't been late for your first day as a sensei then, Naruto countered. Especially with me as your student. Kakashi refused to concede the point after what he had just gone through. However, he didn't have the heart or balls to deny it either. With a sigh, Kakashi turned to the other two, who had managed to get their mirth under control. Follow me to the roof, Kakashi commanded, causing the trio to follow him out. On the roof. There on the roof, Kakashi walked over to the railings to lean against, leaving the genin to sight on the ground before him. Let's start with you introducing yourself, Kakashi began. Okay, what should we talk about? Sakura asked. Kakashi shrugged before listing a few. Likes, dislikes, dreams for the future and things like that. Hey, how about you go first then? Naruto prompted. You look very suspicious. Are you really our sensei? Naruto questioned with wary eyes, causing the other two to look at him with equally suspicious eyes. Kakashi's sweat dropped at Naruto's attempt to undermine his legitimacy. Okay. My name is Hatake Kakashi. I have no desire to tell you my likes or dislikes. Dreams for the future, don't know. And I have hobbies, he said. All we learnt was his name, was the collective thought of the newly formed Team 7. Okay, going from right to left, he said, pointing at Naruto. Yash, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like ramen, people paying for my ramen, and the people who acknowledge me. What I dislike is people being mean to the people who acknowledge me and the time it takes to cook ramen. Hokage-sama was right. He is obsessed with ramen. My dream for the future is to surpass all the other Hokages and gain the acknowledgement of the village, Naruto said resolutely. Kakashi's eyes widened slightly before returning to their lackadaisical appearance. As for hobbies, pranking, gardening, and cooking, everyone gave him an raised eyebrow when he mentioned that last hobby. Cooking? Kakashi asked. Oh, now that I think about it, Anko-san mentioned that you made dango for her, Kakashi said mildly. Naruto smiled slightly at the interest he was being shown before he reached into his pockets and activated the seal inside to pull out a box of dango. Try one. Naruto prompted as he presented 3 in his hands. After a moment, everyone was sampling the treat before beginning to chew with increased degrees of gusto. Kakashi and Satsuki were still eating it fairly slowly, however the amount of time they were not chewing was greatly reduced and Sakura was verging on wolfing it down. I don't usually like dango, but this is actually very good, Kakashi mentioned just before he bit into the last ball, resulting in the others present to nod enthusiastically. Naruto smiled at the warm reception his food had received before he tried to put things back on track. I think it is Satsuki's turn for introduction, Naruto mentioned, drawing attention to the young Uchiha whose mouth was still full. Chewing quickly, Satsuki proceeded to swallow the contents of her mouth. My name is Uchiha Satsuki. I dislike a number of things and don't particularly like anything. I can't really call it a dream but more of an ambition, to resurrect my clan and to kill a certain man, she said seriously, going full emo at that moment. Sakura gave an odd expression at Satsuki's announcement, while Naruto grimaced in concern at the road that she intended to take. Kakashi gave a, "I'm not surprised" look before his eyes turned to Sakura. Alrighty, girly girl's turn, Kakashi said, gaining a small glare from Sakura. My name is Haruno Sakura. The things I like are Satsuki-sama, reading, and Ino-san. One, she declared unashamedly. The things I dislike are Naruto baka and people who belittle books. My dreams for the future are to become a strong kunoichi and make my parents proud. So she can be more than just a fangirl, the other 3 thought to themselves. My hobbies, I'll keep that to myself. She's talking about Satsuki/me, isn't she? Everyone thought. Alright, that's the introductions out of the way. Tomorrow we will be starting our duties as shinobi, Kakashi informed them. Yeah? What kind of duties? Naruto asked excitedly. First, we are going to do something as just the 4 of us. What is it? Naruto said in a more subdued tone, forcing his excitement down as he got that feeling he had when Yamato used to throw in a curveball in training. Survival training, Kakashi said seriously. Huh? Naruto said in confusion. Satsuki remained silent, but her eyes narrowed in thought. In the end, Sakura was the one to ask all the questions. Why is our first duty training? We did enough training at the academy, she questioned. This is not like academy training. For this I am your opponent. Naruto's feeling of dread grew. I still don't understand what you mean, Naruto said, prodding for further information. That was when Kakashi started to giggle in amusement. What's so funny, sensei? Sakura asked cautiously as Naruto narrowed his eyes. Well, it's just that. You are going to freak out when I tell you. Why? Naruto asked for everyone. Because of this training, of the 27 graduates, only 9 will become full genin. The rest will go back to the academy. This training has a 66% chance of failing. The reactions were as expected, with them all becoming incredibly concerned. Told ya you'd freak out, Kakashi said cheerfully. No way. Then what was the point of graduating? Naruto demanded in shock. Oni-san and Gigi didn't mention this. That was only to find those who had the chance of becoming genin. Naruto was silent as he processed this. It made sense in a way, but it was such a fucking troll. Anyway, tomorrow you have to show your real skills on the training ground. Bring all your tools and such. And skip breakfast. You might throw up, Kakashi advised. The details are on this paper dash, he said as he began to hand out sheets of paper. And make sure not to be late tomorrow, he finished before dismissing them and sunshining off. Morning the next day. Naruto woke up to the sound of his alarm going off at 5 in the morning. As was routine, Naruto immediately made a clone to go and make his 3,000 clones at their training ground. Once there, they went and practiced and advanced his chakra control. He had considered not doing it today as he would be facing a jounin, however, he opted not to set his training back just for this. He wouldn't need all that chakra anyway. 2. Naruto said about his daily tasks of cooking his abundant breakfast of grilled fish, steamed rice, beans, and miso soup, all properly seasoned, of course. He was actually halfway through his cooking when he realized that Kakashi-sensei had instructed him not to have anything to eat. Naruto frowned and was about to put the food away but was stopped when his stomach began to make a violent protest. Suddenly deciding that Kakashi's advice was unneeded, Naruto finished making his breakfast and proceeded to eat it with gusto. Halfway through the meal, Naruto realized it was just advice, and pretty weak advice at that. Realizing that the others may not realize this, Naruto packed some of his energy bars into his pocket after finishing his meal and heading out at 5:30. Half an hour later, Naruto meandered his way to the training ground where both Satsuki and Sakura were already waiting. Giving and gaining some nods, Naruto moved to sit with the duo as they waited for their sensei to arrive, who he was sure would not dare to be late again. Kakashi was late. 10 minutes and counting. This would not do, not at all. Naruto huffed in annoyance as he looked over to his teammates, both of whom were happily munching on the energy bars he brought with him. It had taken quite a bit of convincing, but he had managed to get them to eat, though the biggest blow to their argument was their growling stomachs. It was quite hilarious after watching them build up into a fervor only to be defeated and embarrassed by their own guts. It was also adorable how Satsuki blushed when her abdomen began to growl, though he had to give her points for not averting her eyes or grabbing her stomach in misery, like Sakura. The whole thing had gone quiet after that, the clearing filled with only the happy munching of the two girls who devoured their small, but filling meals with gusto. Even when they finished, there was silence. It was uncomfortable, so Naruto decided to get them in on his prank for Kakashi-sensei. "Oi, you want to deliver some righteous punishment?" Naruto asked with a downright sadistic grin. The girls looked at him with a disturbed, but also curious, stare. Kakashi looked up from his book to check the time. 10:50. Almost time to get there and start the test, he said to himself. Kakashi promptly used Shunshin to appear a bit away from the training ground before meandering his way up the path, seemingly without a care in the world. In fact, it wasn't until he heard the expected shout of anger and indignation that comes from being made to wait for 4 hours for your tardy sensei. "You're late," came the cry. It never got old, though Satsuki's curt masculine voice did dampen the comedy of it a bit. "Eh?" Kakashi immediately looked up in confusion at the suddenly masculine voice of his Uchiha student to find his special two-girl, one-boy team now being vice versa. Standing before him was his students. Sakura didn't look any different, but the other two. Naruto was wearing a bright orange jumpsuit, and Satsuki was a boy. Satsuki was a boy. "Nay. What's wrong, sensei? You looking a bit confused?" said Naruto. Dear log, his voice is even more immature and loud. "Oh, did you forget what time it was, sensei?" Naruto said in a dumb voice. "What the hell? Che, and we're learning from this idiot," Satsuki said in a dismissive tone. "What the hell? Kya? Sasuke is so cool," Sakura cried in a shrill tone, her eyes becoming hearts for her idol as she went full fangirl mode. "What the hell? Hey Sakura-chan, ignore this emo king and come on a date with me." "Databeo," Naruto shouted loudly, gaining a glancing glare from Sasuke and a scorching glare from Sakura. "Like I would date you, loser. And don't insult Sasuke-sama again, dead last," Sakura screamed back before punching the blonde. "What the fucking hell is going on?" Hey guys, what's going on?" Kakashi asked weakly. Terror was filling him with each breath he took as he looked at the abominations which had replaced his cute, worthwhile students. "Huh? What are you talking about?" Naruto asked in an obviously confused tone. Sasuke and Sakura were both looking at him too with varying degrees of confusion. "Why is Satsuki a boy? And why are you wearing an orange jumpsuit?" Kakashi asked nervously. "Because my name orange is Uchiha awesome Sasuke," they said at the same time. Kakashi was on the verge of a nervous breakdown as the two boys glared at each other while Sakura began, reprimanding Naruto for talking over Sasuke-sama. No, can't be. This is my real genin team, Kakashi asked himself as the trio continued to bicker. No, Kakashi whispered, gaining the attention of his genin. Sensei, they asked at the same time. No, 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 and no. Kakashi screamed as his mind revolted from the horror which stood before. The laughter and his screams were all that filled his Aiha. Shutting up and looking back towards his pupils, Kakashi watched as all three fell to the ground laughing their asses off. Even Sasuke, who had looked even more stuck up than his imaginary Uchiha, was rolling around on the floor. I can't gasp. Can't believe he fell for it. Sakura choked out before she fell into another fit of hysterical laughter. Kakashi could only look blankly at the trio as his brain tried, and failed, to compute what had happened. Mercifully for his poor short-circuited brain, Naruto managed to regain enough composure to put his hands into a sign and say, Kai. Suddenly everything was right with the world. Sakura was no longer starstruck. Satsuki was still Satsuki and there was less orange. Kakashi felt relieved and very embarrassed. Never mess with the prank god Kakashi, and never be late again or this video will be all over Konoha, Naruto declared sadistically while gesturing to the shadow clone that jumped down from a tree, which would have a perfect angle of the entire thing. Kakashi paled as he realized Naruto had him by the balls. If this got out, he would be the laughingstock of the entire village, and every other village besides. His rep would go down, his rank would go down, customers would be less willing to trust him, he would get less work. Goddamn, this Gaki was good. If you pass, I am so getting you to instruct the other two in espionage, sabotage, and blackmail, Kakashi said seriously. It was brilliant what he did, and it was acted so well that Kakashi had actually believed it. Though it obviously meant to be a 2-minute thing as it was still too outlandish to have worked for too long. But it was still brilliant. Naruto just smirked victoriously down at his defeated teacher at the acknowledgement of his skill. A smirk with turned sadistic again as he leered at Kakashi. I still haven't heard about what you intend to do the next time you have an appointment with me, sensei. I do wonder what Gai-san would say if he saw this. Naruto purred imperiously. Kakashi blanched again before prostrating himself on his hand and knees with his head on the ground. Please forgive me. I, Hatake Kakashi, do swear to never be late for an appointment with you ever again. Kakashi begged, shocking the other genin. That was until he suddenly shot towards the clone holding the camera, crossing the distance in the blink of the eye. The clone was defenseless as the elite jonin suddenly appeared in front of him, who snatched the camera from the clone while at the same time dispelling the it. Kakashi turned back to his upstart student with a triumphant look on his face, only for it to evaporate when he gazed upon the amused and confident look on Naruto's face. Before he could understand what it meant, he heard a poof come from his hand, causing him to look down at the camera which now wasn't there anymore. TSK. Kakashi, that was a very foolish move. Did you really think I would not anticipate a move like that, or that I, the prankster god, would leave my valuable blackmail within arm's reach of a jonin-level shinobi like yourself? Naruto had entered full sadist mode. Kakashi went 8 shades whiter than before at the realization that he had been played. Again. Now, trash, how are you going to make up for this? Naruto asked with a grin. Once again Kakashi was on the ground, prostrating himself before him. Please forgive me. I, Hatake Kakashi, do swear to never be late for an appointment with you ever again. Kakashi repeated earnestly. Naruto stepped on him. Huh? That all you have to say for yourself, trash? TSK, you really are trash. Not only do you get tricked by your own genin and allow yourself to be blackmailed, but you also failed to even retrieve the material from said mere genin. Naruto growled while he grinded his foot into the sensei's white-haired head, all the while ignoring the shocked beyond words expression that his possible teammates were giving him and their sensei. My humble apologies, Naruto-sama. Please tell me what this worthless sensei can do to appease you, Kakashi begged in his best submissive voice, satisfying Naruto enough to get him to stop stepping on his elite jonin sensei and superior officer. Hmm. I guess I could be convinced to forgive you if you don't bring or read your Aika books while with me dash. I refuse, Kakashi stated, now no longer prostrating but kneeling in a dignified manner, as if he hadn't been groveling like a dog a moment earlier. Naruto blinked at him for a moment, realizing he may have pushed a bit too much with that request. Then you can't bring it when we are training, Naruto conceded. Kakashi still looked unsure, but Naruto had just the thing to convince him. Youth, Naruto whispered. Thank you for your mercy, Naruto-sama. This useless sensei does not deserve your kindness. Naruto nodded in satisfaction. Sadist mode deactivated. Now that is out of the way, let's get on with the test, Naruto said cheerfully, his excitement showing as he jumped up and down on the spot. Yes, let's, Kakashi said in his usual manner, as if he had not just been played twice and treated like Naruto's bitch for the last 5 minutes. The duo turned towards the other two people in the clearing to find them gaping blankly at them, their eyes slightly unfocused. What's up with them? Naruto asked innocently, pulling off his best and most genuine confused face. I have no idea. Maybe they are trying to attract flies because they are hungry? Kakashi asked with equal innocence. Some people are just weird, Naruto said confidently, as if he had nothing to do with it. Seeing that the girls had still not recovered, Naruto opted to do a good deed and not only prevent them from choking on some random fly, but to also keeping in line with the Kakashi supposition by stuffing a couple of onigiri that he had sealed away for later today into their mouths. The results was their immediate return to reality as they began chewing on the delicious onigiri that they had been forced to eat. After they had finished eating and swallowed, they both simultaneously looked at Naruto and Kakashi before shouting. What the hell? Kakashi and Naruto just looked at them dumbly. What? Kakashi asked. What was that? What were you thinking stepping on your sensei? And why did you go along with it? Are you an M-sensei? Are you gay? I thought Naruto was the masochist. That was so hot. Everyone looked at Satsuki at that last comment, causing her to blush furiously at her slip-up. What was that? Naruto asked. And nothing, Satsuki denied swiftly. It was basically an admittance to Naruto and everyone else. Oh? It doesn't sound like nothing. Tell me, what part did you like? The fact it was guy on guy. The thought of dominating your own personal toy, Naruto asked. All of them made her blush, but it was more embarrassment at his prodding than anything. Or maybe you want to be treated as someone's personal fuck toy, Naruto asked huskily. That did it. Within a second, Satsuki's entire body was flushed a deep red. Please stop, she whispered piteously. Turned him on so much. However, Naruto relented, not wanting to break his teammate, well, at least not till they were more mature. Looking over to the other people in the clearing, he noticed the blushing glare from Sakura and the perverted giggles from Kakashi. Deciding to ignore them, Naruto decided to set everything on track. Sensei, test. Naruto deadpanned, causing Kakashi to blink for a second as he remembered what today was. Ah, that's right. Kakashi then oriented himself so that he was able to look at all his students. Fishing out a clock, from Log knows where, Kakashi set it on a rock which was next to him. It read 10:45. All right, it has been set for noon. Everyone looked at him for a moment in confusion, everyone forgetting what happened earlier. The three teammates watched as their sensei pulled out 2 bells. All right, here are 2 bells. The task is you have to take one of these for me before noon. The one who fails to get the bell will be tied to one of those stumps while the other 2 have lunch in front of them, Kakashi instructed while gesturing to the stumps. He raised an eyebrow, however, when he noticed Satsuki and Sakura sigh in relief and give appreciative looks at Naruto, who grinned triumphantly. Kakashi pseudo-asked them. I had a full breakfast, but I gave those 2 energy bars when I arrived, Naruto said cheerfully. Kakashi blinked at the small turn around before giving an eye smile. He then turned serious again. While you may be less worried about that, there is still the other punishment. The ones who don't get a bell will also be the ones who fail the test and end up back at the academy. Their sensei said ominously, gaining the undivided attention of his now sweating potential genin. You can use whatever ninja tool or skill you want, but you have to come at me with the intent to kill, Kakashi said, fully expecting them to get all flustered and concerned for his health. He was therefore shocked when all three of them drew kunai and took on a deadly serious expression. Yeah, we know, Naruto said in a deadly calm voice. Kakashi blinked again before remembering going for the clone. Damn, I can't make a cool impression anymore. Kakashi, though glumly, having gone off to the side of training area to sulk. Sensei, can we start the test now? Sakura asked awkwardly, a bit stunned from the sudden atmosphere change. Kakashi looked over at the clock and noticed that he had wasted 10 minutes. Ah, right. Start. Kakashi watched as all three disappeared into the undergrowth, in his sight only due to his experience and skill. They're all hidden really well, he thought to himself. Fight me, Naruto said from behind him. Huh? Looking around, Kakashi noticed that Naruto was standing in an overconfident manner. What is he doing? Everyone thought. After the little display he made of Kakashi, no one in that clearing believed for even a second that he was doing this because he was hot-headed. You know you should be hiding, right? Kakashi asked weakly. Why? Naruto asked almost innocently. It's not as if you are a challenge mentally. Kakashi's eyebrow twitched at that, but he kept his calm. That may be so, but you yourself admitted that you could not take me lightly, Kakashi said to the young blonde as he tried to figure out Naruto's game. Oh, that just meant I would have to be serious about it, not beat down on the mentally disabled, Naruto said with a straight face. Kakashi's eyebrow twitched violently, but again managed to retain his calm, mostly. He now no longer cared what Naruto's game was, just as long as he taught the brat a lesson. Say that when you beat me, shorty. It was then Naruto's turn to have a twitching eyebrow. Bring it on, retard, Naruto cried as he charged recklessly at Kakashi, fists swinging. Kakashi dodged all of them effortlessly as the enraged blonde kept throwing wild predictable punch after wild predictable punch, with the odd scene coming from a mile away kick. Kakashi had decided to be cautious about it, so he didn't get out his Aika book, not wanting to be played again by the prankster. He now wished he had. Naruto was no challenge at all, average genin speed with no form or rhythm to his movements. He was basically broadcasting all his movements like a hiding ninja wearing bright orange. Having enough of this, Kakashi disappeared only to reappear crouched behind the blonde. Naruto, behind you, came Sakura's screams as Kakashi prepared his attack. It is time for payback, he struck. Hidden Leaf Ancient Taijutsu Technique. 1,000 years of Parain. Kakashi shouted like a battle cry as he utilized the overglorified ass poke. Naruto screamed as he was shot into the air by the devastating attack. Before disappearing in a poof of smoke, Kakashi blinked. Thanks for the lesson on the skill level of a Jonin, Kakashi-sensei, came the cheeky cry from the now completely hidden blonde. Kakashi blinked again before a small blush-filled appeared on his cheeks. Was I just played again? Kakashi asked himself. Equals 0 equals 0 equals dash 0 equals dash 0 equals dash 0 dash equals 0 equals 0 equals dash 0 equals dash 0 equals dash 0 equals dash 0 equals 0 equals dash 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 0 equals 0. Naruto rubbed his ass in phantom pains as the memory of being launched with an ass poke replayed itself in his mind. Just because the injury doesn't transfer didn't mean the mental trauma it caused didn't. Naruto reviewed what he learnt from the clone and from watching the fight. He was right, it would be impossible to get the bells from him on his own. The clone obviously wasn't going all out, and even then it was not as strong as himself. But Kakashi was toying with him, and the moment he stopped goofing around, the clone had been crushed. Naruto considered turning off his resistance seals but decided against it. He had promised himself to take them off only on C-rank missions and the Chunin exams. While this was important, he didn't think his true strength would matter that much, or at least it would probably still not be enough to go against a Jonin of Kakashi's level. Despite the fact he was definitely near, or even at, Chunin level meant little because not only was Kakashi stronger, faster, more skilled with a larger reach, but he was also vastly more experienced. And, if how he reacted to his clone's initial advance were any indication, Kakashi had ceased to underestimate him, destroying any surprise attacks he could have conjured before. This all led to a single resounding conclusion. There was no way that Naruto would get more than a glancing touch at those bells, and that if he had the rest of the week. This caused Naruto to ask, "How are we supposed to pass this test like this?" That question dispelled from his mind as he eyed the clock to notice that the time was now 11:20. Shit, I need to get the bells quick. Better get Satsuki-chan's and Sakura-chan's help or none of us will be getting that bell. Naruto thought to himself as he rushed towards where he just heard the Pinkette scream. 0 equals dash 0 equals 0 equals 0 equals dash 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 0 dash equals 0 dash equals 0 equals dash 0 equals dash 0 equals 0 equals 0. Satsuki jerked to her left at the scream that echoed throughout the training area. That scream, Sakura, she said out loud, feeling a bit of concern and a lot of trepidation about the fate of her fangirl. Shinobi Fighting Lesson Number 2, Genjutsu, came Kakashi's voice from behind her. Sakura easily fell for it. She never did take her training seriously, at least not when I was around. Satsuki thought to herself. I'm different from them, Satsuki declared assuredly, her back still turned to the white-haired man behind her. You're right about that. Sakura fell to that genjutsu too easily, and Naruto is an entire level above you, Kakashi countered. Satsuki turned to glare at the Jonin. That idiot has never won a single spar against me, Satsuki said with confidence, but it was also tinged with doubt. Kakashi picked up on that as he took his eye off his book to level a deadpan look at the Uchiha princess. You should have realized from our interaction earlier that he is full of surprises. He hides and flitters away from shadow to shadow, always keeping his abilities hidden, until he sees fit to, Kakashi said before he leaned towards her a bit. And he has no issues with playing the fool to get what he wants. Satsuki shivered at that before her features scrunched up into a scowl. She had known, deep down, that Naruto challenged her for a purpose. It had always been very convenient when he ran up to her screaming at her to fight him. She ignored those thoughts as she threw her shurikens at her opponent who dodged them effortlessly. The shurikens careened past the Jonin only to cut a rope. Kakashi, sensing the danger, leapt out of the way with plenty of time to avoid a barrage of knives. Counting upon the distraction, Satsuki charged into close combat, beginning with a high kick aimed at the one-eyed sensei, which was blocked easily. When Kakashi grabbed her leg, Satsuki resorted to solely offense and delivered a swift punch which was grabbed before it could hit its target. In a last-ditch attempt, Satsuki then made to level a kick with her free leg, which was blocked when Kakashi merely raised the arm which was holding her leg. It was then that she noticed that she was now is positioned to grab the bells, and the Jonin's hands were too busy to stop her. Damn, Kakashi thought before he moved to jump back, only to suffer 2 kicks to his backside which killed his momentum. Satsuki, grab him! Came the shout of the unaccounted blonde. Kakashi immediately tried to launch himself away, but he was too late. Satsuki's hand grasped the bells just as Kakashi's escape broke the string holding them to his clothes. Satsuki landed in a heap, as the hand holding her up had dropped her, but she was soon standing again when her teammates picked her up. Did you get them? Naruto asked hopefully. His hopes were fulfilled when she smirked and showed the 2 bells in her hand. Kakashi watched the trio's triumphant smiles in disbelief that he, a Jonin, had been beaten by 3 brats, though he was pleased to say they at least had some teamwork, however improvised it was. Now the true test. Well, it seems Satsuki has passed, Kakashi said nonchalantly, his words making the 2 people who didn't have a bell lose their smiles. Now the question, Satsuki, is, what are you going to do with that other bell? Kakashi asked. Everyone's attention turned to Satsuki at those words, looking expectant of her decision. I suggest you choose the one who would best serve you as a teammate and not weigh you down. Satsuki internally squirmed, unsure what to do or who to choose. Well, that part wasn't too hard. She would have immediately choose Naruto, as he was the stronger and less annoying of the two choices. However, after having her ass handed to her and only getting the bell because of the other two, she didn't think SHE was worthy of passing. So caught up in her thoughts, she didn't notice Naruto looking at her contemplatively. Give it to Sakura-chan, he said suddenly, causing everyone to look at him in shock. What? Satsuki and Sakura asked simultaneously. I said, give it to Sakura-chan, he repeated. I'll go back to the academy and try again next year. Heck, next time round I may even be Rookie of the Year, he reassured them cheerfully, a smile gracing his face. Both of his teammates looked at him in shock as they struggled to compute that before Sakura spoke up. No, give it to Naruto, she said, though not as confidently as Naruto had. It was then her turn to endure her fellow teammates' stares. No, Sakura-chan, that will be unnecessary. It is no bother for me to take another year to be a ninja. Besides, didn't you really want to be on Satsuki's team? Naruto asked, trying to convince her to let him take the hit. No, I am not ready to be a shinobi, nor am I worthy of being either of your teammates. Sakura that's dash Satsuki began only to be cut off. The truth, I fell to a low-level genjutsu. If Naruto hadn't informed me what happened, I would have kept believing it was real even after it ended. I would only be a hindrance, she stated, having started strong but ended in a depressed whisper. Naruto put his hand on her shoulder sympathetically and was about to pull her into a comforting hug before he swirled around in shock at Satsuki's next words. Sensei, can I give my bell away? She asked as she looked towards their sensei. What? Naruto and Sakura shouted. Even Kakashi's eye had widened slightly at that statement. Satsuki, you earned that bell. It's your victory, you shouldn't give it up, Naruto admonished, with Sakura backing him up with emphatic nods. Yeah, Satsuki, you are the only one of us who should pass. You had almost managed to attain the bell without our help anyway, and would have succeeded eventually, Sakura said, supporting Naruto's argument. No, I wouldn't have. If you two hadn't come and prevented his escape, I would have missed the bell dash. An alarm rang in the distance. And it seems that before I could make my second attempt, I would have run out of time and failed, she said with conviction. You two, however, worked together to get the bell by giving me the chance of succeeding at the risk of one or both of you certainly failing. Naruto flinched slightly and looked away, unsure what to say to that. Sakura had no such problem. Even if what you say is true, that doesn't undermine the fact that if I pass, I passed because of Naruto and your efforts. Your efforts were not completely useless, Sakura-chan. I couldn't have negated all his momentum on my own like that, Naruto said earnestly. Yeah, and besides, if I pass, I would be in the same position as you, as I would have only gotten the bells because of both your efforts. Now I am forfeiting, and that's final. Both Naruto and Sakura began to launch into another counter-argument to convince her to attempt the bell when the conversation stopped cold at the sound of clapping. Looking around, the three genin found their sensei smiling as he clapped his hands together happily. You all pass with flying colors, Kakashi said cheerfully. The trio blinked for a moment as they stared at the happy jonin. Huh? They said at the same time. Follow me, Kakashi ordered before he walked away towards the start clearing. When there, he walked towards the memorial rock that was on the very edge of the clearing, in front of the path leading to the area. Standing beside the stone, Kakashi turned to look at them. This test was designed to determine if you are able to work as a team, Kakashi stated clearly. All teams are made of groups of 3 minimum, and they are the most important thing to have as a ninja. But there were only 2 bells though, Sakura pointed out. How could we be a team if we were competing with each other? Kakashi focused a serious expression on them. There are several reasons why I told you that you would fail. Chief among them was to separate you and truly test your team spirit. Kakashi said stoically before his voice became increasingly cold. Another was to see how you would react when you are faced with a mission where one of you is expected not to come back. All three flinched at the reality that was put before them, the reality that they might die on a mission. The final reason is my own, one which has caused every genin team before you to fail. What level of trash you are. Sakura and Naruto gave him a look of sheer confusion, while Satsuki gave that as well as a scowl for being called trash. A friend of mine Kakashi started as he began to rub the memorial stone. Once told me, those that break the rules are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are less than trash. While I may have lost the opportunity to give you the proper test, I feel reassured you already have learnt this lesson from how you scrambled over each other to protect your fellow teammates. The three official genin blushed and looked away with small grins at the underhanded compliment. Also, I must say, Naruto, I was very pleased to see you got the answer right, Kakashi chirped, his demeanor becoming less tense and more open. Ha! Naruto said, causing Kakashi to blink. You figured out the purpose to the test, right? That's how you were able to decide to work together, and were able to convince Sakura to help you, Kakashi asked. Well, you see, I didn't figure it out per se, but when I saw your skills I knew for a fact that I couldn't beat you by myself, so I went to get help. I didn't really consider that it was teamwork, that was the purpose of the test. Everyone looked at him with deadpan expressions and Naruto rubbed the back of his head with a sheepish expression. Idiot savant Kakashi commented. Anyway, that's the end of training. All of you pass, Kakashi said with a slightly more enthusiastic look as he struck a pose and gave the thumbs up. Starting tomorrow, Team 7 will begin its duties. YOSH. Alright, let's all celebrate with some ramen, Naruto shouted as he jumped in the air. No, I'm not eating ramen to celebrate, Sakura screamed back, Satsuki and their sensei showing their agreement. Then, how about you come round to my apartment and I'll cook you lunch? Deal, came the instant reply from all three. Naruto blinked for a moment before shrugging it off. All right, let's go, the blonde cried as he led the march to his apartment and food. =0 =0 =0 =0 -0 -0 -0 -0 -0 -0 -0 -0 -0 -0 -0 -0 -0 -0 -0 -0 -0 -0 -0 Naruto sat down for dinner as the sun began setting. Lunch had gone over very well with his guests who devoured his cooking as if it would run off at a moment's notice. It made Naruto rather happy that someone aside from Anko-chan and Oniai-san was tasting his cooking and enjoying it. It wasn't often he had people over, and aside from those two no one else had come round for him to need to cook for a group. The conversation had been sparse but positive and constructive. Sakura asking him about his various recipes and what other foods he could make, Satsuki talking and asking about the various kills they all had, and Kakashi didn't say much and he was reluctant to talk about their training. Talking about Kakashi, he also wore his mask throughout the entire meal. Every time Naruto or someone else looked, the mask was on but the food on his plate from smaller. Even when Naruto focused or watching and waiting for him to remove the mask to eat, but every time he was distracted by something and only returned his attention when Kakashi was putting the mask back on. Damn sadist, though Naruto had no right to complain. Naruto returned to regarding his meal before he got his chopsticks out and started to eat. He went on like this for a minute before he heard someone open the door. Naruto? You in? Came the familiar female voice of Anko. Anko-chan, Naruto called as he rushed to where the voice originated. You're back. Did you just finish your mission? Naruto asked happily as he rushed to give Anko a hug, which she returned enthusiastically. Hey Naruto, I see you passed your genin test, Anko said cheerfully as she indicated that he was wearing the headband. Congratulations. Hee. Like there was any way that I could fail exams as easy as those, Naruto countered modestly. I wasn't talking about the genin exam, she said, causing Naruto to lose some of his bravado. I heard that Kakashi was your sensei. You do know he has never passed anyone, right? Eh? No, he didn't tell me that. Naruto cried, only now understanding how difficult the test was and how close the whole team came to failing. Well, he hasn't, and you, my dear Naruto, are part of the first team to do so. By the way, how did you pass? Anko said as the two moved towards the table and Naruto went to prepare her meal from what was left over from his cooking. Well, it started when I tested him to see if I had a chance of winning and found that I didn't. After determining that, I realized I would need help, so I went and got it from Sakura-chan, who I had found knocked out from a genjutsu. Anko scowled at that. She had seen that girl stalking the Uchiha several times. It was creepy, and it annoyed her how she, and her fellow fangirls, didn't take being a shinobi more serious. Seems she got her comeuppance, Anko thought heartlessly. Anyway, after getting her help, we rushed to acquire Satsuki-chan only to find her already fighting. We managed to reach the fight just as she was going for the bells, but Kakashi was going to jump back. So we worked together to kill his momentum, allowing Satsuki to get both bells. Naruto said, his voice getting triumphant, but it fell again. But there was still a problem that there was only one bell left over, so Satsuki had to choose which one of us passed. When Satsuki seemed to struggle, and because I didn't want to pass by stepping over Sakura, I offered to be the one to fail. Anko frowned. Then Sakura said to give the bell to me. Anko's eyebrow rose. And then Satsuki decided to give up her bell so Sakura and I could pass. Anko was all wide-eyed now. We then began to argue about who should fail, each one of arguing to take the hit themselves. Apparently that was enough for Kakashi-sensei. Naruto concluded. Anko looked at him thoughtfully for a moment before giving a broad smile. Only you, Naruto, she said in amusement. Only you would get the answer to a test and orchestrate a situation to provide said answer without even knowing what the purpose of the test was. Naruto blushed and rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. Sensei did say I was an idiot savant. Naruto commented, remember what Kakashi said. Anko's eyes widened suddenly before she said, I can't believe it. You know what that means and were able to apply it, she said mockingly. Naruto's eye twitched violently. Hey, I may not be all that bright, but I did read the entire dictionary. Twice. Naruto shouted angrily at the prod at his intelligence. The fact you had to read the book twice and still only have an intermediate vocabulary is disturbing. Anko teased some more, enjoying herself too much in Naruto's opinion as his eye twitched more violently and he started to give her the evil eye. His visage suddenly became very scary when his anger evaporated, leaving a cunning smirk and eyes that promised suffering. No dango for 3 days, Naruto stated plainly, causing Anko to blanch as her amusement was replaced by shock and denial. No, Naruto, listen to me, I was only kidding. It was only a bit of fun, right? You know I meant no harm, Anko pleaded, ineffectively. Think of this as an abject lesson in what happens when you bite the hand that feeds you dango, Naruto said in a dismissive tone as he set her plate of food down in front of her before he returned to his own. Naruto, Anko begged, using her best puppy dog eyes and pout, techniques which had crushed Kage's, to get him to change his mind. Don't give me those eyes. I too am a master of them and your features have matured too much to make full use of the technique, Naruto admonished, causing Anko to pout before she smirked devilishly. Are you saying that I'm old? Anko probed evilly. I'm saying you look too mature to use the puppy dog eyes to their full potential as you ooze sexuality rather than cuteness, Naruto said tactfully, causing Anko to blush at, essentially, being called sexy by Naruto. Also, that little attack earns you another dango-free day, Naruto casually punished. Anko just gawked at him for a moment before she seemingly surrendered herself into depression at her fate before she covered her face and started sobbing. Naruto just glanced at her. Don't try those crocodile tears with me either or I will increase your punishment again. Anko pulled her hands off her face to glare at him. Now eat your meal, it's getting cold. Anko glared at him for a moment more before she relented and ate the delicious meal that Naruto had prepared. The table lapsed into light conversation after that as they discussed her mission and what he had been up to since she last saw him. Their voices often disrupted by the mutual laughter which their stories aroused on them. Equals 0 dash 0 equals dash 0 dash equals 0 equals dash 0 dash equals 0 equals dash 0 dash equals 0 equals dash 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 0 dash equals 0 equals dash 0 equals. The next day after Mission UG, D-Rank's Naruto went around the various clan territories to invite his friends to dinner at Anko's place in order to catch up on what their first day as official genin had been like. Thankfully, they were all willing to come, though some of the parents wanted them to eat at home for dinner and Shikamaru didn't want to go because it was too troublesome, a problem which was solved by his Kasan brandishing an iron pan. At 1740, Naruto began making the food with Anko's help so that 20 minutes later, when the other 8 genin began to arrive, the starter was ready to be served. Alright, everyone, here is the starter. The main course will be ready in 10 minutes. Naruto announced to the arriving guests, as he and Anko set the 4 plates of food down on the table. Everyone, however, looked at them with confusion as it was rather odd. It looked like someone had tried to make a circular flatbread where 2 of them had been covered in some kind of herb and sauce while the other 2 had the same herb but also cheese. "What's this?" Choji asked as his mouth drooled. Though he had no idea what it was, he was still an Akimichi, and Akimichi knew good food when they saw it. "Ah, it's a new food I invented. Or more like it was the offshoot of the new meal idea," Naruto stated as he went back to his cooking. "It's good. Just ask Anko-chan." Everyone's eyes turned to the assistant chef who, they now noticed, was drooling longingly at the food. She was going to be sharing their preferred garlic bread with cheese while they finished cooking and preparing side dishes, but it just looked so delicious. Her face being the only evidence that they needed, the genin grabbed one of the pre-sliced things and bit into it. There was a collective moan of pleasure as everyone savored the garlic bread. "It's delicious," Ino finally said. "Wow, I've never had anything like this," Choji said earnestly before he stuffed the rest into his mouth before reaching to try the eni with cheese on it. "I'm surprised you were able to make something like this," Satsuki commented casually, though there was a definite tinge of admiration in her voice. "I always feel kinda inadequate every time I eat some of your cooking, Naruto," Sakura chirped cheerfully as she took another bite of her meal. "It's delicious, Naruto-kun. Thank you for making it for us," Hinata said sincerely. "Ah, that's right, thank you, Naruto," Kiba said, remembering the manners which his mother had brutally tried to beat into him. "Thank you for inviting me," Shino said quietly amongst the chorus of other. "This may not be as troublesome as I thought," Shikamaru said, giving the ultimate Nara compliment. "You're welcome, and I'm glad you are enjoying them," Naruto said as he finished up the last side dishes and bringing them to the table. When the main course was finally finished for everyone, Naruto brought them to the table as well, placing each specialized dish in front of the appropriate person. "Is this like the other dish?" Choji asked as he all but drooled over the food. "Yes, this pizza is the father food for the garlic bread, which you ate as a starter," Naruto confirmed with a nod. "Wow," Choji said in awe of Naruto over his pizza, which was a third bigger than everyone else's, a sentiment agreed upon by everyone else in the room. Once Naruto and Anko were seated, the meal started. "So," Naruto started, "how the first day of D-Ranks?" Everyone but Hinata groaned. "Terrible. Awful. It was boring. D-Ranks suck. It was troublesome," were some of the replies he got. "Not too bad," Hinata said gently, causing everyone to stare at her. "How can you think that? All we did was find some old lady's book and organized a cupboard," Kiba said. "Yeah, and we had to catch that damn cat Tora," Ino growled, causing everyone to turn their gaze to her. "You'll see later. I hear it's a recurring mission," Ino said ominously, causing Team 10 to shudder and everyone else to become anxious, before everyone turned their attention back to Hinata, who squirmed under the attention. Thankfully, Naruto bailed her out. That, my friends, is because dear Hinata here is a kind, humble person who does not mind boring like us prideful idiots, Naruto said helpfully. This unfortunately caused Hinata to swoon to the point she had to be supported by her teammates who were sitting beside her. Thank you, Naruto-kun, she gratefully whispered when she recovered enough to be coherent. You're welcome, he said with a smile which caused her to blush more, but not faint. They were halfway through the meal when Shikamaru, shockingly enough, made conversation. What were the sensei's tests for your teams? He asked, looking meaningfully at Kiba and Naruto, a look which focused on Kiba when Naruto gestured for Kiba to go first. Our sensei, Kurenai-sensei, told us to track her down and find her and then successfully escape, Kiba informed Shikamaru, gaining the attention of the other eaters, though Choji only half listened as he inhaled his meal. As we all have tracking skills, finding her wasn't too hard, but the escaping, I almost got caught. If Hinata hadn't come to my defense or Shino hadn't figured out the purpose of the test and been following me, I would have caused us all to fail, Kiba said sheepishly. True. But we also would have been caught if you hadn't sacrificed yourself to buy us time, Shino interjected, causing Hinata to nod and Kiba to feel a bit better. Yeah, but my entire clan is based around teamwork with our Ninken, but I was the last person to do any teamwork. Hinata patted him on the arm as comfort. I wouldn't worry about it too much, Kiba, Naruto said, cutting in. We may be shinobi now, but we are still mere genin with no experience or serious training. It is expected that we may mess up, and while the Inazuka clan may be team-oriented, you are also very prideful. What was important in the end, however, was that you did show teamwork, Naruto said confidently, gaining a proud smile from Anko, which he missed. Troublesome but true, Shikamaru said lazily as he slowly chewed on his second to last slice of pizza. What about you, Naruto-san? What was your team's test? Shino said, shifting their attention to him. Everyone grew concerned, however, when everyone in Team 7 seemed to squirm a bit. Well, Kakashi-sensei essentially tried to starve us in the morning and then arrived near lunch to make us as hungry as possible. Then he showed us 2 bells and told us that the person who didn't manage to get a bell off him would not only not get to eat lunch but would fail the test and be sent back to the academy. Naruto retold them, causing everyone's eyes to widen in various levels of shock. But in the end, the test Kakashi-sensei wanted to give was unnecessary, Naruto added. What test? Ino piped in. To see if we would abandon our teammate in favor of the rules, or sacrifice everything for each other, Satsuki said, adding her piece as Sakura and Naruto nodded in support. In the end, Kakashi didn't actually set down any rules which required he stab our teammate in the back. But we made it clear that we had what he was looking for by arguing amongst that we should be the one to fail rather than the other two, Naruto finished, leaving everyone, even Choji, to lap into total silence as they contemplated his words and the test which they had been given. I doubt we would have been able to pass that, Choji said honestly. He didn't know for certain, but even with their familiarity there was no deep bond between the members of Team 10, so there was a good chance they would have abandoned each other under those circumstances. It seems he wasn't the only one who thought that. I'm sure Kakashi-san would have been insulted if you had believed otherwise, Anko said, giving her 200 ryo. After all, Naruto and Ko are the first people he has ever passed in his time as a Jonin sensei, drawing shocked looks from everyone. Damn, Kiba said dumbly as Hinata looked back to Naruto with concern, which he waved off. Anyway, Shikamaru, what was your test? Naruto asked. Troublesome, was the only reply he got before he gestured towards Ino, who sighed in exasperation at her teammates' chronic laziness. We didn't have much drama in ours. All we had to do was catch Asuma-sensei as he ran around the clearing. Although it was mostly Choji and I, as Shikamaru here Ino growled angrily as she violently poked the person in question. Decided it was too troublesome, and sat and watched clouds for over half the time we had. What's worse, he already knew what the purpose of the test was and had a plan to win. I had to kick the lazy asshole to get him moving. Naruto gave a Shikamaru a deadpan stare at that, which translated as, "Really?" "It was troublesome," Shikamaru countered as if it explained everything. It of course didn't, and it only served to anger Ino, resulting in her punching him in the shoulder. The meal ended an hour later and everyone prepared to leave. By everyone, Naruto waved as his friends made to walk home. "See ya, Naruto," Hiba called back. "See you at the show tomorrow for your delivery," Ino said as she passed him, simultaneously reminding him that he needed to prepare the flowers to be dropped off. "Thanks for the food and recipe, Naruto," Choji called. It was a good night. The morning was ruined by the D ranks, but overall it was a good day. He just hoped he would get a C rank soon.